I lost my boyfriend's dog and I don't know how to tell him. Am I an awful person for this? Disclaimer, is not my story time of sending me an Instagram. Please give this girl some legit advice. She is suffering right now. My boyfriend and I have been together for 3 months. It's a really new relationship. It's my first serious relationship. So far, I've done everything in my power to impress him in any way I can, including becoming the mother of his dog. Just moved out of his parents' house and he adopted this beautiful dog from a shelter. The puppy is rambunctious though. He will go crazy at anything. He gets super excited and likes to run around. So my boyfriend asked me if I could walk him every day since I work from home. We worked out a schedule. I'll sleep over at his house 3 days a week. When he goes off in the morning to work, I walk him once, then I get on my laptop and work, then at my lunch break, I'll take him out to walk again, and right before my boyfriend comes home, I'll take him out a third time. My boyfriend is really tired after he comes home, so the last thing I want him to do is be responsible for taking the puppy out. So last week, I took out the damn dog. It has been the bane of my existence ever since. I am suffering. I took him on a walk like we usually do. I didn't notice that his harness was not put on properly. This was my bad. But also, he just moves around so much when I'm putting it on him because he's so excited to go out. I took him outside, and within 2 minutes of starting our walk, he literally just ran. I kept calling him and he ran. I chased him and he ran even more because he thought we were playing a game. You guys have no idea how much I was suffering. I was literally on my knees begging him to come back, crying my eyeballs out. That's when I pulled out my phone and lied to my boyfriend. I told him that he must have escaped through the dog flap. For an entire week, this dog was missing. His family and him were suffering. They even put out a $20,000 reward, but thankfully we found him a week later when a neighbor called and said they spotted him. And after 6 hours of driving around looking for him, we finally found him. Thank God he is totally safe. Now I want to tell my boyfriend the truth and I realize I lied to him. I feel like I can't retract on what I said. Did I tell him the truth or should I just let this go? I feel like a terrible girlfriend. Help me, please.
Am I wrong for not moving out? So I, 29 female, have lived in this apartment for the better part of a decade now. I don't own it, but I've been saving up because I'm on good terms with a landlord who has agreed to sell it to me for a really good price in the next few years, since he's starting to get a little bit too old to deal with the upkeep. During this time, I've had roommates rotating in and out to help afford rent. The latest roommates are a couple, Dan, 24 male, and Jess, 25 female. A few months ago, they announced that Jess was pregnant and due in a couple of months. I was really surprised because, I feel mean saying this, she wasn't showing very visibly through her body shape. I congratulated them, but then I asked what their plans were for the future family home. They said they were hoping that I would move out. I said that goes against my plans that I've had for years and that I was planning on staying here. They insisted that I would have to move out as they're a new family now and need space. I told them that was great and I respected that need, but if they wanted space, they would need to find a new place as I was here first. It got pretty cold from there. We haven't really talked much until now. They had the baby and it's about a month old. I knew I have to bunker down, so I took all of my things from the common area. TV, consoles, kitchenware, etc. And with some work, I got a pretty nice compact setup in my room with some DIY soundproofing and a makeshift kitchenette so I can ignore the baby's crying. They used my kitchen stuff previously and were not happy about it and had to beg on Facebook until someone got them new dishes, making sure to shit talk me in all of the posts, which I thought was pretty rude, but whatever. Because I found out so late about the pregnancy, we're still on a lease for a good 6 months. They want me to break the lease so they can focus on their family. I told them that as I said before, this wasn't going to happen. Either they break the lease or put up with me living my life the way I want to, which includes having people over, listening to music, using the devil's lettuce, legal state, drinking, etc. They said they can't afford to break the lease. I said that's unfortunate, but neither can I. They said it would be easier for me because I'm not a parent and that I would just need to scrimp a little bit so I can afford to pay 2 rents. I said maybe, but I'm not going to hamstring my lifestyle because they chose to inconvenience everyone around them with their kid. I was admittedly kind of wrong for saying this, but I was being harassed. So my living situation has been kind of a cold war ever since. It's really miserable for everyone right now. And while I don't expect them to drop out of the lease, I'm kind of hoping they do, because them and their banshee kid are really giving me a headache. I've invested too much into getting this place to leave. So if they stick it out, I plan on signing the lease again and maybe seeing if the landlord will be able to not renew them.
Am I the asshole for letting my sister think all of her babysitting parents will spoil her the way mine does? I'm a babysitter to a 10-year-old with cancer. It's by far the easiest and cushiest job I've ever had. When Ava's in the hospital, she's either napping or playing with her friends. All I have to do is make her lunch, make her do her homework, push her IV pole when she walks, and help her when she needs to use the bathroom to get on and off of the toilet. She can do the rest. When she's not in the hospital, we have a lot of fun. Her mom lets me take her anywhere or do anything with her as long as she comes back alive. No budget, and I get reimbursed for everything. We've gone to arcades, amusement parks, ice skating, movies, museums, etc. And I honestly love hanging out with her. No, you're not the asshole. your sister thinks that she's entitled to get these things too. Girl, nah. The mom is literally loving you because you love her daughter. Like that's literally what's going on. At least that's what I think, what I feel like's going on, from what I've read so far. On top of this, her mom spoils me. Every morning when I get to work, she'll ask me if I've eaten. If I say no, she'll give me $20 for breakfast and coffee. If I babysit at night, she gives me $50 to DoorDash food for myself in case I get hungry. If I don't use it, she tells me to think of it as a bonus. This is on top of having free reign of the pantry. My suitcase was lost after a 2-week vacation, and her mom gave me $150 to buy some clothes until my suitcase was recovered. This lady, honestly, it sounds like she's doing what a lot of people that take care of kids would love. Like, she sees that you haven't eaten, but she knows that you're going to be running around with her daughter all day, so she's going to make sure to provide you something to eat. She sees that you lost your suitcase and you don't have any clothes. She's going to give you the money to get clothes. That way, this is one less thing you have to stress about, and you and her daughter can continue to have fun. She's taking care of you because you're taking care of her daughter. And I fucking love this for the both of you. I travel with the family 3 times a year, and I get an all expenses paid trip to work 2 to 5 hours a day, paid at 1.5 times my normal rate. So the mom can go out with her other kids while Ava rests. I tell my sister all about this job. She recently lost her job and decided to start babysitting. She has a 5-year-old girl and an 8-year-old boy, and she hates it. She makes less than me for more kids with more energy. She doesn't get money for food when she babysits. She doesn't get to take the kids anywhere she wants and get paid for it. She doesn't get to hang out on her phone for 3 hours a day, and the parents aren't as nice as Ava's mom. Apparently, I led her to believe that every job was going to be as cushy as mine by always talking about it, and she blames me for hating her job. Tell your sister to grow the fuck up. Tell your sister to grow the fuck up. That is completely asinine to blame somebody because you hate your job. This may not be the job for you. You decided to hear about how someone else enjoyed their job and assumed that all of these parents were going to be the same way. You assumed that you were going to get the same thing. That's fucking crazy. Like, girl, that's insane. I worked with kids for 5 years. Some people will straight up outright say, I can't do it. I would absolutely hate working with kids. And I loved every second of it. It was literally the most carefree job that I've ever had. Now, the job was hard, but once you figure out what the fuck you were doing, it was easy as pie. I absolutely loved my job. And I talked about my job in the highest form to any and everybody that would listen to me. None of my friends automatically assumed I'ma do this too and then get mad at me if it don't fucking work out. Not you fucking applying for a job and then ended up hating it. Like, girl, get the fuck out. Our mom thinks that I should have told her that not every family is going to be like Ava's and that I should have warned her that it could be hard. I don't have to warn you or explain anything to you at your big grown ass age when you decide to work some fucking where. That's your bad. This is no responsibility of mine. Are you fucking serious? Get the fuck out of here. Am I the asshole for not warning her that not every job is like mine and that she'd have to work if she got a babysitting job? No, because anybody that gets a job for the sole purpose of not having to work, that's their own fucking issue when reality bites them in the ass. That is their own fucking problem. It's not your job to tell somebody that when you apply for a job, you might actually have to fucking work.
Wrong for not wanting to pay for my sister's wig after I called her a bald-headed broke bee. 17 male, sister 18 female, decided to get a pixie cut. She had it for about 2 weeks now and she hates it. She came to me and told me that it's embarrassing, that my hair is longer than hers, and she wants me to shave my head. I told her that I would not shave my head, and that if she doesn't like how her hair is, she should just get a wig instead. She told me that she doesn't have the money to buy a wig, so I told her to go ask her parents to get her one, and she told me that she wasn't going to do that because they were the ones who advised her not to get the cut in the first place, and it'll be embarrassing to admit that they were right. She then again asked me to cut my hair, and I told her no. She then got mad and told me that no man actually cared about their hair, and if I wanted to be a girl so bad, I should just say that instead. It's really me off. So I told her it wasn't my fault that she was a bald-headed broke bee, and if she wanted a wig, she should just get a job instead. She was not happy when I called her bald-headed, and she went to go tell our parents. Our parents got mad at both of us for arguing, and then after they got done yelling at us, my dad told me he wants me to pay for my sister's wig. He told me that I had to pay for her wig because what I said to her was disrespectful. He said what she said was wrong, but what I said was worse. I told him that I only said that because she kept antagonizing me. He kept insisting that me paying for the wig was going to be my punishment and that he'll think of something for her. I told him that I've been saving my money since I started working and I wasn't going to spend any of it on her. I told my dad that if he takes money out of my account, that I wasn't going to speak to him until he puts everything back. Because knowing my sister, she's probably going to try and pick the most expensive one. My parents are upset with me because they said I'm trying to run away from accountability and that they find it unreasonable that I would try to punish them for that. I don't see why they can't pay for it themselves. Was I wrong?
The person who sent me the story wants to remain anonymous. On May 5th, 2019, I woke up to screaming and crying in the living room. My oldest sisters were there and 2 cops stood by. The day before, I was with a friend and I spent the day with them because we presented at a university and then hung out downtown. I stayed at his house until 9 p.m. because my mom didn't answer my messages about whether she was going to pick me up. So I peeked into the living room and I could only hear bits of what my sisters were saying through their screaming. After a while, who knows how long, I ended up piecing it together and I found out that my mom died. She died in a car crash.
The person next to me on the plane kept violating my personal space. I was flying in the window seat because I like to look out the window. The woman sitting next to me reached in front of me multiple times to close the window shade. She never asked me. She just reached directly in front of me to close the shade. I would immediately reopen it, and a few minutes later, she would reach in front of me to close it again. I would be so nervous to just reach in front of somebody and close the shade. Also, if you want to control the light that is shining on the seat where you're sitting, book a window seat. You don't get to reach in front of people and close the shade because you don't like the light. It was a noon domestic short haul flight, so no reason to need darkness in the middle of the day, and absolutely no excuse for violating my personal space multiple times without asking me or acknowledging me or treating me like a human in any way. So, in return, I pulled out my book and turned on the reading light. Despite there being ample natural light from the window for me to read, I then positioned my hands in such a way that my watch would reflect the light directly into her eyes. That's such a dick move, but I'm here for every bit of it. I read like that for an hour, jiggling my hand the entire time, so it would shine the light back and forth across her eyes and be super distracting and annoying. Once we landed and she took off her headphones, I turned to her and said, "Next time you fly, book a window seat if you want to control the window, or at least treat me like a human and ask me before you violate my personal space. What you did was unbelievably rude." She looked so offended. I bet she fucking did. I bet she fucking did. People who do shit like that, who will violate your personal space, who feel like they're entitled to your personal space, always look so fucking offended when you tell them to stop, when you correct them, when you call out their disgusting ass behavior that they know no one else tolerates, which is why she did not say anything and passive aggressively kept reaching over you to close the fucking window shade. Bitch, be offended. Bitch, get a cape so you can be super fucking offended. I don't give a damn. Naturally, she walked 2 miles an hour. Me being a city walker, I easily got in front of her. And then once we were on the moving walkway, I stopped immediately in front of her. Did the same on the escalator to the curb before flipping her off the entire way to my ride. I fucking love this. I love this. Girl said, if you're going to inconvenience me during my flight, I'm going to show you what real inconvenience is, and annoyed the fuck out of her until they were no longer within the vicinity of each other. I'm here for it. This is the type of petty that I am here for it. Edit. I wanted to make a slight clarification that I was subtly flipping her off by extending my middle finger while holding the handle of my bag. So it was upside down and you would only notice if you were looking at my hand. So OP was holding their bag with like with like the middle finger. I'm here for it. I fucking love it. It wasn't like I was just holding the middle finger up to her face. I was angry, and it was a subtle way for me to voice my anger and get it out of my system.
So, this is the story of me listening to Bible music because of a 20-year-old man. I was 9 years old and I had just got an Instagram, and I was happy because I could talk to all my friends on there. One day, this random guy adds me and I add him back to be polite, and then he messages me and he calls me pretty. I was 9 and my mom had called me her ugliest child, so I said thank you to him. And after that, we ended up talking a lot. Now that I think of it, it really wasn't a good thing to do. We talked for about 3 months when he asked me to send nudes. And me being kinda smart said no and blocked him. For the next few weeks, he made multiple accounts to ask me for more, to the point where I threw my iPad across my room. I finally gave in and I sent a picture. And he asked for more. I was really insecure of my body because of my family, so hearing him call me beautiful was actually nice to hear. After about 4 months, my sister found out and told my mom.
Am I wrong for refusing to call my daughter by her middle name after my sister gave her daughter the same first name? I, 24 female, named my 2-year-old daughter Indy. My sister, 35 female, gave birth to her first child last month, and she also called her Indy. The name Indy was not one my sister mentioned to me before I had my child. My boyfriend and I just really like the name for our daughter. The name is not familiar either. I say all of this because my sister is now unhappy that confusion has already started with both my daughter and hers sharing the same first name. We got into a fight with our dad because he calls them Big Indy and Little Indy, and he snapped back that he needed something to help make it clear which Indy he's talking about. He also told her it will only get worse as they grow up. Sister went on a rant about it. She told me everyone acts like she did something wrong by calling her daughter Indy. It should not be a big shit show, but it is. She told me I should start calling my daughter by her middle name instead of by her first. That way everyone can be happy. I told her if she didn't like the fact that both girls shared the name and that people would come up with different ways to differentiate between the two of them, she could use her daughter's middle name, or she could create a nickname if that would be better. I told her I will not change what I call my daughter after 2 years because she decided to use the same name for her cousin. My sister called me selfish. She told me she had every right to name her child whatever she wanted, and I cut her off and said yes, but that didn't give her the right to insist I call my daughter something else. She tried to get our mom to intervene with both me and my dad. My mom told my sister that she should have seen this coming since dad is all too experienced with the confusion of multiple families with the same name, because his family liked to reuse the same few names throughout, and he had to do the same with his family members his whole life because of it. He also told her that I used the name first, therefore if she was unhappy with the name being used twice, it was up to her to change it. My sister claimed I should have been able to sit down and discuss a compromise instead of refusing outright and not engaging more. So was I wrong?
Am I wrong for being uncomfortable with my boyfriend's friend calling me the B word? I'm 31 female living with my boyfriend Mike, who is 34. Mike has a friend Victor who comes over a lot, and yesterday he came over to watch baseball with Mike. Victor asked me to pass him a beer, so I passed one over, but I dropped it. It didn't crack open or anything, but he said, "Nice one, bitch." I was honestly shocked and said, "Excuse me?" He started laughing and Mike joined in. Remember Mike, my boyfriend? Yeah. I was very uncomfortable and genuinely didn't know what to say. I told Victor that I didn't appreciate him calling me the B word, and he got super defensive and said he was saying it jokingly. I said it doesn't matter how you were saying it, I'm still uncomfortable. He got super huffy saying that I was being sensitive and that I'm probably going to accuse him of being a sexist now and that he can't say anything these days. This was wild because A, I said nothing about sexism, and B, what do you mean can't say anything? Can't call women the B word unsolicited anymore? Like, what was the point? Am I wrong for being uncomfortable with my boyfriend's friend calling me the B word? I asked my boyfriend why he wasn't defending me, and he said, "I don't know, babe, you're being a little dramatic." I had enough, so I told them both to leave, and they went to Victor's to watch the game. I thought I was in the right until Mike texted me angrily and said I'd embarrassed him in front of a friend by being so melodramatic. He said that Victor meant no harm, and it's like how my friends call me the B word jokingly and lovingly. He said it was also uncalled for me to kick them out when Mike literally lives there. I explained that when me and my friends say it, we're okay with it and it's not in a derogatory manner. Plus, my friends are wonderful women who have supported me for years, not some friend of my boyfriend who I barely know. He called me annoying again and then turned his notifications off. Last night he slept over at Victor's and hasn't come back home since. I think I might be the asshole here because it's true that my friends do call me that word, although it's different as I said above. It is possible that it confused Victor and made him think it was okay. Am I wrong?
Storytime about my extremely creepy neighbors. So a little background information, I was 12 years old and I was in 6th grade, and my family and I lived in a really small town where everyone knew everyone. But our new neighbors had been building their house next to us for the past 4 years. And finally when they were done with the house, this house was huge. I mean, probably because there were like 8 people moving into the house. There was the mom, the dad, 4 kids, and their grandparents. So like 8 people. But I was super excited because I was like, okay, this is awesome. I get to meet some new friends. But after 2 weeks of not seeing anybody playing in the backyard or anybody on the school bus, I started to think that their family was super fucking weird. And everyone in our neighborhood liked to gossip, and everyone was saying how they barely see the people who had just moved in. So my mom decided to take one for the team and make some brownies, take them over to the house, and I ended up going with her. So we go up to the house, we knock on the door, and one of the kids came and opened the door, but the dad ran over and grabbed him. Like for part 2. Part 2 about my extremely creepy neighbors. So like I said, my mom and I took some brownies over there, and one of the kids opened the door, and when he opened the door, he had a bunch of bruises all over his body. The dad came running over and ripped his son from the door and slammed the door in our faces, and all you could hear was him screaming at his son. So my mom and I went to walk away before the door opened, and he was like, sorry, my son knows better than to open the door to strangers. We took the brownies, and then I asked him if I could have a sleepover with one of his daughters, and he was super hesitant at first, but he said that I could only have a sleepover with her if it was at my house and not theirs, which my mom was completely fine with anyways, because she thought that it was a little bit weird that his son had bruises covering his whole body. So that night when she came over to sleep over at my house, I asked her how her brother got all those bruises all over his body, and she said that he just fell down some stairs. But after that, we became best friends, and we would literally hang out like 5 times a week, until the one day I knocked on their door to ask if she wanted to come over, and her dad answered the door and said that she was gone. Like for part 3. Part 3 about my super creepy neighbors. So like I said, I became best friends with their daughter, but the one day I went over her house to ask if she wanted to come over, and her dad answered the door and said that she was gone. And when I asked when she would be back, he was like, she went to go live with her mom, so probably never. Which was super weird because she never mentioned that she had another mom. So fast forward 2 months, my family and I are sitting around the fire pit when we hear someone scream help. But we weren't sure if that's what we were actually hearing because it was so quiet, and then all of a sudden we heard someone banging on my neighbor's basement door. You know those metal doors that people usually have outside of their house that lead down basement steps? Yeah, well that's where the banging was coming from. So my dad hopped over the fence to see if that's where the screaming was coming from also. And then not even a minute later, my dad hopped back over the fence, and it looked like he saw a ghost, but he ran inside, called 911. Because I was so young, the only thing my parents told me about that whole situation was that the girl that I was friends with was still alive, and her parents were keeping her in the basement along with 2 of her other siblings. But then we also found out that they weren't even her real parents. They were kidnapped at the hospital when they were born.
Am I the asshole for refusing to allow my sister and her daughter over to my house for Christmas as planned because my sister cheated with my soon-to-be ex-husband? My sister is a single mom to a 5-year-old daughter. In April of this year, I found out that my sister and my husband have been sleeping together for at least 3 months. I ended my marriage with him and am in the process of getting a divorce. I also stopped helping out my sister, which I had done since she had her daughter. I told her I never wanted to see her again and to not ask me for help. Our parents are both disabled and live together in a nursing home. They were upset when they heard what happened, but they told me that they would not cut off one daughter for the other. I told them I understood and I would never ask them, but they needed to understand I will not be there for my sister anymore. I don't care how bad her life gets or whether she needs some life-saving blood or a kidney from me one day. They told me that they understand, but now that Christmas is approaching, there is a big deal being made out of the fact that I am not welcoming her or her daughter for Christmas like I normally do. I always brought my niece gifts and gave them some place to go for Christmas. And now that I'm not opening my new home to them, my parents told me how it would be for my niece and not my sister. I told them being there for my niece means having contact with my sister and that I do not want to see her again. My sister begged and pleaded with me to let them come. She has apologized multiple times. Part 2. Am I the asshole for refusing to allow my sister and her daughter over to my house for Christmas as planned because my sister cheated with my soon-to-be ex-husband? My parents told me how it would be for my niece, not my sister. I told them that being there for my niece means having contact with my sister and that I do not want to see her again. My sister begged and pleaded with me to let them come, and she has apologized multiple times for what she has done. but I do not care. I never cared. She was getting so much from me, and then she goes behind my back like that. She disrespected me. She made a fool out of me. This is not me saying she is only to blame, but my ex will soon be completely cut from my life, and I want the same to be true for my sister. My sister sent me messages saying her daughter misses me, etc., etc. How she'll be heartbroken if it's just them for Christmas with almost no gifts. I told her that was her problem to fix and not mine. My sister and my parents are saying I'm being cold-hearted towards the wrong person. Just before I forget, I'm planning to change my number, seeing as how she still continues contacting me despite me blocking her and unfriending her from all social media accounts. So, am I the asshole for refusing to allow my sister and her daughter over to my house for Christmas? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Am I wrong for not using my husband's hilarious gift? He told me he wanted me to wear this gift the next time his friends came over, and when I opened it up, it was a red latex dress and also a ball, something that names with SAG. It was designed to look like a soccer ball, and the dress is in the team colors. I didn't know what to say at first and was so confused. He's never been into anything like that and is very vanilla. I asked if it was a joke, and at first he said no and told me his friends wouldn't believe how lucky he was. I can't remember what I said next, but he started telling me to lighten up and it would just be hilarious. I gave it a nervous laugh and I told him I thought it was funny too. This morning he put both items on my dresser and said he's looking forward to seeing me in them when the guys come around tomorrow. I reminded him that he said it was a joke and he got a bit sulky and said he can't believe I don't have a sense of humor. But from what he's saying, it sounds like he's expecting me to wear it. I don't know if it's a joke because his friends think I talk too much or if he'd actually get off on me being humiliated. Am I wrong for not using my husband's hilarious gift? I think this is part 3 of also me sharing my perfume collection. Also, you guys, comment down below your favorite current perfume. My husband, 29 male, and I, 26 female, have been married for 4 years. I had a great job in sales before COVID, but we found out during the pandemic things just work better with husband at work and me at home. He earns enough to support us both, but I never thought I'd be a traditional wife. And sometimes I feel like I should pick up a lot of the slack at home. I'm not a great cook, but I am very sociable and enjoy being a hostess. So when my husband has friends come over to watch soccer, I prep a huge tray of snacks, keep the beer on ice, and pop in with drinks and food. I don't stay to watch, but I do ask the guys how they're doing and just be polite. Well, last week he came home with a beautifully gift-wrapped box and said he got me something to wear when his friends are next over. He had this huge grin on his face and was so excited, and when I opened it up, it was a red latex dress with a ball, something that names with SAG.
Am I the asshole for not adhering to a dress code at a bridal shower and then threatening to rescind my gift if the bride didn't compensate me when my outfit was damaged? My brother recently got engaged. Although I'm close with him, I didn't know his fiancée very well since I currently live in another state. I've probably met her about 10 times, give or take a time. Each time has been fine, cordial, and friendly, but I'm not calling her just to chit-chat. After accepting, I received a package in the mail from my sister-in-law. It was an outfit. Sweater, jeans, shoes, and a jacket from a fast fashion brand that looked pretty cobbled together. She left the price tags on them and all of them were discounted. I texted her asking what the package was for and she told me it was for me to wear to the party so I wouldn't upstage her. I asked her if other attendees received outfits and she said no. I asked her if I made her feel uncomfortable because why else would she do this? And she said no, but she just wanted to make sure that I didn't look better than her. The whole thing didn't sit right with me, and I told her I wasn't comfortable being the only person wearing a random outfit. It didn't seem like it would fit me well, and I asked her if maybe I could send her a photo first of my outfit for approval. Or buy something myself that she liked. It was all no, no, no. So the day of, I decided to just go with a similar outfit like she packed, but in my own clothing. Example, she sent me a blue sweater, so I wore a similar blue colored sweater for my own collection. I made sure that I had no visible logos and I did not bring one of my designer bags. Instead, I opted for a simple tote. When she saw me, she was livid to the point that she took me to the kitchen and read me out. I told her she was being unreasonable, but she told me that because she is the bride, nothing could ever be unreasonable because it was her special day and her way or the highway. I decided to leave because I clearly wasn't welcome, and she wouldn't be reasoned with. But on my way out, she threw her iced coffee at me, ruining my sweater. I had originally promised my brother a $15,000 check as a wedding gift, but now I told him that unless his fiancée apologized and paid for a new sweater, $100, then I would not be attending their wedding nor giving them a check. They are currently fighting. Some family members are on my side, while others are calling me an asshole for not just wearing the random outfit to make the bride happy. It's turning into a huge thing. I know I could have sat out of the event, but I wanted to be there for my brother. So, am I the asshole for not adhering to the dress code at a bridal shower and then threatening to rescind my gift if the bride didn't compensate me when my outfit was damaged? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Am I the asshole for not inviting the neighbor's snitch or the HOA board to our neighborhood barbecue? There are around 10 houses in my neighborhood of 120 that are not in the HOA, mine included. We, or the previous owners, were smart enough to not join the HOA. As a result, I'm able to make extensions that I have on my pool, which I host neighborhood parties occasionally. My HOA is one of the worst HOAs, constantly fining people hundreds of dollars for parking violations, painting their fence the wrong shade of brown, wrong curtain colors, having 2 flags, etc. They're not the worst HOA, but they're really bad. We've also got a really crappy neighbor, Jessica, who likes to go around and snap photos of people's violations and then post it on the Nextdoor app to shame them. She prides herself in thinking it makes the neighborhood better when she's shaming the Smiths for having a fence that's 2 inches too high, or the Johnsons for having a light brown door instead of a dark brown door. Jessica is just a jerk, and she probably cost the neighbors thousands of dollars in fees by forcing them to renovate. I absolutely lost my shit when Jessica posted in the Nextdoor app about how Mrs. Johnson, an 85-year-old woman currently having serious medical issues, has a lawn that's a couple of inches too high. She obviously can't mow the lawn and was too busy to notice, and the HOA fined her $500. I made a post in the Nextdoor app saying that the HOA nor Jessica were invited to my barbecue at my house. Jessica went on a rant saying how much of an angel she is and how she protects the neighborhood doing her duty, and I told her that she is being a jerk and a scumbag busybody that has nothing better to do. A couple people said that I was bullying and excluding her and her 4 friends who were boycotting the party and hosting their own party. The party happened and nobody else showed up, and theirs was not a blast, but ours was, and apparently she cried about it.
Am I wrong for saying my wife will have to quit her job if we get booted from another daycare? My wife and I have a 3-year-old daughter, Alexis. Both of us work, and Alexis has attended daycare since she was 1. In the 2 years since, we have been asked to leave 2 programs because my wife is a micromanager. I admit both of us went into the first program not really understanding daycare. I quickly learned that they can't provide personalized care, and after learning from her teachers, I reset my expectations. My wife, however, has a lot of anxiety and worries about our daughter. She hates when she even gets a little upset. She's in therapy and is working on it. First program, my wife would constantly watch the live feed and call the daycare multiple times a day. We had several talks about it, and the school talked to us twice. My wife ended up screaming at one of the teachers and then the director. We were terminated immediately. The second daycare was a little better because my wife began therapy, but my wife was still so nervous and had to complete every single day. These were not important things. Small things like how she saw another child took away a toy from Alexis and she would cry. The teacher would give the toy back to Alexis, but my wife didn't understand why the other child wasn't punished for it. This daycare didn't kick us out, but did eventually suggest that this may not be the best program for us. My wife and I decided to pull Alexis out. My wife, because of her anxiety, myself, because I knew my wife had burned bridges and was becoming one of those moms. We chose a smaller home daycare this time as we couldn't afford another center. The woman who owns it is very nice but also firm. She stands by her boundaries and won't let my wife break any rules, whereas the centers were definitely more accommodating. My wife would take any inch she got. This time she doesn't get that opportunity. I thought all was well as the owner only speaks to my wife for the most part. Then I get put in a group text saying my wife has been bombarding the owner with text every day, despite the owner saying she will text her at lunch when things are settled. She said at this point she will only be responding at specific times of the day and not looking the rest. The owner then sent several pages of the contract with passages highlighted reminding us of certain policies my wife has violated. I was pissed. When Alexis went to bed that night, my wife and I talked. I said this was our last option for daycare. The other centers are too expensive and this was the only home daycare in the area that we like. A nanny is not in our budget. My wife made a million excuses, including that it's not her fault that she's anxious. I said if we are asked to leave this program too, my wife will be the one quitting her job to watch Alexis, not me. This upset my wife. I pointed out I've spoken to her kindly about this plenty of times. I encouraged her to keep up her therapy, but she can't keep getting us kicked out of programs. My wife is now not speaking to me. So, am I the asshole?
My wife has applied to be a surrogate without my knowledge. My wife, 31 female, walks up to me, 35 male this morning and proceeds to tell me she's applied and was approved to be a surrogate mother. That is a situation that requires 2 yeses. You don't just go up to your husband and tell him, I've been approved to be a surrogate. It's going to happen, so get fucking used to it. That's not how that works. When you're married, you have to make these decisions together. My wife and I have been married for 2 years, together for 7. We have 2 kids of our own and have been trying for a 3rd. How is that supposed to work with surrogacy? Does that mean you guys have to stop trying for the baby? Because how the hell we supposed to wait till the baby is born to test it and decide whose child it is? Like, how does that work? She's a stay-at-home mom. I provide for the family. I'm clearly agitated by the situation. I'm not yelling and screaming mad, but I'm upset. This decision affects our entire family. Not only have we been trying for our own baby, but this is going to be hard on our family, on our relationship, on her body, her mental and emotional health. I've expressed all of this to her, and all she can come up with is that it's a selfless act to help another family, which I understand it does help another family, but at what cost? Her marriage, her kids. I can't stop what I'm doing to take care of her when she's pregnant, especially if it's not my kid. I don't need or want the money she would be paid for carrying the child. We're well off because of what I provide. Please, Reddit, tell me if I'm the asshole. I probably won't have an update for a while. Ironically, this all had to transpire on Mother's Day, so she's currently out with her mother for the next few hours. And when she gets home, I'm going to try to do something special for her with our kids, because it's Mother's Day and shit. So honestly, I don't think you're the asshole because I completely understand why you would be upset. You were blindsided with this decision. She's already decided she's going to go through with it without even stopping for a second to consider how you would feel about it and even bring it up to you so you could express how you felt about it. I think it's absolutely wonderful that she's able to be a surrogate, but she's going about it in all the fucking wrong ways. She's got children and a husband that she has to worry about. Yes, she's already had been pregnant and given birth multiple times, but each pregnancy is different. We do not know what's going to happen while she's pregnant with this baby. You want to be selfless and you want to help people, but like you said, at what cost? At what cost? A lot of people are surrogates and still go through horrible pains when it comes to being selfless and wanting to help another family have a baby. It's great wanting to help other people, but you have to be selfish at some point. You have to think about other people and how this is going to affect you thoroughly, because there's no going back. Like you said, you guys are already you were working on having a 3rd, and then she decides, are you sure she actually wants another child? Does she want another child, or does she just want to be pregnant? It happens. It happens. I don't think you're the asshole at all. I completely understand why you're angry.
Because my mother drives me absolutely fucking insane. Clearly, I was crying. By the looks of it, you can fucking tell that I was crying. I had a mentee B this morning. I was on FaceTime with Sissy having a mentee B. While I'm on FaceTime with Sissy having a mentee B, my mother calls. So I'm like, let's just add her in. Sissy's like, are you sure about that? I'm like, yeah, let's just add her in. She's like, does mom know what's happening? I'm like, no, not really. So like, let's just add her the fuck in. So I add my mother in. Immediately, he's like, are you crying? I'm like, yeah. And I tell her what I'm crying about. This woman goes, without hesitation, imagine having 3 kids, Olivia. Imagine having 3 kids with no money and you don't know what you're doing and you're leaving an abusive narcissistic man. I'm like, what the, like that doesn't even apply to my situation. Like what I'm having the mentee be about, it doesn't even apply to that. And so Sissy and I are just like, what the fuck was that? Like, what the fuck was that? Like, I was one of the kids that you had, bitch. Like I was one of the kids, like did you forget I was there? Like I was in the play, like, what? And why did she randomly bring that up? Sissy was like, you're like the victim of every situation, mom. Like, okay, that was scary lighting and I know we all saw it. She was like, you cannot just like let someone have their moment or like let someone be sad. Like you have to just like chime in and like let them know that you've had it worse. Literally, like I could be upset about something and she's like, imagine me, I lost my mom, my dad, I don't have a nephew anymore. And it's like, what? Like, what? No one's even talking about death in this bridge. She'll like bring it up. She'll be like, I've lost so many people. Newsflash, bitch, so have I. We've lost the same fucking people. But she just loves to like, and it drove me so insane. Like, and it gets worse. Like this woman loves to just be like, and I went through this. hello, I'm your daughter. I was there with you and I went through it as well. But what the fuck does this have to do with me having a mentee be about something I'm going through that has nothing to do with like dead people or like being a single mother? I get it that you went through the trenches. I get it, Mom. You did that. What? This is not what we're talking about. Sissy's like, okay, Mom, we gotta go. Like, we gotta go. She's like, Olivia, just ask the Holy Spirit for... No. Came into this FaceTime. You made it about you. And now you're asking me to ask Jesus. And she knows it pisses me off. She knows it pisses me off every single time that she's like, ask the Holy Spirit. When did I sign up to go to church? When did I sign up to have my mother become a preacher? When did I sign up for these? Ask the Holy... No. I'm like eyes puffy crying, listening to her being like, ask the Holy... Sissy's like, Mom, we really gotta go. And she's like, Olivia, you have nothing to worry about. Okay. Leaves the FaceTime and Sissy's like, we can't do that again. Like, we can't. Love my mother to death. I love her to pieces. But she just like has always been that way where she doesn't have the best things to say in a situation. Like, I'm having a mentee be about something and she comes in and is like, imagine being a single mother. Okay. And I told her, my ex and I exchanged like a few text messages. She's like, you've never learned anything from the past and you're goodbye.
Am I wrong for offering my kid's nanny more money and hours so she won't work for my sister-in-law? My husband and I have 3 kids, 10-month-old female, 4 male, 10 female. We currently have a nanny, Isabel, 22 female, 3 days a week. I have to say, Isabel is fucking amazing. She drives on field trips. She does homework with the kids. She handles play dates. She's the only adult my 10-year-old likes. She's not dependent on screens, does art projects with the kids. She speaks 10-year-old, and she's even teaching them how to cook and bake. They made mini quiches a few weeks ago. My oldest is doing state testing right now and wanted a fun activity with her friends. Isabel suggested a spa day, and my daughter loved it. I set up a day for my 4-year-old to go home with his grandparents and let Isabel turn our living room into a spa. She's picked up my daughter, my niece, and 2 friends, brought them to our house, and did their hair, nails, while they laid back and did face masks. I guess my niece was telling her mom how cool Isabel is, because my sister-in-law texted Isabel offering her a nanny position 4 days a week, matching whatever I pay, but only for 1 kid. Isabel showed me the text and told me that she would have to think about it, because the extra money would be nice. I told her if she promised to stay, next year I'd have her at 5 days a week with a $5 per hour raise. Isabel turned my sister-in-law down, saying that she had received a better offer, and now my sister-in-law is telling my husband's family that I stole a nanny from her. They're upset that I outbid my sister-in-law and gave Isabel extra money and hours just so my sister-in-law wouldn't get her. My husband said it was petty. Am I wrong for offering Isabel a raise and more hours so she doesn't work for my sister-in-law? A nanny costs about the same as daycare for 3 kids, but offers much higher quality care. You don't have to be rich to have a nanny.
Am I the asshole for pissing off my HOA by doing home renovations on the weekend? My HOA a few weeks ago decided that they will not be allowing home renovations during the weekend. They never gave a sensible reason other than people want to enjoy the weekends without noise or something. Kind of ridiculous if you ask me. Well, last Thursday a tree fell on my shed, crushing it and also destroying my gutters. I don't have time on the weekdays. It was going to take me and my wife quite a while to fix it. She can't do it alone, so we waited until Saturday morning. We were both too busy with work, and I was out of town until Saturday morning, so we did it then. To me, this didn't even seem as a renovation. These were emergency repairs. Well, we spent about 6 hours, and we fixed the shed, gutters, replaced some shingles, and had found someone to remove the tree and take the wood away. Well, the HOA was not happy. They sent me a letter saying I need to pay a fine for violating the CCRs. I am 100% sure that's illegal and they can't do this. I ignored it. They then came and visited me and explained to me I need to pay a few $100 fine and that this was a violation of the CCRs, blah, blah, blah. I told them what I did was not wrong. I had a serious problem, I had to fix it, and I was only available on the weekends. Now leave me alone and do not ever talk to me again about this, and I shut the door. He came back with more HOA members and they basically said the same shit again, and I'm getting more and more agitated and told them that they need to kindly fuck off. I slammed the door and I've been getting more letters saying that they won't condone or tolerate my aggressive behavior. So am I the asshole?
My fiance and I are planning to get married this summer. We both want quite a lavish wedding at a winery in another state. The two of us agree that it's the most important occasion in our lives, so we should make it as memorable as possible. We both have stable jobs and a good amount of savings, but it's not quite enough for the admittedly ambitious plans we have in our heads.
Right.
My father passed away in January, and in his will, he left me a very valuable, think 5 figures, family heirloom. I'm not much for big family traditions, so although it's a nice thing to have, I'm not massively attached to it. My brother, however, is a huge history nerd and is really, really attached to it. After some discussion, my wife-to-be and I decided we would like to sell the heirloom to pay for our wedding. My brother, who is also my best man, was furious when he found out and said he wanted nothing to do with the wedding anymore. He thinks my wife-to-be and I are behaving like spoiled brats. In addition, he convinced my uncle and cousins not to come to the wedding either. He took it too far. With our parents having passed away, this means that virtually none of my family will attend the wedding, which I'm really upset about. I think since I legally inherited the heirloom, I could do what I want with it. I think he's just upset because I ruined his expectations of one day inheriting it. Since my uncle and cousins agree with him enough and they're not coming to the wedding, I'm not so sure anymore if I'm in the right.
Is it just me that got dribbled by a boyfriend who then introduced me to his sister, who I later find out is actually his girlfriend? And the hijacking I had 3 months ago, he orchestrated it and took the car, the money and the jewelry they took during the hijacking, gave it to his girlfriend, and I find out later on. Is it just me? Here's a story from Anonymous.
Am I the asshole for being upset that my niece requested payment when I asked her to babysit? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My husband, 30s male, and I, 30s female, have a 3-year-old son together, Max. He's a sweet kid but has a difficult time in unfamiliar situations and can get overstimulated easily. A little while ago, my husband was across the country on a work trip while I was home with Max. I got a call one morning from his manager informing me that my husband had been in a car accident and was in the hospital. He couldn't tell me much but said that although he was stable, it didn't look good and I should come as soon as I can. I freaked out and booked a ticket just for myself because it would be almost impossible to travel with Max and I could barely afford the last-minute ticket for myself. I called my mom, who lives a few hours away, and asked her to come watch Max while I'm away. At this point, I needed someone to watch Max for the time it would take for my mom to arrive so I could make my flight. I called 3 friends, 1 didn't answer and 2 were unable to help. We live close to my brother and sister-in-law who has a daughter, 17 female, Sarah. Sarah answered the door and said her parents are out. I explained the situation and asked if she would watch Max for a couple hours until my mom came. She babysits for local families and obviously charges them for her services. We've never asked her to babysit before. She showed some concern for my husband, and when I asked her again, she said something along the lines of, well, you'll pay me, right? I usually charge X amount of dollars. I stared at her for a moment, not really expecting that response, and then my friend who didn't answer called me back and said of course she would watch Max. So I took Max and left without saying anything to my niece. I then flew to see my husband. He ended up needing surgery but is making a full recovery. A few days after he was able to fly home, we had dinner with my brother and sister-in-law. I mentioned I had asked Sarah to watch Max and that she brought up payment in that moment. My brother said he would talk to her because that's not an appropriate reaction. My sister-in-law and I ended up arguing. She said that I was entitled for being surprised that she asked for money.
If your partner cheated on you, do you reckon you're more inclined to want to tell people about it or to keep it a secret?
I tell everybody everything. Like, and I know that kind of defies the entire concept of this podcast, but I don't actually have secrets.
No, it's why we need you here on the pod.
So I just think I would tell everybody, especially because, like, even if you end up getting back together with them, like, I do think that it's fair to give the people in your life a little bit of context as for your relationship. What if something else happens further down the track? Like, you wouldn't be able to explain that to them 1 or 2 years in the future, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you think there's like such thing as too much context though? 'Cause I don't know. I feel like maybe I'm on the opposite side of the spectrum to you in that, like, I feel like I do keep secrets because I feel like if I was in this position, I wouldn't want to tell people too much just in case we got back together and then that would taint their perception and all of their interactions with my husband, you know?
Am I the asshole for going to the Met Gala and not donating any money to fleeing Palestinians?
Yes. ABWSDR has partnered up with Operation Olive Branch and Passed the Hat to talk to you today about Walla and her family of 8 doctors and medical specialists.
Currently, Walla is residing in Sweden. She has thankfully already gotten out of Gaza, but the rest of her family still currently resided because they stayed behind to help care for the Gazan population.
And these people have already been through it all. They've seen their homes destroyed, hospitals destroyed, their places of work destroyed. They've been through starvation, illness, homelessness, and they still provided medical care for other Palestinians in Gaza. And now they're asking for our help too.
Currently, they're asking for $65,000 to both evacuate and get a fresh start to their lives. Currently, they are at $11,000, which means they only need about $54,000 USD to evacuate and again get a fresh start. And thankfully, because we have the 400,000 TikTok followers, if every single person that follows us only donated a single dollar, we would be able to not only get them the help they need, but plenty of others that are also trying to evacuate.
Yep, so definitely go into the link in our bio. It'll be the first link in our link tree. Donate if you can. If not, like, comment, share, watch the video in 2 times speed so that it gets boosted in the algorithm. Send it to your friends, family, etc. And thank you guys for your support so much. We love you guys.
Of course.
Yeah, and Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Since then, she has started labeling any drink
Bye.
she brings for herself and makes a point of saying it's hers. After all of this, I said to my housemaid that I don't want her staying at our place unless she's going to start paying for rent, paying for bills, and pitching in to pay for food. Imagine that you are this guy and your friend is bringing this guy around and he's there eating up the jollof rice that you cooked that you wanted to take to uni. He left something in the fridge. You thought it was just, let's say it was even like bread. You taken the last 2 slices or taken a couple of slices and now he's coming at you like, why are you taking my stuff? Yeah, where's my bread? Buy me new bread. How are you going to be reacting knowing that the person that this person's with is your very good friend?
I'm dramatic and petty. So as she's labeling the stuff, me too, I'll start labeling everything. The
I might
chair.
put my label on top
Not
of
the
hers.
chair.
The doorknob.
You're not labeling the chair and the doorknob, Tammy.
See, that's what we're all doing. We're labeling stuff. Me too, I'll bring out my label machine and I'll start labeling things.
I'll even
the
put
floor,
my label-
I'll label it. Because I'm paying for it.
Yeah.
It's mine.
Yeah.
That's what I'll start doing. And we'll see whether she'll use those things.
Yeah.
You can't walk in here because this is my floor.
Mm.
Can't walk there. The door. I even labeled the partner. This is my friend.
Am I the asshole for not making my kids go with my ex's wife and their children or inviting them to join us on Mother's Day? No. You are entitled to spend Mother's Day with your children. My ex and I broke up and we were never married when I was pregnant with our youngest child, who's now 12, and our oldest, that's almost 14. Ex moved 20 hours away when my youngest was 5 months old. He was following a better job, plus he was bored of our home state and wanted to change. He told me this before he left, and when I asked about the kids, he told me he'd still be an involved dad, just at a distance. I have primary custody. He sees them for 3 weeks in the summer and every other Christmas and Thanksgiving. It's not a lot, and the kids aren't very close to him and have grown to enjoy the time with him less as they get older. Part of this is because they don't feel like he makes enough effort. Another part is the fact that he got married 2 years after the move and has more children with his current wife. So the kids feel replaced. I can't blame them, so I put them in therapy to help them get through this. That's a really, really good idea. I'm glad you did that. I'm glad you decided to put them in therapy instead of just letting it fester and get worse as they got older. That was a very, very good decision on your part. I hardly ever hear from my ex or his wife. I get 3 emails from him a year and maybe 5 replies if I'm lucky, which is him giving me dates and me asking him questions and getting responses to those. The kids do not have a close relationship or any type of bond with their half-siblings. Sunday morning, we got the shock of our lives when my ex's wife showed up with her and ex's kids and said she came to spend the day with them so they could be with her and their half-siblings. Bitch, you mean to tell me you showed up at my motherfucking house on Mother's Day to come and get my goddamn kids to spend Mother's Day with you and your kids? Bitch, move around. Not now, but right fucking now. Move the fuck around. My kids said they didn't want to go and walked away without saying anything else to her. She looked so offended at the door and told me to make sure they get ready. And then you're going to tell me to make sure that my kids are ready when they, out of their mouths, have told you they don't fucking want to go. Ma'am, I suggest you go wherever the hell the fuck you just came from. Because, no, this lady's got balls. Massive ones. I wonder were they on sale? Because ain't no way in hell. Ain't no way in hell. My kids said they didn't want to go and walked away without saying anything else to her. She looked so offended at the door and told me to make sure they get ready. I told her no and told her she didn't get to just arrive. I told her they were spending Mother's Day with me, their mom. Duh, like, bitch, what the fuck made you think this woman wasn't gonna want to be with her fucking kids on Mother's Day? What the fuck made you think that you would have seniority over my motherfucking kids on Mother's Day because you're married to their father? Bitch, this is fucking insane. This lady is brave as fuck. I'm all for, having a good co-parenting relationship, but regardless of how good the relationship is, that bitch will never fucking feel comfortable enough to fly, because they're in a different state, to fly to my motherfucking house and just show the fuck up. Bitch, you had hours and hours to let me know what you were trying to plan. But instead, you showed up and thought you were going to be able to bully me into allowing my kids to just go off with you. All right. All right. Yeah. You bitches will never be that fucking comfortable with me. I don't give a damn how close we are. I don't do pop-ups. Hell no. I told her they were spending Mother's Day with me, their mom. Then I closed the door. She stayed with her kids for a few minutes before leaving. Apparently, she got home later that night. They flew, apparently, because she and my ex sent numerous emails saying I should have sent the kids with her and made them celebrate her for a change, since she's been their stepmom most of their lives. And they have siblings who wanted to see them. Ex also claimed if I refused to share, I should have invited them in to spend some time all together. They called me a bitch and unreasonable. This continued all day yesterday. Am I the asshole? Absolutely not. Absolutely the hell not. No, you are not the fucking asshole. How the hell am I a bitch? Because your bitch showed up at my motherfucking house on Mother's Day. Mother's Day, the one day a fucking year that is dedicated to me being a mother, where I get recognized for everything that I fucking do. The one goddamn day a year that is mine. This bitch showed up to my motherfucking house and I'm unreasonable because I refuse to allow some fucking random that just popped up to stay at my house because her and her kids wanted to spend Mother's Day with me and with my kids, not even with me, with my kids, without bothering to let me know. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. You know what? If that makes you a bitch and unreasonable, dude, be that. Be that. Wave your bitch flag high. Be that. Because no, they are so fucking wrong. Since they only want to communicate through fucking email, what the fuck stopped them from typing out an email saying that they wanted to come out there so she could spend time with the kids too? Since they can email when they're fucking angry, why the fuck couldn't they be decent human beings and email you and let you know what they wanted to do? Absolutely not. Fuck that. Girl, no. I hope you enjoyed your Mother's Day with your babies. I truly hope you did.
Am I the asshole for being a Drake stan?
Yes. Hi, everyone. Thanks to the efforts of Operation Olive Branch and Pass the Hat, we're here to talk about Walla and her family, consisting of 8 doctors with specialties ranging from emergency specialists to dentistry.
Walla is thankfully already out of Gaza and is currently residing in Sweden, but she needs our help to get the rest of her family out of Gaza, who stayed behind to help other families with their medical expertise.
And through staying behind, they have gone through such tremendously difficult situations such as homelessness, illness, starvation, and they stayed behind to care for the people, and now I think it's time for us to care for them and try to get them to safety and reunited with Walla.
They're currently $54,000 away from their goal, and if every one of our followers only donates $1, we would not only be able to fund their fund, but 7 other families as well.
So please go to the link in our bio to help donate to their family, as well as check out the other Palestinian links as well. There's plenty of families that need help. Definitely read Walla's story, go to their GoFundMe, consider donating, and if you can, definitely like, share, and comment on this video in order to boost it in the algorithm and get more care and attention to people that need it. Thank you very much for listening, and Free Palestine.
Absolutely, thank you. Free Palestine.
Welcome back to Reddit Stories. Where do I even begin? Today marks a month since you left. I wonder if you even think about that. You know, I haven't even had the strength to go on Reddit. It reminds me too much of the memes we used to share on Snapchat. I still remember like yesterday, the day you walked in. You were so nervous and unsure, but beautiful, and I could see that I had an effect on you. You'd never worked in an office before, and you didn't know how cold it could be, but I lent you my blazer, and you were so thankful. I used to think you were promising, but you threw it away because you were weak. What truly hurt is when you didn't show up to my game, even though you knew how hard I was practicing, because you were at home binging True Blood. I know because I saw it on your Insta. By the way, I introduced you to True Blood, so you're welcome. I also introduced you to that halal food truck. We could have built empires, and now I will do it on my own. You are a sad and broken person, and you will be a smudge in my memories. Good luck, kid. You're gonna need it.
Am I the asshole for threatening not to walk down the aisle if my fiance's twin brother attends the wedding? I'm supposed to get married to my fiance, but there's a big problem concerning our wedding, and that's his twin brother. His brother is a drug addict and got in a lot of troubles in the past because of it. Obviously, I don't want an addict invited to my wedding, but my fiance insists not only to invite him, but to make him his groomsman too. He says he went to rehab and he's now clean, but I seriously doubt that. I know people like him, they never change. We kept arguing about it for a couple of days till yesterday when he invited his brother and his mom over to dinner to convince me. I was furious that he would invite the drug addict and their nutcase of a mom to my house without consulting me first. Am I the asshole for threatening to not walk down the aisle if my fiance's twin brother attends? I told them I'm not going to make dinner for a dopehead and to please leave my house. His brother sobbed, saying I'm unfair for not letting him support his brother on the big day. Mother-in-law berated me for how heartless I was. I said drop the act. These stupid mistakes literally landed him in jail, and I'm not going to allow a former offender to my wedding. I told mother-in-law to stay in lane as this is not her wedding, and she's also a big reason for why we got into this situation as she kept enabling his addiction. They shouted at me, but I eventually managed to get them to leave. Fiance is furious, but it's not my fault they're nutcases. I said if I see him at the wedding, I'm not walking.
Am I wrong for getting upset with my best friend's son for giving my son cake? My son is 8 years old and recently attended his friend's 8th birthday party. This friend is my best friend's son. I don't let my son have any junk food at all, and he usually brings his own snacks to events that have a lot of sugary foods. I don't like judging parents who send their kids, but their kids let them have some sugar. My best friend bakes a lot and made a special chocolate cake for her son's birthday. When it comes to my son, I don't let him have cake. This is personal preference for his health, not for any allergy reasons, and he is not diabetic or gluten-free. My son knows he isn't allowed to have cake because of the additives. When he told his best friend this at the party, his friend apparently got upset and told him it was good cake, not bad like I say, because his mom made it and it was his birthday cake. My son ate the cake, got a sugar rush, and crashed, making him cranky for the rest of the day after we left the party. I told my friend she needs to have some kind of consequence for her son to teach him not to peer pressure other children into eating things they're not allowed to have. She said because it wasn't an issue of allergies or health, that she's sorry my son was cranky, but she won't be punishing her son or talking to him about it on his birthday. She also says that she'll just watch more closely and make sure her husband does in the future, as well as have a chat with him on another day about respecting food habits. I love my friend, but historically, her and her husband have always said yes to their son and not given him any consequences for anything. Both of us were present at the party and did not see them sharing the cake. They were outside eating in the backyard with their fathers and some other parents supervising while we cleaned up. Both of us were present at the party and did not see them sharing the cake, so it's not an issue of anyone going behind anyone's back, just teaching children boundaries and respect. I let my son stay for the rest of the party and be with his friends, so it's not like I ruined the day. So, am I the asshole for being upset with my friend's son and the fact that she won't punish her son for pressuring my son into eating cake? You're at a birthday party! God forbid you experience some joy in your life.
Welcome back to Reddit Stories. I was couch surfing in South Carolina and doing odd jobs in order to pay for school. I ended up staying in a house by a very beautiful and very deep lake. This lake was popular with tourists and especially with scuba divers. One morning I'm going for my run by the lake and I see a body in the water. It's a person, face up and just bobbing like a dead fish on the surface. Despite my having no medical training, I couldn't just leave him there. I tore up my clothes and jumped into the lake in my bra and underwear. I swam as fast as I could with my eyes squeezed shut until I hit where he was. I opened my eyes and he was staring at me. My brain couldn't process the information and I just yelled at him, "Are you okay?" And he said, yes. And I swam away screaming, I thought you needed rescuing. And he was like, no. I didn't get farther before another head burst out of the water and I started screaming. It was another man laughing at the first one. One by one, about 30 men bobbed out of the water. After they were all done having a laugh at my expense, the dead man swam me back to the shore. He explained to me that they were all combat divers and I just interrupted their drill. We went on a couple dates after that. I really like him.
Am I the asshole for going off on my wife after she made a doing the nasty sign to keep my mom from knocking on our bedroom door? I've been married to my wife for 4 years and we have a medium-sized apartment. For the last 2 months, my mother has been staying off and on in our guest room. My dad passed away and it's been hard for her to live in the house alone, so I've been letting her stay. My wife and her have never particularly got along, but I expect her to understand why it's important. She just lost her husband of 40 years and she's fragile. My mom's presence has changed our nightly routine. She'll usually come knock on the door and my wife hates this. Mostly because it interrupts our intimacy and usually when she's over we just don't make love. Am I the asshole for going off on my wife after she made a doing the nasty sign to keep my mom from knocking on our bedroom door? This past week I noticed my mom wasn't coming in, so we had normal nighttime habits. Yesterday, my mom pulled me aside and told me the sign I let my wife put on the door at night was disgusting and not something she needed to know. She also said she was very hurt that I didn't want to speak to her since I'm all she has left now. I told her I had no idea what the sign was about and she explained. I had no idea and talked to my wife about it when she got home and she admitted. The sign said, please do not disturb unless you want to see me blanking your son. She thought it was funny, but I was mad and crumpled it up and tossed it in the garbage.
She said she didn't want to talk about it in person and that we could discuss it over texting and not bring it up in person. I'm considering the conversation and filling in some gaps as best as I can. Her response are super short, but I'm getting the idea. I flat out asked her if it was a fetish. It is not a fetish. She confessed to using the socks after going to the bathroom. I found the reason she always does the laundry is because she was hiding the fact that she uses the socks to wipe with. Primarily her own. I had no reason to question the amount of socks she ever has because who pays attention to that kind of thing? She thought I would notice and think it was weird since she doesn't own many socks. She admitted she has done this for a long time. Her reasoning, as best as I can understand, is that because she is a germaphobe, her word, and she is afraid that toilet paper will tear and is afraid of getting her hands messy in any way. She uses socks because it covers her entire hand. After she's done with them, she throws them away. She used mine because she didn't have any other socks. So my girlfriend has a fear of getting poop on her hands, so she wipes with socks. And has done so for a long time. It could be worse, I guess. I just hope we can laugh about this later. I'm trying to find the humor in it now, but I'm still weirded out.
This is the story of how my boyfriend kept me in a basement, but I escaped. Hi, my name is Kelly and I'm about 16 years old. I'm from a small town in Ohio, and I live in a pretty closed community. So we pretty much know everyone's business and no one around us was really bad. So then I met this boy named Isaiah. He was a grade above me and he asked me out and he was pretty cute, so I accepted. We went on multiple dates. We dated for about 5 months and he was so charming that my parents automatically trust him and never question him. But honestly, he was kind of verbally abusive and degrading and controlling. He would never let me wear whatever I wanted to wear. It always had to be approved by him. And he brainwashed me and told me that he did this because he loved me. He said he wanted to look out for me. But in reality, it was due to his insecurities. He even made me lose 40 pounds. So now I was about 110 pounds and I was 5'3", which was pretty unhealthy. But he had said that it made my figure look better and that it was easier for me to be carried. But other times he treated me like a princess, so I didn't really question him or anything like that. I didn't know much about relationships anyways. I was only 16 and this was my first genuine relationship. So then we went to his house. Part 2 of how my boyfriend kept me in the basement, but I escaped. So my boyfriend ended up inviting me over one day. And he was actually really sweet and nice and attentive. But then he told me to go down to the basement because that's where his quote-unquote little hangout was. So I decided to follow him. And it was a really nice area. It had a sofa, it had a table, TV. You could do anything you basically wanted. And then there was this other area where there was just a chair in a small room. It kind of looked like where a toilet was supposed to be in a bathroom, but it was just a chair. It made me very uncomfortable. Suddenly, he pushed me into the room and locked the door behind me. I literally couldn't get out and I had a breakdown. He then opened the door and apologized and said it was just a prank. I told him that the prank wasn't funny. And he told me that I should just get over it. He told me if I ever misbehave or disrespect him, that's where I'm gonna end up going for a couple of days. I just thought he was joking. I didn't actually believe him. So one day, this other popular guy in school, we'll call him Nathaniel. Nathaniel came up to me and asked for my number, and my boyfriend happened to see. He then pushed the guy down and then dragged me out and told me to come to his house after school. My boyfriend kept me in the basement, but I escaped part 3. So I went to his house and he was extremely mad at me. We ended up fighting verbally and he ended up grabbing me by the arm and dragging me all the way downstairs. He literally threw me down the stairs and I fell so hard that I ended up knocking out. Next thing you know, I wake up in that cold room that I was talking about before that looked like a toilet was supposed to be there. So after that, I wake up and I bang the door and I scream, but no matter how loud I am or how hard I bang, no one hears me. He ends up entering a couple of times to give me food and spend time with me, but I just refuse him. After about like 3 days, he comes inside and I hit him so hard that he bangs his head against the wall and he gets knocked out. I then go upstairs and run all the way back home. I explained to my mother what had happened and he was later then arrested. I ended up taking him to court and getting a restraining order against him. This has definitely traumatized me in many, many ways, and I don't look forward to relationships. Make sure to follow for more story times. If you guys want more explicit story times, make sure to check out my YouTube channel.
Emmett asked for adopting a dog just to give it up for adoption again a couple days later. I have 3 kids, and they really wanted a dog. And I knew I'd be taking care of it for a lot of the time, because they are just kids. But I did expect some help. We went to the animal shelter and picked out a cute little dog. My kids were super happy with it and were playing with it, and then like the next day, they just stopped. They didn't care for it, and it was like a thing of the past. At dinner, we all talked about it, and they said they don't really know if they want to help with a dog, because it seems like a lot of work. I'm really annoyed that we went out of our way to try and help this dog, and now I'm just gonna have to give it back. The next day, I did give it back, and I felt awful. I was telling one of my neighbors about it, because they noticed a dog in our yard, and the next day it was gone, and she made me feel really bad about it, saying that I should have never even tried to get one. Emmett asked for not wanting to be with my boyfriend anymore because he catfished me. My boyfriend and I were in a long-distance relationship, and I never saw him in person. Well, until about 2 days ago. And let's just say that did not go well. When I went there, he looked nothing like the pictures that he's been sending me. We've never FaceTimed, and it's only been voice. He is the complete opposite, and I am so mad. He says he doesn't get it, and that he just was insecure and that's why he did it, which is the dumbest excuse I've ever heard. He says that I shouldn't be mad about it because I know what he looks like now. And now that I know what he looks like, I'm not even attracted to him. So I'm at for not wanting my father-in-law at the birth of my child. I am totally okay with my mother-in-law being there and my mom and my husband, but that's it. My father-in-law really wants to come, which, again, I can totally understand, but I really don't want him to see everything. My husband doesn't understand why he doesn't want him there, and says it'd be really nice for his father to be there too, but that's just a hard no. He can come in right after, just not during. When I told my father-in-law that I'm sorry but he can't come, he got visibly upset and said it's totally not fair that his wife gets to go, and that my mom gets to be there. He says that he should see the birth of his grandchild, especially his first. My husband is on his side with this, but my mom and my mother-in-law both agree with me. It's kind of divided our family a little bit. I do not plan on changing my mind. I am starting now to feel bad as they both have been kind of guilting me a little. But at the same time, I feel like this is what's best for me. So I'm just wondering, am I the asshole for not wanting him there for the birth?
My brother-in-law keeps trying to hook up with me. Should I tell my husband? My husband is a very, very jealous man. I can't stand it when I get hit on or even stared at. The few times that I've gotten hit on in front of him, he actually started a fight with the guy. So I basically live in fear of anybody hitting on me in front of him. He's also very jealous with our friends. We have a really big group of friends and a lot of them are males. He's outright told our male friends to not touch me or ever even hug me or kiss me when they see me. By the way, a lot of these guys are already married and in relationships. So the fact that my husband does that is just ridiculous. It's obviously humiliating to me. The only person my husband is not jealous of is his own brother. And at first I thought this was a good thing. His brother offered to move in with us while we were renovating our house. My husband and him basically work all day on the house. I get to work from home, so I'm usually in my own office. A few weeks ago, my brother-in-law started coming into my office. First he would just talk to me, and then it turned into flirting. Then he started insinuating how good looking I was, how lucky my husband is. Part 2 is up. My brother-in-law keeps trying to hook up with me. Should I tell my jealous husband? That's when he started coming into my office to flirt with me. He would compliment everything about me. He would tell me that I had a great body, that I had a beautiful face. I know that he could visibly see how uncomfortable it made me, but he kept going. Of course, it never occurred to me to tell my husband because of how violent he gets when he's jealous. And he knew that, which is why he kept pushing it. One day, my husband and him went to a local bar after finishing up work at home. When they came home, my husband was completely wasted. Brother-in-law put my husband in our bed and told me that I should get him some water. I went down to the kitchen to grab my husband a bottle of water, but my brother brother-in-law followed me into the kitchen, cornered me up against the fridge, and tried to kiss me. By the way, I could smell the alcohol in him, so I knew he was drunk. Pushed him away and told him not to touch me. That's when he started apologizing. He said, "I thought you wanted it." As I started walking away, he grabbed my arm and kissed me. But the truth is, part of me liked it. Truthfully, I always found my brother-in-law very attractive. By the way, it's not like I just let him kiss me. I was trying to fight him off. When he let me go, I slapped him and I ran upstairs. Of course, I avoided him after that. A few days later, I was having dinner with my friends when my brother-in-law shows up at the restaurant and sits at a table right across from us. Proceeded to just stare at me the whole time. Finally got up to the bathroom and he followed me. That's when he grabbed me and kissed me again. Part 3 is up. My brother-in-law keeps trying to hook up with me. Should I tell my jealous husband? When I saw him at the restaurant, I got up to go to the bathroom. He followed me, grabbed me, and kissed me again. Part of me really liked it. The other part of me knew this was totally wrong. Told him to leave the restaurant and he did. When I got back home from the restaurant, my husband wasn't home. That's when my brother-in-law confesses that he thinks my husband is having an affair. And that's why he thinks that he and I should just do whatever we want because my husband is already cheating on me. Now here's the thing. I have caught my husband cheating on me twice in the past. He told me that he'd never do it again and I believed him. So we began kissing. But I came to my senses when I realized what this could mean. Now I just want to say, what I feel for my brother-in-law is passion, but what I feel for my husband is love and passion. My husband has always fulfilled me in every single possible way, and I'm not about to leave my husband or ruin what we have for his brother. This has now been happening for months. Brother-in-law continues to get me alone and kiss me. To be honest, it's kind of fun. Part of me has come to accept that my husband might be cheating on me. I haven't found concrete proof, but I feel like I will soon. But part of me doesn't care. I'm super attracted to my husband, but I'm also attracted to his brother. But I love my husband. I don't know what to do. Help me.
Story time on how my boyfriend married my mom and got her pregnant. It's giving stepdaddy. It's giving betrayal. Anyways, so boom. I was 17 at the time, my boyfriend was 20, and my mom was 35. So me and my boyfriend were together for 2 years, but it was very rocky because he couldn't keep his third leg in his pants. I would go to my mom for advice, but she was always on his side. You know that one family member or friend you go to for advice, and instead of hearing you out, they say, "What did you do?" Yeah, that was my mom. I would be like, "Hey mom, George cheated on me." Let's call him George. And she would say, "Well, honey, what did you do to cause George to cheat on you?" Like, what? Anyways, one day I decided I no longer wanted to be treated like crap, so I left George, and I left George for good. But guess what? He was always still around because my mom would always invite him to dinners and movies, and that was just the beginning. Like for part 2. Part 2 on how my boyfriend married my mom and got her pregnant. Yes, it was giving stepdaddy. So like I said, I broke up with my boyfriend because he was a serial cheater, but my mom was still inviting him over. I would tell my mom to stop, but she kept saying that he was family. I was so pissed at my mom that I literally always stayed in my room, and when he would come over, I would hear them downstairs watching movies and laughing. I thought it was weird, but I definitely didn't think they would have gotten married, let alone have my little sister. Well, 2 weeks after our breakup, yes, just 2 weeks, one night when my ex-boyfriend George was over, I all of a sudden didn't hear them downstairs watching a movie, but I did hear my mom's room door slam shut. Then I heard thumping, and that wasn't about to happen on my watch. I ran to open the door, but the door was locked, so I started knocking. My mom opened the door, and I seen her hair in shambles and my ex on her bed. Like for part 3. Part 3 on how my boyfriend married my mom and got her pregnant. Yes, stepdaddy, we get it. So like I said, I heard thumping in my mom's room, so I ran and opened the door, but it was locked. So I knocked. She opened the door, and her hair was in shambles with my ex on her bed. And might I add, he was naked. I cried and said, "How could you do this to me?" Do you know what this lady said? She said, "Well, sweetie, I understand him. You guys weren't compatible. And we're getting married Sunday, so this is something you're gonna have to get used to." I attacked my mom, fought her, beat her actually, and I moved in with my dad, who was disgusted by her. I bet you guys are hoping she didn't actually marry him. Well, she did, and she ended up pregnant. I had the last laugh, because fast forward a year later, and my mom is crying in tears. And y'all wouldn't believe why. The story gets crazier. Like for part 4. Part 4 on how my ex married my mom and got her pregnant. He graduated to stepdaddy, but not for long. So like I said, fast forward a year later, I had the last laugh because here is my mom crying her eyes out. Why, you may ask? Oh yeah, he was cheating a lot. And with younger girls. He even tried to get back with me. I laughed at my mom and said, "Oh, I thought you understood him, You must be doing something to make him cheat."
Karma's a bee. And my mom was pregnant with a girl, but unfortunately she had a miscarriage. Rest in peace to my sister. That's the only part I'm actually sad about. She ended up divorcing my ex and now she's left with nothing. No husband, 2 failed marriages, no relationship with your daughter. And don't feel bad for her, guys. She went for her sister's man next. But that's a whole nother story.
Am I the asshole for telling my son he deserves his girlfriend breaking up with him? So my son had a long-distance girlfriend recently, about 2 years ago. She was great, a really nice girl, and we all loved her, welcomed her with open arms. She was flying here constantly to visit him, like a weekend, a month, and he didn't lift a finger to go visit her. I tried talking to him about it several times and told him he should really start looking into flying over to her instead of expecting her to do all the traveling. He said no. My wife probably had something to do with it, as she constantly told him she was afraid of him flying. I spoke to them both and said this girl's great for him. She was willing to move over to our country too, but said there was one condition and that he'd have to fly over to her country too, which is fair enough. He said no, he didn't want to fly or travel anywhere. My son was becoming lazier and lazier, eventually telling his girlfriend and us that he was perfectly fine never traveling anywhere, including holidays, etc. Last week, he told us she dumped him. I went on her Facebook page and we're all still friends. She wrote us an apology letter and how she's upset it didn't work out, but these things happen. So we're on good terms, and looks like she's with a new guy already. Me and my wife have no doubt she was seeing him while still in a relationship with my son. I confessed to them both that I actually agree with her decision and he should have expected it. He did not treat her properly, and I hope he learns lessons for the next one because he needs to make more of an effort. I said he deserves it for his lack of effort in the relationship and for essentially just allowing this girl to spend all her money and time coming here all the time. Wife and son are very upset that I said this. Very, very upset. And my wife says I'm being horrible.
Best friend told my parents that I lost my V card because she was jealous. 2 months ago, I started dating a new guy at our high school. He was the new guy in school and every girl wanted to be with him, including my best friend. Now, before this, my best friend and I had never had any problems between us. She never showed herself to be envious or jealous of me, so I trusted her. And I literally told this girl everything. The new guy started showing me a lot of attention. He followed me on Instagram and DM'd me right away. Apparently, I reminded him of his ex, who he was obsessed with. One morning, my best friend and I are hanging out before class starts. The new guy walks up to us, says good morning to us both, and then asks me if he could talk to me privately. That's when my best friend says, "You can talk in front of me. I'm her best friend and she trusts me." So then he proceeded to ask me out in front of her. The look on her face was terrifying. She was so pissed off. Of course I said yes and he walked away. That's when my best friend said, "Oh my god, he's kind of ugly. Did you smell his breath? It stinks really bad. Why would you ever go out with that guy?" Then she says, "You better not go out with him." Her too. When she said, "You better not go out with him or I'll tell your parents." I looked at her and said, "You wouldn't dare." She's like, "You're right, I wouldn't." By the way, my parents were very strict. They'd never let me go out on dates, much less have a boyfriend. The weekend comes around and I'm getting prepared for my date. So I told my parents that I was going to be with my best friend the entire weekend. And of course they believe me. I sent her a text message saying, "Hey, I told my parents I'm going to be with you. So if they ask you, you got to cover for me." She says, "Of course I will." I go on the date with the new guy and it was so much fun. For the first time ever, I was treated like a girl. He held my hand, he was kissing my neck, and he paid for everything. Like I said, up until that point, I'd never really had an experience like that. I was falling for him quick. We'd gone to watch a movie and at the movie theater, he started kissing me. Of course, I kissed him back. That's when he asked me if I wanted to go back to his house because his parents weren't home. And I said yes. As we're driving to his house, I was so excited. So I texted her out of excitement telling her that I was going to be going back to his house. She replied and told me that I was a slut and that I was being too easy. She even asked me to send her a picture of what I was wearing, which I did. Then she replied, "You look like a slut." Then we got to his house and we started making out again. Part 3 is up. That's when we started doing the dirty in his room. All while my best friend is slut-shaming me. Could hear her messages come in as we're on his bed. I grab my phone and silence it and see that I have about 20 text messages from her. I read the first one and it said, "You better not be effing him right now, or I will tell your parents." But of course I ignored them. I was doing it with this guy. But to be honest, it ended pretty quickly. As I'm getting dressed, he says, "Do you need me to drop you off at your best friend's, or can you stay and have dinner with me?" This boy was trying to cook me dinner. Of course I said yes. I text my best friend and tell her, "Why are you being so mean?" I told her that nothing happened, but she wouldn't believe me. me. That's when I told her that he was gonna make me dinner at his house, and this is when she got even angrier. She said, "Why is he making you dinner? What did you do to have to get that dinner?" I told her nothing and she wouldn't leave me alone. That's when she started calling my phone. Of course I didn't answer. 3 minutes later I get a call from my mom. I answered right away and pretended to be at my best friend's. And that's when my mom told me that my best friend called her and told her the truth. So I couldn't lie anymore. Took me to my parents' house and they were furious. My parents told this boy that he has to marry me. He literally ran away. I ran out of time. Part 4 will be up soon.
Would I be the asshole for wanting to walk my daughter down the aisle by myself? So my wife, 43 female, and I, 44 male, adopted my daughter when she was 14, along with her 2 bio brothers, 8 and 6. We adopted them all so they could be kept together, and I love them with all my heart. Now my daughter is 25 and getting married to Dan, who is a great guy, and they've been dating for 3 years now and just got engaged 8 months ago. My wife has been helping my daughter plan everything and doing the regular mom and daughter wedding things, while my sons, 19 and 17, and I just do as we're told and try to help out when we can. They're doing a small wedding, but I'm paying for a third, and so is her fiance's father, Dan's dad, and the happy couple is doing the other third. Now my daughter had us all go out to a fancy dinner 2 days ago with her fiance, and that's when she told us that she would like myself and her mother, my wife, to walk her down the aisle. She says that she's so happy to have found her forever home with us and how she loves us both so much and wants us to both give her away. My wife was ecstatic and said yes, while I just nodded and tried to hide the hurt I felt. I've always dreamed of giving my daughter away, as I think it's a precious moment that should just be between the father and daughter. No one seems to have caught on about my hurt yet, but I wanted to talk to my wife about it and to see if she could step down and let me have it. So would I be the asshole? Am I the asshole for uninviting my cousin, brother, uncle, and dad to my wedding over a prank? I, female 22, grew up in a family where men prank and tease each other. Ever since my fiance, Tim, 23, and I got engaged, my cousin, brother, dad, and uncle joked about running some tests to see what type of man Tim is. They've done some stuff like forcing him to play chess 4 times in a row, secretly slash his tires to see if he'd fix it himself like a man or get help from those lazy guys. They asked him questions like what joke he'd like to tell his future mother-in-law, his opinions on abortion, Jesus, gender equality, etc. They also tested his fishing and hunting skills, overwhelmed him with hypothetical scenarios, tested his decision-making abilities or mental strength. They kept calling him slow and soft, but he has a medical condition, which is asthma, but they think he's making excuses. I demanded they stop, but Dad said this is just typical stuff men challenge each other with and said that I was ruining the fun. Last week, they took Tim on a 3-day trip and hid his inhaler. He left them and returned in 7 hours and told me. I was seething after he said they admitted to hiding it as a challenge. I exploded on them when they returned. Cousin asked if little Timmy ran to me to tattle. I yelled that all 4 of them are uninvited to my wedding. My brother freaked out, saying it was a prank and they were going to give it back. Dad said they'll apologize if I insist, but Tim will have lost the little respect they gained for him, and in their eyes will always be the soft college kid who's not up for the challenge. I called him and the others awful, and then I left. My cousin is begging that we talk. My uncle has been quiet, but Dad is so mad, and now he's getting Mom involved to get me to reconsider the decision. But I refused to reinvite them. Mom is saying that I'm exaggerating and should let the bygones be bygones and not let this ruin my relationship with my family.
I'm an asshole for not dyeing my hair a natural color for my sister's wedding. I recently dyed my hair bright blue, and my sister's wedding is coming up in about 2 months. I'm really in love with this blue color, and I feel like it just fits me so well, and it looks really nice on me. I've gotten tons of compliments, and I love it. My sister, though, freaked out when I showed her. The first thing she said is, "That's not going to be at my wedding, right?" And I didn't plan on dyeing it back to my natural color for just her wedding. She's now super mad because she says I'm going to draw attention from her and that I should just use one of those sprays or a wig to cover it up if I'm not going to dye it back. I think that's super unreasonable because it's my hair color, and I don't want to do that. I am also in her wedding as a bridesmaid. So, am I the asshole? Storytime on how I left my fiance at the altar. My fiance and I only knew each other for a little bit, like 2 months before we got engaged, and 2 months later we were at the wedding. Well, as I was walking down, I just realized this is not what I wanted. I felt it was too rushed, and I kind of just freaked out and walked the other way. Everyone started freaking out, and my fiance looked super annoyed. Well, I kept going until I got into my car and just left. I haven't talked to him since, and that was 5 years ago. Confessions from Anonymous. About 3 years ago, I was at a party with a whole bunch of my friends, and one of my friend's boyfriends was there. And I think you may know where this is going. Well, I got tipsy and he was tipsy as well. Well, my friend's boyfriend and I left the party together and hooked up. My friend was calling me, his girlfriend was texting him, and they were wondering where we both were. They did not think that we were together though. I have never told my friend, and I've had a crush on him since. They're getting married soon and they already have 2 kids together. I wish I would have spoke up earlier, but now I get to see one of the love of my life marry my best friend.
This is going to be a story time of how me and my friends waged war on the nastiest girls at my high school. After watching all of the parts, you get to decide who won this war. And just a heads up, this will probably be the nastiest story time that I've ever posted. Let's get right into it. So at my high school, there was these group of girls that would keep themselves dirty so they could get attention from the boys. They would never take showers. They would always come to school stankin'. It was so bad to the point where if you were in class with them, the teachers would have to open up all the windows and leave the door wide open so the smell could drift out. Like, it was that bad. You really could have passed out. The school went as far as holding an assembly about how important hygiene is, just because of these girls. Now, these girls stayed together as a clique, and they were on the track team, and me and my friends were also on the track team. Our coach encouraged us to take showers after practice, but she couldn't force us. But she made it clear that she wanted us to take showers. Those girls wouldn't take full-on showers. They just get in the water for like 5 seconds and then get out. So one day, me and my friends decided that all those girls were in the shower, we were going to pour soap and shampoo all over them, like for part 2. This is gonna be part 2 of how me and my friends waged war on the nastiest girls at our high school. As you could imagine, track practice sucked because of how bad they smelled. And mind you, they barely contributed to the track team. They were those girls that always pretended like they had an injury so they didn't have to practice. It was embarrassing, like, why are you here? And so after practice, while they were taking their 10-second showers, me and my friends took bottles of soap and shampoo and poured it all over them. This made them like cuss us out. They were extremely angry, but they didn't do anything. So some time passes by, and one of my friends had told me that her boyfriend had gave her an STD. So she's thinking, he didn't have this STD before, and all of a sudden he has one. So where did he get it from? Then all of a sudden, next thing you know, there's a spanking wanking girl that we poured soap and shampoo all over starts posting on her story, and she says, and I quote, "You say I'm dirty, but your boyfriend doesn't think any less of me, so what does that make you?" Eventually, my friend's boyfriend admitted to her that he had cheated on her with one of those girls. It wasn't just the 2 of them. It was all those girls, my friend's boyfriend, and some of his friends. It was like a 5-some. This is going to be part 3 of how me and my friends waged war on the nasty girls at our high school. So like I said, those girls that never took showers had gotten a train ran on them by one of my friend's boyfriend and some of his friends. This pissed my friend off so bad, she was acting out of character. And I say out of character, I'm talking about this girl was saying, "Oh, I'ma poison her. I'm gonna run this bitch over." At the time, it seemed excessive, but just wait until you hear the whole story and you'll understand why it would have been justified. So my friend had asked her, her ex-boyfriend why he did what he did. He said that they didn't smell bad at the time and it was just spur of the moment. But he knew that his own girlfriend did not like those girls. My friend would talk shit about those girls to him. And it's the fact that he still had the audacity to put his dingling in my friend after he had ran a train on those girls. Like, that's disrespectful. And so to get back at these girls, my friend decided that she was going to stay in the locker room for track practice after all the girls left the locker room. And she took a piss on all of those girls' clothes. This led to one of the girls getting a rash that got really bad to the point where she had to be hospitalized. Trust me, you're gonna want to like for part 4. So this is gonna be part 4 of the time my friends and I waged war on the nastiest girls at our high school. So after my friend had pissed on those girls' clothes for giving her an STD, one of the girls got a really bad rash for wearing those clothes and had to be hospitalized. Now, I would have said that my friend went too far if it wasn't for this. So my track team ended up going on a camping trip. And the coach told those girls specifically that if they wanted to go on the camping trip, that they were going to have to be hygienic. They were going to have to take full-on showers. They were going to have to brush their teeth. They're going to have to bring a change of clothes. And me and my friends had hoped that they weren't going to come on this camping trip so we could have our fun. But they actually agreed to being hygienic. And so they came on the camping trip. I'm still taken aback at the events that happened on this camping trip. So we're on the camping trip. We're like the 3rd day in. We sat around the campfire and made s'mores, and then we all went to sleep in our tents. Me and my friends, we all shared a tent. All my friends were asleep, but I wasn't asleep yet. I was still drifting asleep. And then I heard somebody open our tent. It was kind of dark, but I could still make out who it was, and it it was one of those girls me and my friends were beefing with. She gets to where my friend is sleeping and squats down, and she takes a shit right on my friend. This is gonna be part 5 of the time my friends and I waged war on the nastiest girls at our high school. Like I said, we're on a camping trip, and my friends and I are all sleeping in a tent. One of those girls we're beefing with comes into the tent, squats down on one of my friend's faces, and takes a shit right on her face. Mind you, she thought that I was sleeping, so once I screamed at her like, what the fuck are you doing? She gets up and runs out of the tent. This girl is butt ass naked, okay? Friend eventually wakes up and she's smacking her lips like, what is that taste? And I'm telling her like, do not swallow. Whatever you do not swallow. And I'm like, girl, it's just some chocolate from the s'mores we made earlier. I was trying to get her not to freak out because she was going to mollywop Miss Butt Naked Nasty. She eventually figures out what it is and she's like, is this some type of sick joke? So I'm telling her, no, bitch, who the fuck do you think I am? So I run out the tent and then I see one of those girls like fast walking towards the woods and she's looking behind her and then she sees me. So I start running after her and she starts dashing through the woods. I'm cussing her out like, bitch, you're fucking nasty. Fuck is wrong with you? Eventually our coaches hear the noise and they wake up like for part 6. This is gonna be part 6 of the time my friends and I waged war on the nastiest girls at our high school. Like I said, after I'm chasing this girl for taking a shit on my friend's face, I'm cussing her out, running behind her. Eventually I lose her in the woods and I have to walk back to where we were camping. Our coaches had woken up at that point and they were talking to my friend who had shit all over her face. She was telling them like, I don't even know what's going on. And so once they saw me, they were asking me like, what's happening? And I'm basically telling them everything that happened. And so the coaches start looking for this girl. Eventually they find her butt naked somewhere. They call that girl's parents and then my friend's parents to let them know what had happened. And my friend's mom decided that she did not want my friend on the camping trip anymore. So they cut the camping trip short and for the rest of the time, they kept that girl and my friend separated. Just so you guys know, me and my friends could not beat up those girls because we were athletic academic scholars, bitch. They are not worth it. But once we went to school again, the school ended up expelling all of those girls. And it's because my friend's complaint about them was kind of the last straw. They had so many complaints about their hygiene, how dirty they were, so the school was just kind of like, okay, we're done with y'all. That was the end of it. Who do y'all think won this war?
I'm at the asshole for telling my mom she should not have a grandmother baby shower. I never heard of this before, but I guess on Facebook my mom saw it and she really wants to do it. Basically where she gets tons of gifts and it's kind of like a baby shower but for her. Anyways, I obviously find it really weird and I think it takes the attention off of me, which it should be on, and puts it onto her. And most of the gifts that she's gonna get or would get are not exactly baby gifts, it's more of stuff for her. She said that my pregnancy has been really hard on her and that she deserves this, which once again is super weird. Anyways, I told her absolutely not and that I think it's ridiculous, and now she's super mad at me and is saying that she will not come to my baby shower since she cannot have one of her own. Growing up, my mom has always been super self-centered, but this one takes the cake. Her friends on Facebook are super excited to go to her baby shower, I guess. They're attacking me for not wanting her to have one, nor will I be there. So was I the asshole? Am I the asshole for getting mad at my friend for trying to go with my boyfriend while she was drunk? I had a really big party at my house, and my best friend was there, along with my boyfriend. Well, anyways, my friend just broke up with her boyfriend. Actually, she got dumped. And well, let's just say she was super upset and got wasted pretty quickly. As she was super drunk, she went over to my boyfriend and started to hit on him. Enough where it made him super uncomfortable and tried getting away. Well, she obviously didn't stop. Enough for one of my other friends told me to look what was going on. And once I saw, I was absolutely livid. I got super mad and kicked her out. I called her an Uber home and everything. And then she sobered up a little and texted me when she got back. Well, I bring it up with her the next day. She says that it's not a big deal and she was not in control of what she was doing. Which I understand to a point, but I don't really believe that. I think she has a crush on my boyfriend, and it's just the vibes that I get from her. She says that she did nothing wrong and now I'm being a bitch for bringing it up. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for announcing my pregnancy, even though my best friend just had a miscarriage? I've been trying to get pregnant for a long time now, and my best friend also struggled with infertility. Well, I found out I was pregnant about 2 months ago. I didn't tell anyone other than my husband and my immediate family, just in case something happened. My best friend got pregnant around the same time as well. I was planning on telling everyone really soon, but my best friend just miscarried, which I am devastated for her and I totally understand. But I still want to announce mine pretty soon, and I was telling her this. Well, she started getting really mad, asking me just to not say it a little bit longer. She says that she cannot handle everyone being so excited for me, which again, I get, but this is my pregnancy, and I don't want to go on someone else's timeline. I said I'd give her a couple days, and she said that wasn't enough. She wanted me to wait a whole nother month, which is super unreasonable. She's super mad at me, and I'm just wondering, am I the asshole here? Am I the asshole for asking my best friend not to bring her husband around because mine hates him? My husband, let's call him Zach, and my best friend's husband, let's call him Ron, have never really gotten along, to say the least. They used to be best friends in high school, and that's kind of how we all met. Anyways, they had a big falling out, and now they won't even look at each other. My husband is not super confrontational, but Ron really is. And every time my best friend comes over, she always brings her husband. And then my husband just gets super pissed and just kind of locks himself away in his room. In our own house, you know? Anyways, this has happened enough where I asked my best friend please don't bring him anymore, as he's not really welcomed in our household. And she said that they were a package deal. I explained the situation to her, and she said that her husband's on the right, and that he should be allowed over, which does not make sense to me. She's making me feel like the asshole, and now I can't even see her, so should I just give it up? And I'm an asshole for keeping my engagement ring from my ex-fiance. Things with my fiance did not work out. I only known him for a couple months before we got engaged. Yes, I know, really dumb. Well, I found out that he was cheating on me, and I broke off the engagement. But I refuse to give back the ring. It is gorgeous, and I kind of think it as a gift to myself. From him. Because of what he did. Anyways, he has been emailing me nonstop, saying that I need to give it back, or he's gonna contact authorities. Which I don't even know what they can really do. Anyways, I don't plan on giving it back. My friends say I should as well, so I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole for faking a pregnancy so my boyfriend would leave me. I know this sounds super backwards, but literally just hear me out. I knew my boyfriend would not want a kid, but I was just overwhelmed and I was really just done with him. He's kind of a jerk, treats me like shit, and just overall a really shitty person. He's rude to waitresses, he's literally rude to everyone, and it's so embarrassing. I couldn't come up with a way to leave him because then he would just gaslight me and just thinking that I'm wrong. So I thought I would just fake a pregnancy and he'd leave me. And it worked. I got a fake pregnancy test from my friend who is pregnant. And I even got a fake ultrasound. I showed him and he freaked out. I said I was gonna keep it, and he said if I did that, he'd leave me. And then I just said okay, and then he left. A couple months later, I've been posting on Instagram, you know, just obviously not pregnant. And he messages me again saying, where's the baby? And that he wants to be in its life. And I told him the truth, and he got really mad at me. I'm an asshole.
I have an autistic 14-year-old daughter who has terrible hygiene. I have to fight with her to get her to shower, brush her teeth, and clean up after herself during her period. It is disgusting. Blood everywhere and the constant washing of her underwear. She sees no problem with her inability to clean herself up. I told her that people are going to bully her in school if she smells that bad, and that it's hard to recover from that socially, and she ignored me. Well, she had her period last week. I picked her clothing and allowed her to wear white pants. I wanted to see if she would clean up after herself so that the pants would be clean when she came back home. Before I could even drop her off, the pants were red. I stayed silent. I dropped her off like normal. She needed to learn how these types of situations will impact her social life if she continued to live like a slob. She came home in tears. The kids were ruthless. She was mocked for her strong smell and the red on her pants. It hurt me to see her like this, but I was not seeing the changes that had to be made. For the rest of the week, she took good care of herself. There were no stains, she showered herself, and would spray perfume to maintain a flowery scent. My husband and I fought about this though. He called me some very hurtful words because of my choice. He said I handled it poorly and that she'll probably be paying for this for the rest of the school year. However, I see it as a life lesson, and it actually yields results unlike my husband's soft approach. So, am I in the wrong for setting up my daughter to be bullied in school?
Okay, part 3 of the assassin story, because, ooh, y'all want that juice, you want that juice. So I'm trying to do one take. So my friend Zoe was house sitting, but she wasn't playing. It was me, Avery, and Elsa on a team, but Zoe was house sitting, so we were all just living at Zoe's house for that week. So one night, we're all in the house, and we're just chilling, and for some reason, the guys who were getting us thought we couldn't see them, but they had been hiding in the bushes, like, around the house for, like, hours. Like, we knew they were there, and there was no reason for them to be there because they can't get into the house. So we weren't leaving, so it was just us in the house, like, doing our thing. They were watching us through the bushes, which is so fucking creepy. But, yeah, they, like, couldn't do anything. So, like, whatever, we're just gonna live our life. So then it gets to, like, 10:30, like, 11, we're like, okay, let's low-key, like, go to bed. I'm low-key tired, so we start going to bed, and we're in the kitchen making some popcorn, because I think we're gonna, like, chill out and watch a movie before we go to sleep. So we're making popcorn, and the way the house was structured, it was, like, the kitchen's over here, and there's a little, like, down where the dining room is, and then from the kitchen you can see straight to the front door. So Zoe, we're sitting down here, and Avery's standing in the corner of the kitchen just on her phone, and we're all just talking, and she goes, and Avery's like, guys, and we're like, what? And she's like, there's someone in that house. We're like, oh my god, shut up, they can't get in here, like, all the doors are locked. We're like, shut up. And she's like, no, there's, and she screams bloody murder, and I look at her, and at the same time, she gets blasted with the water gun, like, full force, and, like, full, like, FBI, like, oh god, like, the whole team team of guys that were after us. One comes in through this entrance, and one comes in through that entrance, and one comes in through this entrance, and we were like, oh my god, like we started freaking out. Like it wasn't even assassin anymore. Like this was like a SEAL Team 6 like rescue mission. Like they busted into that, they repelled from the ceiling and busted into that hoe. And oh my god, it was so scary. So we're like running around this fucking house, like trying to get out, and it was like we're just running around in circles, like we're running around in circles, and we finally got out of the house. We got into Zoe's car and we just left. We drove away. We left the house open, we left them in the house, and we just left. So we whip around from the front entrance, we go down the street, down up the street, up this street. So now we're behind the house, and so we creep down that way. We creep down through the back, and they weren't in there anymore. So we got back into the house. But holy. And so them shooting Avery actually didn't count because there's just a little rule, and they broke it. So them shooting Avery didn't count. So we were still in the game. So, I mean, I guess there's one thing. We tried to lure Nick into a trap. We tried to have our friend Zoe seduce him. But the plan was interrupted by the losers, Peter Jones. If you're watching this is directed at your smelly butt. Because we tried to lure him to a trap, so we hit him with the, like, I'm home alone, like, what you doing? And Zoe got some big boobs, so I don't blame Nick for, like, being like, oh, on my way, shorty. So he was about to walk up to the house, but Peter Jones and his friends, the ones who were after us, were staking out the house, and they saw Nick walk up, and they knew that that's who we had to get, and they knew that Nick was their captain. So if we got Nick out, the whole team was out! So as Nick's like walking up the door, like I was like on the balcony, like aimed at that mofo's head. He was just about to like walk in my line of sight, and Peter Jones goes, "Nick, don't do it! It's a trap!" So Nick is like, "Dang, you almost got me." So we left, whatever, and then we didn't get him. We didn't get him that night. Snuck out. What? Sorry, I stuck out. Like I staked out his house, hidden that kid's bushes till we got home from practice. And then Elsa hit me with the like, oh, he's pulling in the driveway. And then I was like, bah, bah, bah! And I got him with the water gun. And then we got him out. So we actually did get him out, just not the night with Zoe and her boobs. So we got him out, and we were like, yes, we're gonna make it to the next round. And then during school, they changed the rule. So the rule used to be that school is a safe zone, no matter what. Until you step foot off of campus, you are safe. So until you drive out of the parking lot, you were safe. That used to be the rule. But I guess the game was taking too long, like not enough people were getting out, that they changed the rule that on campus, in the parking lot, as soon as all 4 doors were shut, fair freaking game. So I'm getting in a car, I'm the last one to get in a car in the parking lot, and it's like Avery else is Zoe in the car, and Zoe's not playing, she's just the chauffeur. And as soon as I get in the car and close that door, the other team, this kid, sneaky little measly kid, just walks up, opens the door, and goes, pew, you're out. And he shoots Avery because he knew that she was our captain, so we all got out, and we're like, what the hell? So we checked Instagram, and we're like...
I did the dirty with an underage student and fell in love with him. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sending me on Instagram. Here's some context. I'm a first grade substitute teacher, and over the summer, I took some courses to be able to do high school. I just got out of an abusive relationship. My ex does not leave me alone. He began stalking me a couple of months ago. So I knew that I needed a change, and I moved to a different town. Because I'm a substitute teacher, I'm able to have my own side hustles. When I moved to this new town, everything was better. I was earning way more money, so I decided to drop my side hustles and focus on being a substitute teacher because that's what I love. I expected to be teaching around 7th grade or 8th grade. When I got to the school, they actually asked me if I could do 12th grade students. I was more than happy to say yeah. I was intimidated by these students right away. I'm 24, so I'm about 6 years older than they are. But these kids, I swear, could smell the fear on me. One of the boys came up to me and started asking me questions right away. How old I was, where I lived. He thought that I was a new student. When I told him I was his teacher, he went and sat down. But for the rest of the class, he kept staring at me and I couldn't help but stare back. He was incredibly handsome. He was 17 going on 18. Part 2 is up. Story time about how I did the dirty with my student. Please TikTok, do not delete this. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. Like I said, I was 6 years older than him, was 17 going on 18. So on my first day as his teacher, he would not stop staring at me. And at the end of the class, he actually handed me his phone number. I was actually shook. Coming from an abusive relationship, my ex would always talk down on me. He would tell me that I was ugly and fat, even though I was actually a fitness model when I met him, and he forced me to leave my career. So when the student gave me his number, I was really flattered. And guess what I did? I went ahead and sent him a text message. Over the next week, week, we actually ended up just becoming friends. We would text each other every now and then, and I could tell that he was catching feelings really fast. I know you're gonna roll your eyes, but we actually had a lot in common. After the first week, I was actually transferred over to another grade, and that's when he asked me if I wanted to go to the movies with him. When I got to the movie theater, he greeted me with a flower and a kiss on the lips. I was in shock, and we proceeded to make out the entire movie. After that, I invited him to come over to my house, and he said yes. At first, he was shy when we got there. After 10 minutes, he warmed up, and we started kissing again. At this point, I realized that maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Told him to leave, but he said he wouldn't. Then he kissed me again. Part 3 is I did the dirty with one of my students and fell in love with him. TikTok, please do not delete this. Disclaimer, is not my story time listed on my Instagram. After we did the dirty at my house, we were inseparable. He was always coming over to my place since he lived with his parents, and I lived by myself. And he was so different from my ex. He would come over and cook me dinner. He would even help me do my laundry. 2 months later, he turned 18. This is when we told his parents about our relationship, and his parents actually loved me. And I also introduced him to my parents. Exactly a year after we met, he proposed to me. And to this day, we are married. Now here's the bad thing. People around our town started calling me a perv, and you know that other name, but he and I are so happy. The people that called me all those names are now getting divorces. I'm still happily married and beautiful and young. You can say whatever you want in the comments, but when you're in love with someone, you just know it.
I'm an asshole for asking my sister to watch my kids in an emergency. My husband recently got in a car accident, and it was really bad. I needed someone to watch my kids, and I called my sister and dropped them off. Well, that really pissed her off. She said that she is not my babysitter, and that she does not want to watch my kids. Now, keep in mind, this is for about, 2 nights, while my husband is literally fighting for his life. She was texting and calling every 20 minutes, telling me to pick up the kids, and that she is not my babysitter once again. She even got my mom on her side making up lies. I don't think I did anything wrong, so I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole for breaking up with my boyfriend because he made comments about my weight. I'm 5 months pregnant, and obviously that comes with some weight gain. Well, my boyfriend took it upon himself to comment about it, saying that I need to slow down. I've gained about 20 pounds, and my boyfriend says that he doesn't find me very attractive right now. Well, when he decided to comment all that stuff, and it was multiple times, I just dumped him. He immediately started apologizing, saying that he was wrong, and that he didn't mean it that way, that he was just looking out for me. Well, my doctor says I'm fine, and he knows that. He says I can't break up our family, and that it's not fair to the kid, but I think I deserve that. Am I the asshole for leaving my husband in the middle of the night? I've known my husband for a very long time, but recently I found out that he was cheating on me. And he was cheating on me for 10 years, all with different women, one after another. He would have new girlfriends all the time, I guess. I only found this out because I was looking through his phone, which I never did, and I went on WhatsApp, and then I saw it. Anyways, I was just so shocked and really hurt. We don't have any kids together, but we do have a cat. I was so mad that I didn't even want to talk to him, so I packed up all of my most important things, and while he was sleeping, I just left. I check into a nearby hotel because I have no idea where I'm going, but I know I just cannot live there or see him anymore. The next morning, I woke up and I had 37 missed calls. Him asking where I am and if I'm okay, and if there's anything that he did wrong. I'm meeting with the lawyer later today to talk about a divorce, and I don't plan on seeing him. So am I the asshole?
My boyfriend's become really abusive since I told him I was pregnant. In fact, I think he actually tried to unalive me, but I'm not sure. He and I started dating 7 months ago. I actually suspect that he's a narcissist, but honestly, I can't be sure. That's why I'm telling my story on here to get some perspective. When we first started dating, he started love bombing me. I actually had to Google what that was because I wasn't sure, but after I did, I can definitely say that he did do that. Just after 1 week of going on dates, he told me that he loved me. Then, basically, he just pressured me into becoming his girlfriend. He even went behind my back to speak to my parents and convince them to say yes to him. He obviously made a good impression on my parents and they convinced me to go out with him. 2 months into the relationship, everything was normal. He was really affectionate, loving. He made time for me. He would think of really creative dates. But anytime I didn't say thank you for the smallest thing. For example, if he opened the door for me and I didn't say thank you, he would get upset. Sometimes he'd make breakfast for me, and if I didn't say thank you in a very enthusiastic way, he would get really upset. After the 3rd month, he started accusing me of being ungrateful. And then after that, he started getting really jealous. He hadn't done this before, so I thought it was just a phase and that it would pass. But unfortunately, it did not. He started convincing himself that anytime I got a phone call, it was from some guy that I had met. Even going to the gym became a problem. He started asking me if there were any guys at the gym that I liked, or if anybody was approaching me, and God forbid if anybody looked at me on the street. He would somehow blame it on me. It got to the point where I wouldn't even want to go out with him. One day he decided to take me to this really fancy restaurant. Everything was going really well. He was acting like a normal boyfriend. But as soon as we sat down, I started getting this weird vibe from him. It's like he was absent. He wasn't there. He stopped talking and got really quiet. When I asked him what was wrong, he told me there was a table of 2 guys that kept staring at me, and that it was obvious that they knew me from somewhere, and that I obviously knew them too. Where did he get this stuff?
I turned around to look at the guys, and they were middle-aged men who weren't even looking at me. Maybe one of them just happened to look at me when we came in. I ended up having to apologize. A few weeks ago, my period got really weird, so I decided to take a pregnancy test. At first, I told my parents, and I told them that I didn't want to tell my boyfriend. My dad told me I was being silly and to just tell him, so I did. And when I did, his reaction was terrible. He told me that the baby probably wasn't his and that I was cheating on him for sure. Then he said that as soon as we could, we were gonna get a paternity test. One night he made me dinner and I got really sick afterward. I started vomiting and I hadn't had any pregnancy symptoms, so I knew something was wrong. Instead of telling my boyfriend, I actually just went straight to my parents' house. They took me to the ER and there they told me that I probably ingested something that wasn't good. Now I'm thinking he might have put something in my food. What should I do?
Am I wrong for asking my boyfriend to charge his family member for fraud? Backstory. I, 27 female, and my boyfriend, 34 male, have been together for 5 years and have worked really hard to save for a house. The house won't be built until the end of 2022. Last week, we received some shocking news when my boyfriend's credit score came back as being bad. There was activity on the statement that was 100% not his and a credit card that has gone into default over the last 6 months. This credit card was originally my boyfriend's, but he swears he closed the account and canceled the card in mid-2019. Long story short, we discovered that a family member that was living with him a few years ago had gotten a hold of the card at some point and has been using the card on and off in 2019. They defaulted on payments in early 2020 but paid this off, then defaulted again in December of last year, and the account is still in default with over $5,000 in owed charges and late fees. The family member had diverted these to their address. My boyfriend had zero knowledge of this as he hasn't had access to the account after he closed it and hasn't been receiving statements or notices from the bank. We are now unable to successfully apply for a bank loan for our house as they won't lend to my boyfriend with his credit the way it is. Our options are to 1. Proceed with fraud investigations and charges in the family member allowing us to prove this is no fault of my boyfriend's and successfully secure the loan. 2. Boyfriend pays the debt and we wait at least 2 years from the payoff date for his credit to regain some loss. Option 2 sets us back at least 3 years in starting a family and our lives as homeowners. This will also not allow my boyfriend to secure a bank loan to start up his own business he's been dreaming of starting for a few years. This has devastated us and put a massive delay in our plans. My boyfriend doesn't like conflict and is going with option 2. He isn't even planning on mentioning anything to the family member. He wants it all to go away and thinks his family member is going through a rough time. I want my boyfriend to proceed with fraud charges and investigation. We have worked too hard to not have our dream house and him owning his own business. So am I the asshole for pushing my opinion on my boyfriend? He said you're both working hard. Why can't you use your credit? If you're saying you guys both work hard, you have all this money, you're 27. You don't got the credit to get a house. I don't think you get it really choice. You don't get to push it. It's not your credit. He said no. Halas, done. Sucks. I know people get mad at me for this, but that's how I feel.
Am I the asshole for not wearing a wedding ring and making my coworker think I'm single? I, female 30, started working at a company recently. I get along with my coworkers, but have been having some issues with this guy, Morgan. Morgan, from what I understand, is what everyone calls the handsome guy in the office. He dated 2 of his coworkers and hit on several others. He seemed friendly, we talked, he seemed respectable, and never asked questions outside of work. He offered to buy me lunch and internet and kept sending funny memes. It was nice but felt too much, so I asked that he stop, and he did. He started sending me pictures of him that were inappropriate. I texted back saying that I'm married and he was being inappropriate. Am I the asshole for not wearing a wedding ring and making my coworker think I'm single? I texted him back saying that I'm married and he was being inappropriate. He texted saying I was lying about being married to get him off my back. Then went on to say how nice and attractive he is and how I'm trying to act like I don't like him to get him to try harder. I felt frustrated, especially after he kept sending me pictures. Days ago, he sent me a D-pic and told me to My husband sent him a text back saying, sorry bud, small objects are a choking hazard for her, then blocked him. The other day he came in my office looking furious and confronted me. He said I misled him by not having a wedding ring when I'm married, and that I should have told him I was married from the get-go.
I'm 43 and have a 22-year-old daughter. All my daughter's life, she struggled with mental health issues. She has ADHD, bipolar, and borderline personality disorder. If I'm being honest, I never really understood a lot of my daughter's disorders. I've always approached mental illness as something you just bury deep down. And as a single mother, I've tried to do my best, but I know that I'm not perfect. Well, recently, my daughter asked if I go to one of her therapy sessions with her, and I only agreed to it because she seemed super excited about it. When we got there, her therapist first asked me how I was raised to think about mental health. I said I wasn't raised to think about mental health at all. She then said that she guessed that. It seemed kind of snarky, but I ignored it. She then asked about my family's history with addiction and mental issues. I denied any, and then she started to list all the things that my daughter told her and asked if they were a lie. They weren't a lie, but I never saw any of these things as big issues. She then began to explain to me BPD is a trauma mama's response. She explained it can be caused by many things, but by me invalidating her emotions so much like I was invalidating my own had a part to play in it. She then tried to tell me ways that I can cope with my own trauma so that I can help my daughter cope with hers. After listening to her spew absolute garbage for 30 minutes, I finally got up and told her that she was a fucking quack and didn't know anything that she was talking about. I just stormed out and left. My daughter called me crying an hour later and I told her that she needed to get an actual therapist instead of that bitch. I wasn't upset with my daughter, but I did feel like she kind of threw me to the wolves. After cooling down though, I think maybe I could have handled that wrong, but I'm not sure.
Just imagine showing up to your own funeral after your husband put a hit on you. Even though this sounds like a totally made-up scenario, this actually happened for a woman. In 2004, a woman named Noella Rukundo immigrated from Burundi, East Africa to Melbourne, Australia as a refugee. At the time, she was a mother of 5. She ended up meeting a man named Balanga Kalala. He was a refugee like she was and was currently working as a forklift operator. He had arrived in Melbourne in 2004 to flee a rebel army that had killed his wife and children when he was just 24 years old. Or this was his story that he told her. The both of them shared a social worker at the time. Kalala spoke English and Noella spoke Swahili, so the social worker would translate for the both of them. They ended up starting a relationship and moving together to Kings Park, which is in the suburbs of Melbourne, and they soon got married and had 3 children. This sounds like a completely romantic story, right? Well, things ended up taking a turn for the worse whenever Kalala began to suspect that Noella might be cheating on him. So what was Kalala's response to thinking his wife might be cheating on him without any proof? He paid nearly $7,000 to a group of men to kill her. Noella ended up getting news of her stepmother passing away, so she ended up flying back to her hometown for the funeral. This was January 21st of 2015. Kalala ended up calling her on the phone, and he instructed her to go outside and get some fresh air. And she was immediately confronted by an armed man who directed her to get into the vehicle. When she got into the vehicle, there was 2 other armed men waiting for her inside. They then blindfolded her, took her to a warehouse, and tied her to a chair. And instead of doing what they were hired to do, they ended up telling her about Kalala's plan. They had a personal moral rule not to kill women or children. So they let her know that her husband put a hit on her. She did not believe their original claims on what was happening, so they ended up calling Kalala, putting him on speaker, and asking what they should do next, and he responded with kill her. Noella was so shocked by this information that she fainted hearing his response. So this is when they came together to make a plan to get... So because Noella didn't make it to her stepmother's funeral, her brother really started to worry. He called her hubby and asked him to send over money so the police could look into her disappearance. He did, and then on February 19th of 2015, the kidnappers dropped off Noella on the side of the road. They gave her all the evidence she needed to convict her husband of the crimes that he had committed, including a memory card. And they ended up telling her that she had about 80 hours to leave the country, or other people might not spare her life like they did. After this, she ended up contacting the Kenyan and Belgian embassies to help her get back to Australia, in addition to getting a hold of her pastor, explaining the situation and that she was alive and needed help. Back in Melbourne, her husband was telling everyone that Noella had died in an accident. He then held her funeral on February 22nd of 2015, and as people left her funeral, she stepped right out of the car. Kalala walked up to her, touched her shoulder, and said, "Is it a ghost?" To which she responded, "Surprise, I'm alive," and Kalala just started to profusely apologize. He was then sentenced to prison for 9 years. On my Instagram, there's another case about a man who tried to kidnap his wife.
My fiance confessed that he's ashamed of my poor family. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. I grew up really poor, but my family has come up in life. My father opened up his own business and my mom and him run it. Although it's not a huge lucrative business, it's still comfortable enough for my siblings and I to be happy. Because of the way that I grew up, I knew that I wanted to marry a rich man, and he had to be rich. I had 5 serious relationships before I turned 25. I broke up with each guy because I knew that they weren't going to be able to give me the life I wanted. There's 2 things I know. I did not want to get to 27 and not be married, so I knew I had to act quickly. Started hanging out where I knew rich people would hang out. This is where I met my bestie. This girl had my back. She was going to Paris, she'd take me to Paris. She would pay for everything. Parents neglected her and my family basically took her in. So she would come to my parents' house once or twice a week to have dinner. A few weeks later, she introduced me to my now fiance. And she hated him. She told me to stay away from him, but I couldn't listen. See, he's hot, plus he has money. And he targeted me. The first night he met me, he could not stop looking at me. We hung out every day for a week, and after that, he asked me to be his girlfriend. Of course, I said yes. A few months later, I moved in with him. My family approved. His family loved me too. Sometimes he would comment on my family's house, the way that they dress. My parents came over to his parents for dinner. He told my dad in passing that it looked like he didn't have enough time to get ready. My dad was wearing a button-up shirt. He and I got into a huge fight that night, and that's when he confessed that he was embarrassed by my family. So my boyfriend's parents asked me to forgive him. They said they were ashamed of his behavior. I forgave him, and once I did, he proposed. He told me he wanted me to be a stay-at-home wife. That was my dream. All I wanted was to have kids and raise them at home. Parents were happy about the engagement, and so were his. As we started planning planning the wedding, he started saying things like, I hope your parents aren't going to wear what they usually wear to the wedding. And he insisted that my dad needed to buy a $3,000 suit. Otherwise, he wouldn't look expensive enough. And that's verbatim. We got into another huge fight. He showed up to my house with a Mercedes apologizing. I'm not sure what to do. Should I even marry him? I know my life with him will be complete luxury. What should I do?
Am I wrong for telling my mom and dad that they have to get their noses pierced if they want to see my daughter again? My husband and I traveled down to Mexico to visit with my family. I am an American citizen, but my mom and dad are not. My mom and dad got my daughter earrings for her birthday, but my daughter's ears are not pierced, and she's only 1 year old. So I told them I would save them for her until she was old enough to get her ears pierced. Well, we left my daughter with my parents while we went to meet up with some friends, and you can see where this is going. When we went to pick up my daughter, my mom showed us that we did not have to wait because they took her to get her ears pierced. So I got my daughter and dragged my husband out of there before he lost it. Then we went back to our hotel. I am absolutely furious, and my husband said my parents are not allowed to spend time alone with my daughter ever again. I went farther. I said I would not be bringing her or any kids we might have down to see my parents. And we checked out 3 days earlier. Am I wrong for telling my mom and dad that they have to get their noses pierced if they ever want to see my daughter again? On my way home, my parents were calling me to see when we were coming over. I ignored all the calls and texts until we got back to Phoenix. We took a couple days to think things over and cool down. So I finally called them and asked them not to speak until I was done talking. I told them that my husband and I are upset for them getting our baby's ears pierced without our permission. So I let them know we went back home and probably wouldn't be visiting for a while. That's when they said that my sister and I both had pierced ears when we were babies and it did not harm us. I said that we were not going to change our minds. Then they started getting everyone, including my grandmother, to call me and say I was being ridiculous. Me and my husband decided that we would agree to resume visits, but not alone time with them if they got their noses pierced. They said that we're being stupid and they are not going to, so I said no problem and hung up.
Am I wrong for throwing my husband out after finding nudes from the nanny?
Why would you even ask? I think she just needs validation.
I'm new to Reddit, but my little sister suggested I ask here. I'm 28 female, my daughter is Cassie, 11 months, and my husband is Alex, 35. So basically, it's just what the title said. I had Cassie and then returned to work, psychologist, and I could never be a stay-at-home mom. I'm actually French, but live in the US, so when I returned at the 4-month mark, as I had a difficult birth, we looked around to find a nanny to look after Cassie while myself and Alex were at work. We saw a few girls, but then one of Alex's colleagues suggested his daughter, who had dropped out of college. Let's call her Liv, 20 female. Everything went well. Admittedly, I did notice her being quite attached to Cassie, but I brushed it off as a good friendship between the two. She also liked Alex. It was obvious she had a crush on him, always batting her lashes and giggling. I actually found it amusing as I'm confident in myself. He always laughed it off with me too. But then on Thursday night, he asked me to do something on his phone while he bathed Cassie, and I saw some pictures flash up from Liv. When I looked at them, they were obviously sexy nudes. She was wearing skimpy lingerie and in a provocative pose. I looked back at the history and she had been sending these for a while. As far as I can see, Alex never responded, but obviously texts can be deleted. When I asked him, he got defensive and told me to stop using my psychiatrist tricks on him. I was not happy with his non-answers and it ended up in a shouting match waking Cassie. So I got him a bag and threw him out. Told him he's not welcome back until I have answers. I'm considering taking Cassie back home to see my family in France for a little bit. His mom and friends have been blowing up my phone, saying I'm being too harsh and they were harmless texts. Nevertheless, I feel disrespected and that doesn't fly with me. Was I too harsh? Should I expect his claims that he never responded?
Her psychiatrist tricks on him, literally just asking him, are you cheating on me? I asked you if you're cheating on me.
There are pictures, sir.
Yo!
What are these? Like, what?
That's crazy. I hate when people bandwagon on the one who's like doing the bad thing. I hate that. I hate when people feel enabled and encouraged to continue their bad behaviors. Because you always look at the reaction and never what's causing it. And then you're like, oh, she's crazy. Well, why is she crazy? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do think that's a red flag. If you are talking to someone new and they're like, all my exes are crazy,
Definitely. Definitely.
Who's the common denominator? You.
Exactly. Like, you have to be able to take accountability to some extent.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to blame yourself for, like, everything, but also you're like, there's certain actions that I could have done differently. You know, it's all about self-reflection and self-awareness.
Well, and I feel like for this one, she does say he never responded. But if you were innocent in this, you could have like approached your wife after the first pictures came through and been like, hey, Hanani, I did nothing to initiate this, but we have a problem on our hands.
And why would she feel so comfortable as to continue to send them if he wasn't responding?
Exactly. Like, I know there are some women out there, and there's some guys too that probably get off on it. I think maybe she's 20, she's just very confident and just kind of like naive and maybe just going in hard and just being like, I'm gonna keep sending until I get asked not to.
But I feel like news, though, is such a vulnerable thing that, like, when you don't get a response, you're like, you kind of just like, what the fuck? Like,
the rejection
like,
of it.
something that you're expecting someone to be like, oh my God, you look so good.
Yeah.
I'm not going to continue to send that if I'm not getting the validation. Yeah, I feel like he's definitely...
You don't think he's telling the truth that like...
Hell no, there's no way he
No.
could be telling the truth.
I'm just going to be doing like a little bit of an update from the last little story that I gave where I have the worst luck. I'm going to be using my Anastasia Beverly Hills The Sultry Mini Eyeshadow Palette while I get ready. I do have the worst luck. I dealt with food poisoning not long after we went to the restaurant, and that led to 2 emergency room visits, and it wasn't until after. So because my throat had been so raw from throwing up, I guess my throat started swelling like so bad because it was like so irritated. So I don't know how she described it to me. She's just like, it's like when, you know, food goes down the wrong pipe almost. So that pipe, I should get like the paperwork that they gave me so I can give you guys like the exact thing. They ran so many tests on me because they didn't understand why. And the only conclusion that the doctors at the emergency room could come to is that my throat was so raw from throwing up that it was literally swelling like shut. It was honestly so bad to the point where I couldn't even swallow my saliva because I was in so much pain. I want to say, like, I feel like I have a great pain tolerance, and I know a lot of people say that, but my pain tolerance is A1. Like, I went through 2 births unmedicated, not by choice, but because that epidural didn't work on me. So I felt everything. I want to say that I deal with pain very, very well. I was literally sobbing. Like, I could not even swallow. I couldn't talk properly. My voice was so hoarse. So I was taking acetaminophen, ibuprofen to like help with swelling. I thought maybe it was allergies. I tried allergy medication. We went into the emergency room. They gave me steroids and they gave me antibiotics, and they're like, oh, you know, we're going to test you, make sure it's not strep throat. They tested me and it came back negative, which, I mean, I guess I'm relieved about because I didn't want anything that I could possibly like pass on to my kids, you know? Each emergency room visit, my copay is $100. Honestly, I want to say I'm so lucky because I know a lot of people that pay more than $100 for their copay for the emergency room. But I want to say, like, I was just so irritated that we even had to pay that. The second time I went in was because the steroids had kind of worn off already and my throat was starting to swell again. I want to say I went like maybe 24 hours where the swelling had kind of gone down. I want to say I went like maybe 12 hours and it wasn't like super painful. But the next day at night is when the pain started again, and it was like excruciating. I couldn't swallow. I couldn't do anything. I was literally like drooling into a bag because I didn't want to swallow. Once again, we went right back to the ER. They ran a whole bunch of tests, and that's just what it is. They did a CT scan on my throat. They did a x-ray. I want to say it's a soft tissue x-ray. I could be wrong on the terminology. I'd have to look back at the papers, but they did a soft tissue x-ray. They did say that there was like swelling in like the throat area. They didn't understand other than just to say that I had been throwing up so bad that my throat was so raw, and that's probably why it was like swelling up. It was just like irritated, and it probably was not helping that I was like getting dehydrated from not being able to swallow or anything. I got released. They gave me steroids, antibiotics, so I'm on that for like the next 5 days and hoping that the steroids kind of just like keep it down, and the antibiotics are really just so I don't get like an infection from like trying to eat and stuff with my throat being so raw. That's where I am, I guess, as far as the like update from that. We are talking to the restaurant that we went to. They have agreed to reimburse us for our costs as far as what we spent in our co-pays and my medication that I got. So I'm not trying to like pursue a lawsuit. I guess it could just like happen to anyone, you know what I mean? Anybody can get food poisoning. It can go this dramatic for anyone, but it just goes to show I don't think I'm ever gonna stray from Texas Roadhouse like ever again. I don't know why I thought I wanted to be fancy. Well, I do know. My husband was irritating me at the time. It just kind of came and bit me in the ass. So I am a hardcore Texas Roadhouse girly, and I will never stray again.
Am I the asshole for not allowing the father of my child to be with me during the C-section? I'm expecting my second baby, and I've been a single mom for almost 14 years. I've been dating the father of this baby and became pregnant, unplanned. I had no intentions of starting over, and my biggest fear was being a single mom again. I let him know all of this when we first found out. He acted like he was super happy and excited to keep the baby. He started talking about marriage and engagement rings, buying a house, etc. But when I was 13 weeks, he texted me breaking up with me, saying that he never wanted this and to consider terminating the pregnancy. After that, he ghosted me and blocked me everywhere. Fast forward to the last month of my pregnancy. He came back wanting to be a part of the baby's appointments and baby-related stuff. I decided to put everything aside and to just think about the baby, so I allowed him to. I'm having a C-section because of other health issues, and today was the last appointment before the procedure. He decided to show up with his new girlfriend. When I asked if that was necessary, all he said was, "Let's keep it baby-related." Would I be the asshole if I don't allow him to be a part of the baby's birth? This person has repeatedly shown to have no consideration towards me, and that's not the support that I need. No, personally, I don't think he would be the asshole because we all know what he's doing. He is building this fantasy based on the lies that he's fed the new girlfriend. I would bet the shirt on my back that he did not tell this woman that he ghosted you 13 weeks into a pregnancy that he acted like he was excited about because he wasn't ready and this isn't what he wanted. No, absolutely not. You are not the lead supporting actress in whatever fucking fantasy movie he's trying to put on. He's just fucking disrespectful as fuck to even bring the new girlfriend to your appointment, because fucking why? You don't know this bitch from a can of goddamn paint, yet he decides to bring her to your appointment after he broke up with you and told you that this isn't what he wanted. Why the fuck didn't he just stay gone? He could have left you the fuck alone. He really fucking could have. No, absolutely not. We are not going to feed into this. We're not going to give him the time of the day, and we are not going to give him our energy. Absolutely not. You already have the answers to your questions. You don't need me to give you the answers, babe, because in your very last sentence, you said, this person has repeatedly shown to have no consideration towards me, and that is not the support that I need. You already know, but I am going to give you the validation that you're looking for. Personally, my opinion, no, I do not think that you are the asshole for not wanting him to be around. Because you are about to bring life into this fucking world. That is extremely stressful, and you only need people around that are going to support you. And if you have any type of inkling that he's going to give you any type of stress, he's going to make your ass itch in any way, shape, or fucking form, you are 100% entitled to not have him there. This is not about him. This is not about him. The most important people in the room are you and the baby. Your comfort will 100% come first.
Am I in the wrong for not tipping a waitress and giving her a reason as to why? I, male 48, was at a restaurant yesterday with a few of my friends. We usually go out and it all goes well. We always pay separately, and it's important to know that I always tip in usual cases, this not being one. So the beginning goes fairly well. The hostess takes us to our seats and the waitress comes out shortly after. We usually always joke around with the waitresses, so when she asks me if I would like something with my drink, I say, I suppose you aren't on the menu, so I'll just have my crab cakes, unfortunately. She didn't laugh at my joke though. I found this to show her lack of both service but also interest and attention to the guests she works to serve. Other waitresses usually laugh or joke about, but I decided to let it slide. The second thing that led up to a no tip was that it took a long time for her to bring out the food, which to me yet again shows her lack of service and attention. The third was that we already had time to finish our appetizer before she came back to check on us. Had something been wrong with our food, she would not have known. The fourth thing was that she served my friend a medium steak, though he asked for medium rare. The 5th was that she forgot about my drink order and I had to remind her. She did not notice by herself. The 6th was that almost every time me or one of my friends tried to joke with her, she didn't laugh. She did not smile. She just looked like we disgusted her. The experience was not all nice, and I fully believe it was due to the service we had. All of my friends and me agreed that no one would tip her due to how we felt both forgotten about, mistreated, and overall service. When we were paying, I told her that I assumed that she would realize, but I would like to explain to her why we decided not to tip her. I told her almost everything and explained that we all usually leave good tips so that she knows she missed out. She just stares at me and told me, "Okay, have a nice rest of your evening, sweetheart." This ticked me off, but we all decided to leave. When I told my wife and her daughter about this today, they both asked me what was wrong with me. Not only did I not tip her and explain, but also for how me and my friends had treated her. I asked her what was wrong with our treatment, as no other waitress ever found something wrong with it. They told me that I should really think about it all again, and that if I can't find anything wrong with it, to think harder. I'm at a loss for words, as the only people to even think I did something wrong are my wife and her daughter. All my friends fully believe that we were in the right here. Was it really that wrong of me not to tip and explain why? If I do something inappropriate or wrong that affects my work or customer satisfaction, I would like to know. That's something that I think should go for waitresses too.
This is actually an update from the corn addict's wife. I wanted to clarify a few things. I've spoken to him about how it makes me feel multiple times, feeling like I'm not good enough when he's consciously choosing to look at half-naked women. As a woman, it's very hard to overlook this fact during intercourse, knowing he may be thinking of another woman. I would also like to clarify that when I have approached how I felt, he said he will try to do his best to do better. I have implemented a solution where he can leave his phone out of the bathroom to avoid aimlessly coming across this fitna. However, he's also addicted to taking his phone in the bathroom as well, and I saw no sign of him trying his best to leave it out. Moreover, I would also like to clarify the statement that all men do this was not the statement of my own, but his own words that all men do this, and if they tell you they don't, they are lying. He also claims it has nothing to do with me. He also mentioned I am more than satisfying his needs. He resorts to this as a self-care thing. Divorce is the last thing I would ever want to resort to, especially if I see that he's willing and wants to do better, but I see very little signs of it. It would be very helpful for the Muslim men to comment in this section.
Am I the asshole for asking my friend to move a picture of him and his wife because it made my wife uncomfortable? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 32 male, my wife Delilah, 28 female, lost our apartment 2 months ago and moved in with my mom temporarily. Issues began to arise between Delilah and my mom, and I had to ask my friend Anthony, male 31, to let us move in until I get enough money to rent out. His wife was away visiting family, and he agreed, but even there, some issues started to arise. Delilah is very shy around Anthony. She grew up in a conservative home, so it's understandable, but sometimes it can be a bit too much. For example, she freaked out when she accidentally drank from his glass. She also once made a fuss when he passed by the guest room when she was laying down with the door open. Thankfully, Anthony was super understanding and we were able to talk some of these issues out. Last night, Delilah was passing the hall and noticed a framed picture of Anthony and his wife kissing hanging on the wall. She told me about it and said it made her uncomfortable. She asked if I would speak to Anthony about it, but he didn't take it well. Am I the asshole for asking my friend to move a picture of him and his wife because it made my wife uncomfortable? Disclaimer, this is not my story. He gave me a look when I spoke to him and said that it was bonkers because first of all, his wife put it there. And second of all, the picture holds sentimental meaning to him and his wife, and argued that it wasn't some explicit picture of them, just a normal wedding kiss. I asked him to be a little more considerate because it's not like I asked him to remove it completely, just move it elsewhere that Delilah won't reach or keep it off the wall till we leave. He said he was sorry but still refused. I explained how Delilah was feeling, but he said that again he was sorry but he wouldn't move the picture. We argued more. He said it was his house and I was being pushy and too comfortable to make such a demand. This morning, Delilah refused to even come out of the room until the picture was moved. Anthony is still refusing, which makes it even worse. She might be overreacting, but I feel like it isn't such a big deal. If it were me, I'd go the extra mile to make sure my guests are comfortable. We've been friends for 10 years, and I wouldn't have asked to move in with him if we didn't have a strong bond.
Am I wrong for telling my sister to stop saying I have pretty privilege and it's her fault she looks ugly? I have a sister who is 25 and I'll call her Tessa. I'm just gonna be blunt and say I look better than her. This is due to her not taking care of herself, and when I say that, I mean when I was staying active, she wasn't. I spend money to get skincare and hair care, and she doesn't even dress nice either. She's always in sweats even if she's going somewhere nice, and overall, I just look better. And I do want to mention for her, money is not a limiting factor. Anyways, every time I see her, she'll comment about the way I look. If I tell a story that turns out good for me, she'll say it's because I'm pretty, and so on. I assume she's jealous, and we have had conversations about this. Now I passed my test to get my license for my job, so I was telling the story at dinner, and she told me I passed because I'm pretty. I had enough and told her to stop saying it's pretty privilege and that it's her fault she looks ugly, not mine. That's when she left and called me the C word.
Here is the story time of my first experience with like a true LA influencer. Since moving to LA, or even just since becoming an influencer in general. I honestly fucking hate that word, I'm not gonna lie. But since that, I've heard a lot of like, oh, it's such a fake world, people are crazy, all these things, and I was like, I never really believed any of that because every influencer I've met, I honestly don't have any negative experiences with. I'm also not really in the influencer world. Like, I don't live in like the depths of West Hollywood and I'm like collabing with everyone. Like, that's not my vibe. I just like to talk shit with my girls. This all came about when Nicole and I went to an event together. The fucking Sunday night, and Nicole's bitch ass, of course, was like, let's go out. Like, let's go out. I really didn't want to go out. And everyone we're at the event with was like, no, like, I have an early morning. I can't really go out. Except this one girl. She's like, let's go out. And I was like, I finally convinced them. I was like, let's just like do a dinner. Like, let's just go to dinner. The moment we sit down at this dinner, I know everything's about to go downhill. This girl non-stop starts talking about her ex. Just like a little backstory, Nicole and I are definitely the type of girlies that are like, you don't need no man. Like, we will help anyone through like a rough situation. Like, we will be like, girl, like, let's make a game plan. Let's get you out of this shit. Keep that in mind. Girl starts like oversharing how she's the other woman in her ex's relationship and how she's fine with it. And Nicole and I are just kind of like, wait a fucking minute, what is happening? And I kid you not, she would ask like one question about me and I would be like, oh yeah, like this happened. And then she would immediately be like, and back to my ex. Like, I know this girl knows absolutely nothing about me, but let me tell you, I could write a fucking thesis statement on her and her ex-boyfriend. Things I know. Nobody should ever know that many things. And it came to the point where I was like, I nudged Nicole and I was like, I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm like, if Nicole would just have listened to me. And I, even as we were driving to the restaurant, I was like, let's just go to the Cheesecake Factory, you and I, and just have a time and grub together. No, Nicole needed to get drinks and we needed to hang out with this girl. And I could just tell on Nicole's vibe too. Her and I were both like, wow, oh my God. You know it's bad when like the story she's telling us, we're like, what the fuck? Like, we're not even trying to help her get out of it. We're just sitting there like this, like, I cannot believe the things that are coming out of this bitch's mouth. There was no energy in me to be like, girl, you don't need that. That girl wanted that man. There was nothing I could do to help her get rid of it. That's not the bad part. This girl brings up Ozempic. Listen, I get Ozempic's huge in Hollywood. Everyone loves Ozempic. I don't really give a fuck about Ozempic. I'm also not like, I don't want to be on Ozempic. And there's Cole sure as fuck doesn't want to be on Ozempic. This girl is on Ozempic. There's nothing wrong with that. Until she tries to convince us to get on Ozempic. The way this girl is talking about Ozempic, as if she's like in a pyramid scheme for it and she like needs to sell it to us kind of thing. Like, that is the way that she's describing Ozempic to us. And Nicole and I are kind of just sitting there like twiddling our thumbs, like, what the fuck do we do? I'm getting an earful on fucking Ozempic. I'm getting all the pros of Ozempic, how amazing it is, all these things. I never asked. And also, Nicole and I are like previous eating disorder girlies. Like, the last thing I want to do is hear about Ozempic while I'm shoving my face full of pizza because I'm a fucking hungry bitch. Like, I've worked too hard in my eating disorder recovery to be like fucking at an MLL scheme trying to get, like, this bitch trying to get me on Ozempic, like, as if it's her job to be an Ozempic dealer. I would get it if I asked about Ozempic, but when I tell you I don't give a single fuck about Ozempic, I don't give a single fuck about Ozempic. Don't forget, it's a Sunday night. This lovely couple sits down next to us, like this elderly couple. They're just there to have a good fucking dinner. And this girl is screaming. She's like, yeah, like when I went to go get my stuff from my ex, like he just had his out. Listen, I'm a girl that overshares. I'm not going to judge you for oversharing whatsoever.
But at this point of the dinner, I was fucking done. And the poor couple next to us, just trying to enjoy the goddamn pasta, has to hear about her ex's throbbing hard in her face. I could just tell Nicole was so fed up. Nicole did something I've literally never seen her do. She was like, where's the check? Like, we just need to get the check and get out of here. The thing is, I'm not even sharing with you guys, like, the depths of it, of, like, the things that I've seen. I've seen pictures and videos that will never leave my mind. I'm not well. Nicole and I get in our Uber and I'm like, Nicole, I'm gonna fuck you up for that one. And she was like, how was I supposed to know? I was like, I don't know, maybe the only person that was like really down to go out on a Sunday. And we were just like Nicole was like, I really wanted dessert. I was like, bitch, same, like I really wanted dessert. But I couldn't sit there another second. Like it was just getting so bad. That was my first experience with an LA influencer. And let's just say, like, I'm good. I'm sticking to my people and I'm good.
Am I the asshole for not wanting my boyfriend to bring his husky on vacation with us?
That's a huge dog. That's a human.
Yep. My 34 female boyfriend, 35 male, and I have been together 1.5 years, and he has a 9-year-old husky. I've been trying to plan a getaway/vacation together since we started dating. At first, every time I would mention going away, he would either want to bring his dog with him or tell me he can't put her in a kennel or dog sitter, etc. because she wasn't spayed. She was finally spayed 9 months ago. I will be honest, I can't stand his dog. She doesn't listen ever unless you raise your voice at her, which he deals with. She doesn't eat her food and will let herself starve for XYZ reason. She runs away every chance she gets when let out. She will run away while next to her. She is horrible to walk. She pulls like there's no tomorrow. She also tries to jump on people in the street and run after dogs, cats, squirrels, etc. She jumps on you when you come in, will sit on you if you let her on the bed or couch, so I no longer allow her on my bed. You can't crate her because she destroys the crate. You also can't have doors closed because she has destroyed door frames. For all these reasons, I refuse to have her come with us anywhere on vacation.
Dog's monster.
I would break up with him over this dog.
Oh, for sure.
100%.
One of my exes had this like little Yorkshire rat dog, and the dog would just nonstop bark and like hate it when I was with him. And whenever I was alone, I'd be like, I don't love you like he does. I'll put you in the fucking closet. Like this dog was so like, and with nip and just like would not shut the like we were watching TV and the dog would bark for like 10 minutes and I'd be like, are we gonna do something? And it's not hot when your boyfriend's just yelling at an animal. I'm like, is this the relationship? Whenever we hang out, just you yelling at your dog?
Such an ick.
Such an ick. Anyway, sorry, continue.
To me, that is not a vacation. It will not be relaxing. We will prevent ourselves from doing things, and she may destroy an Airbnb or hotel room if left alone. He, however, wants to do a pet-friendly vacation. He has no family or friends who could watch her, so the only option would be a
They're
kennel.
available, they just don't want to. Let's be honest. They're like, ooh, my grandma's sick.
So the only option would be a kennel or dog sitter or some form of that. All of that makes him nervous, and he called me an asshole for not wanting to bring her along. So am I the asshole for not wanting to take a pet-friendly vacation?
You know who's the fucking asshole? The dog. This dog has crossed the line so many times.
And it's 9. Can't really change this dog overnight.
But then also he's the asshole for not fucking training his dog.
Yeah.
A husky.
This thing belongs on a sled team.
This dog belongs with the reindeer with Santa doing something like that.
Delivering
and not
presents.
Being a cute pet. Like, what are you going to take to the beach? Vacation's for relaxing, not like fighting for your life with your dog.
This dog's a terrorist.
I do have to say, I grew up with cats, but I do love dogs.
Yeah.
And we'd like foster pit bulls and stuff. I know, I'm an incredible person. Some people talk about how much they love their dog, and then when I'm with them, all they do is yell at their dog to like, get off this, stop eating this. And I'm like, is this fun?
Yeah.
Or do you just like saying you have a dog?
Am I the asshole for not letting my dad get a paternity test? So my dad wants to get a paternity test because he's recently gotten convinced that I'm not his real daughter. My mom ran away to another country with some guy when I was 8 years old, and lately my dad has gotten really sure that she was cheating on him long before that, and I'm actually someone else's baby. He keeps talking about how paternity fraud is a big issue, and he needs a paternity test to be sure that he's not getting suckered into raising another man's kid. I don't know why this is only coming up now, and honestly, it's really hurting my feelings that he's like, I don't think that you're really my kid. I'm biased, obviously, but I don't think I'm a difficult kid. I get good grades, I don't drink or do drugs or smoke, I don't talk back, and I do my chores. Even though I'm pretty sure I am his real daughter, I'm kinda scared of what might happen if we find out that I'm not. Like, would he stop caring about me? Would he kick me out? I have nowhere to go. So even though he's fully set on getting a test, I'm refusing and he's mad about it. I told him that I would consider doing it when I'm 18, but apparently he needs it right now. Am I the asshole?
Storytime about how I almost got kidnapped at a grocery store. So a little background information, I was 16 and it was during the summertime, and I was super excited because I had just got my license. My parents had this idea that if they made me drive around and do all their errands, that I would be a better driver. So I was pretty much like their BITCH. Anyway, so the one night my mom wanted to make this recipe that she saw on TikTok, and she didn't have the right seasonings for it, so who did she tell to go to the store? Yours truly, me. And on Sundays, the mini market that was in our town would close at 4 o'clock. So I had to drive like 30 minutes away to the nearest Target. And when I got there, I had to park in the back because they had like 10 handicap spaces up front, another 10 for when you sit there and they bring your shit out to you, and another 5 whenever you're picking something up that you already ordered. But in all honesty, that didn't bother me because I had never heard about any girls getting trafficked at a grocery store. So like I said, I parked all the way in the back of the parking lot. I mean, okay, not all the way in the back, but I was damn near close. So I go in, and I'm not too familiar with this Target. I've only been here a few times because the mini market in my hometown is usually the one that I go to. So I'm looking around, and I realize that there's this little girl following me. But it seemed like she was more like keeping an eye on me. Like she would stand like 20 feet behind me, but just like stare at me, you know, peek through the aisles. And she did that for like 10 minutes, but whenever I finally went up to the checkout, she was gone, and this woman came up to me. She was like, oh my gosh, have you seen my daughter? She was running around the store. I don't know where she is. So I described the little girl to her that I saw. And she was like, yeah, that's her. I can't find her. Will you please help me look for her? And I didn't have the time for this because my parents were going to wring my neck. So like I said, she asked me to help look for her daughter. And I was like, I'm going to go tell a Target employee. And she was like, no, don't worry. They're all already looking. They have security all over the place. And she was like, will you help me check the parking lot? Because I don't know if she left. She was like, I've been having them look for the past 10 minutes. So I didn't think anything of this because I didn't think that some lady would try to kidnap me. So I went into the parking lot with her and I'm like, okay, where do you think she would have went? Like, did you drive here? Did she maybe go to the car? She's like, no, we live like 5 minutes down the road. Do you think that we could get in your car and drive around? And I said, yeah, because I thought that it would speed up the process. And my dad's truck was really high off the ground. So while we're walking, I'm like, I think someone's under my car. And she was like, what? No, it's probably just the shadow. And I'm like, no, there's someone under my car. So I turn around to walk back into the store and she starts like pulling my arm towards my car. So an employee called the police whenever I went in there, and long story short, they were trying to kidnap me. Story time about how my grandma almost got me grounded. A little background information, I was 14 and in 8th grade, and there was this boy that I really liked who lived like 10 minutes away from me. So the one night he asked me if I wanted to hang out, and my mom was strict about me not hanging out with people after 7 o'clock at night, especially a boy. I wasn't even allowed to hang out with boys. And my grandma, my mom, and my brother and I all lived together, and we all had our own rooms. Mine was on the first floor of the house, so I snuck out the window and I went and hung out with him. So I snuck out at around 3 and came back at around 4 a.m. And my grandma comes into my room to wake me up for school. And I guess that I had been laying on my side and my hair was like pulled up. Because literally all I remember waking up to is her smacking me up out of my sleep and screaming at me because there was a hickey on my neck. She's like, I'm telling your mom whenever she gets home, your window's gonna be screwed shut. And I keep telling her it's not a hickey, so she calls my brother over. And he's like, yeah, that's definitely a hickey because he likes to kiss her ass. So like I said, she's like, I'm telling your mom, and I keep telling her that it's not a hickey. And thankfully, my mom already went to work. She had work at 6 a.m. So I got on the bus, I go to school, and I'm talking to my friend and telling her about how I'm literally going to be crucified whenever I get home. And she told me about how her older sister was in like the same situation that I'm in now. So she texted her older sister asking what she did because she never got caught. And I was like, okay, well, if she used makeup, my mom's going to find out because she's not dumb. Well, apparently her older sister burnt herself with a curling iron. Yes, literally burnt herself. but she ended up getting away with it. So fast forward, I get home at around 3 o'clock and I sneak in through the back door so that way my grandma won't see that I came in the house, because she literally would have made me sit in the living room until my mom got home. So I go upstairs and I burn myself with a curling iron, which is not fun. So like I said, I snuck in through the back door so that way my grandma wouldn't see me, because if she saw me, she would have made me wait in the living room with her until my mom got home. So, you know, burnt myself with a curling iron and my mom gets home. And since I'm on the first floor, I can literally hear my grandma talking to my mom and my brother, of course. My grandma's like, yeah, she has hickeys all over her neck, which is literally an exaggeration because there was one small one. So my mom calls me out to the living room. I go out and she's like, all right, show it to me. And I'm like, show you what? She's like, don't play stupid. Your grandma already told me the whole situation. And I was like, Mom, I literally burnt myself with a curling iron. And my grandma's like screaming and freaking out because I'm lying. She's like, you better tell your mother the truth right now. Da 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 da. So I show the burn to my mom. She looks at my grandma and she's like, so you're gonna tell me that's not a burn on her neck? And she was like, that's not how it looked this morning, blah, blah, blah. So I got away with it, but now my grandma literally stalks me to see if I'm doing anything wrong so she can tell my mom.
Was I wrong for not including my sister-in-law in photos during my bachelorette party? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I will list the source in the caption of this video. I'm getting married, and my brother John asked me to include his girlfriend Sarah as a bridesmaid as a way to get her involved with our family since he wants to propose soon. I wasn't happy. She's quite snobbish, almost in a comically villainous way. Once she made fun of the fact that I get most of my groceries from the local big box supercenter and not somewhere with more high quality product. But I love John and it mattered to him a lot, so I agreed. On to the issue. On the final night of my bachelorette party, we decided to have one big meal that was really pricey and fancy that we all saved up for. Sarah said she had to take an emergency work meeting and for us to go ahead. The restaurant was a walkable distance from a hotel. Guys, when Sarah showed up, I was floored. She came in a white sparkly sequin number with a tulle skirt and a tiara. When we were planning the trip, my maid of honor made it abundantly clear that everyone was supposed to wear pink so that we could get a really cute photo together at the restaurant. I'm not even kidding. Her outfit was so bridal looking that the waitress actually asked if we were having a joint bachelorette party. I was so upset that when it came time to take photos, I absolutely refused to have Sarah in them. She said it wasn't her fault because she didn't get the memo, but I told her it was common sense to not wear a bridal-looking dress to a bachelorette party if you're not the bride. Plus, she was in a group chat and even made comments about another girl's outfit when we were talking about what we wanted to wear, so she knew. All of my friends were on my side, and they made sure she didn't end up in the photos. When we got home, she pitched a fit to my brother, saying that we bullied her at my party and deliberately left her out. She was also pissed because a lot of family and friends noticed that she wasn't in the photos, and I wasn't afraid to tell them exactly why. My brother's really upset though, because she's been crying and whining about it nonstop since. Apparently they're both so mad that they're gonna skip Father's Day brunch, so the whole thing is blowing up even more. I'm starting to feel bad because my mom told me that my brother and Sarah were fighting a lot now. So, I'm not so sure if I'm in the wrong here. My brother called me a bridezilla, but I feel like Sarah was really trying to ruin my night. So, was I wrong for not including my sister-in-law in photos during my bachelorette party? I've been sleeping with my mom's fiance, and I don't know how to tell her. I, 22 female, met my soon-to-be stepdad Christian, 37 male, about 8 months ago at a bar near my college. As you can imagine, our first encounter was a drunken one-night stand. The next weekend when I went back with my friends, he was there again. This time we exchanged phone numbers before we went back to my place again. Even though it started off as sex, it quickly became more, and about a month after meeting, we officially started dating. I know that the age gap is pretty excessive, but I had hearts in my eyes when I was around him, and I thought that the feeling was mutual. He lived a few towns over, same town as my mom, 39 female actually, but I never connected the dots. Since we had only been seeing each other for a few months, I never thought to bring him up to my mom. About 2 weeks ago, I went over to my mom's house to pick her up for a lunch date. During lunch, she brought up her new boyfriend. I honestly wasn't paying much attention because I was texting Christian. I congratulated her and I asked when I could meet him. We set up a dinner for the following weekend. The dinner was 3 days ago. I can't explain how I kept it together when I walked into the kitchen and I saw him holding my mother from behind. I will say though, his face was priceless when he saw me walk into that kitchen. And had I had this big, elaborate gotcha plan, I would have been amused. Instead, I pretended that I was just meeting him for the first time and introduced myself. We had a dinner, and I will say it was extremely awkward. When my mom walked me to the car, she mentioned it and hoped that I wasn't too uncomfortable. She told me she didn't know what had gotten into him, because everyone who met him could attest to what a fun, life of the party kind of guy he was. Little did she know that's exactly how me and my friends would describe him as well. Now, my mom and I have never been close, especially after my dad died 5 years ago. But I never thought that I would end up in some twisted form of a corn huff skit. She normally calls me a few times a week just to touch bases in a 5-minute catch-up. But now I have been avoiding her calls for the last week, and even went to stay at a friend's place to avoid Christian after he showed up to my place to try and explain himself. Can you believe he even had the audacity to cry? Like he was the victim in all of this. I have zero interest in hearing any of his pathetic excuses, but how do I even begin to tell my mom? She already had her heart broken after my father's death. I honestly want to just pretend I never met him so she can stay in her happy little bubble, but she deserves the truth. That's some fuckboy.
Am I the asshole for telling my best friend his girlfriend is disgusting? I, 22 female, have been friends with Danny, 22 male, since high school. He recently moved in with his girlfriend, Lucy, 22 female. They had a housewarming party on Friday, and Lucy spent most of the night dancing with her friends who are very like her. They're all excitable extroverts, and they drag Danny away from his conversations with us to dance even though he's more like us. Later, Danny was being quiet, so I asked if he was okay, and he said he was just tired. But he just kept watching Lucy dancing and then said something in her ear the next time she came over, and she just shook her head and laughed at him. So I asked him if it was bothering him how she was behaving. Am I the asshole for telling my best friend his girlfriend is disgusting? I mentioned the attention-seeking dancing and the fact that she was wearing something really revealing even though other guys were at this party. Danny said it didn't bother him and then sat down with a moody face. At the end of the night, Lucy sat down with us and started chatting non-stop about how amazing the party had been. I jokingly mentioned that Danny looked miserable, and he told her I was worried about the outfit. Lucy ruffled his hair and said he was quiet because he loved her outfit so much and couldn't wait for us all to leave so he could drag her to bed. I said to Danny I'd leave if she was just going to be disgusting, and Lucy laughed at me, so I did. But now he wants an apology. Am I the asshole for continuing to sleep nude despite my neighbors being able to see into my house? I, 28 male, have been living in my house for a few years now. One of the main reasons I chose this place was because my bedroom faced east, allowing me to wake up to morning sunlight. Most mornings, I wake up before my alarm goes off because the sunlight wakes me up. There used to be a tree line that provided a natural barrier between my house and any potential neighbors, so I never saw a need for curtains or blinds. Recently, my neighborhood expanded and most of that tree line is cut down due to new houses. So boom, then there's a house built right across from mine, and their window has a clear view into my bedroom. And yes, I sleep nude. Am I the asshole for continuing to sleep nude despite my neighbors being able to see into my bedroom? Not long after they moved in, the father from the house came over to my house and pretty much told me to stop being nude in front of my windows. He said his family can see inside my bedroom and wasn't nice about it at all. But he wasn't mean either, just matter-of-factly like he gave me an order and fully expected it to be done. Like I was his kid or his employee. I was surprised but understood his concern, so I made an effort to be more mindful of my nudity. That being said, I still sleep nude and occasionally end up being visible to the neighbors for a brief moment after waking up. The father is telling me to completely stop and threaten calling the cops. Am I the asshole for having a dry wedding and serving only water for drinks? My husband and I are getting married later this year, and each of our sides of the family are fairly big. It'll be 150 people, and my husband and I are paying for this ourselves, as well as my grandmother. We have a lot of kids in our family, so we decided against making it child-free, but we decided to make it dry. There will be no alcohol of any kind, and honestly this doesn't have anything to do with there being kids, but because me and my fiance don't drink. On top of that, we really only drink water, and we rarely, if ever, drink soda, so most of the time it's only water. Am I the asshole for having a dry wedding and serving only water for drinks? Obviously the food, which is a part my grandma is paying for, is going to be expensive for that many people. There will also be so many choices to choose from, but only water will be provided. We don't want to pay for alcohol or soda, and it's just a large added expense when we can do filtered water for a much cheaper cost. Well, when my family and friends found out, some of them got really angry. They said we could have at least had an open bar, or we should have at least had soda, because how can we expect everyone to drink only water? The kids will be upset and the wedding will be boring. Am I the asshole for telling my child's daycare teacher that my child doesn't have to finish cleaning up? My 2-year-old daughter has been in a home daycare for a few months now. The teacher Sasha is very nice and I'm normally all for my daughter cleaning her own messes. However, when I arrive, Sasha expects my daughter to finish cleaning up whatever she was playing with, which would be fine, but it delays us getting out the door, heading home, and sometimes we have plans. I started texting Sasha beforehand, asking her to get my daughter ready, and that seemed to work. She'd be in a jacket and reading a book, which was easy to put away versus a huge project. Things were great until today. Am I the asshole for telling my child's daycare teacher that my child won't finish cleaning up? Things were crazy and I was in a rush and we had a lot to do this afternoon and I was running behind because I had car trouble. When I arrived, my daughter and some friends were in the middle of cleaning up a big mess. I told my daughter we had to go and to get her coat. That's when Sasha said she needed to finish cleaning up her part and I said any other day, sure, but I'm running late and we can't miss this appointment. Sasha tried arguing that kids need to learn responsibility and I flat out said no. Then I grabbed my daughter, put her coat on, and left. Now she's accusing me of undermining her authority and gave me a verbal warning.
Am I the asshole for cutting my infertile sister out of my life? My sister is 4 years older than me, and she's been struggling with infertility and miscarriages for most of her adult life. It even led to the end of her first marriage. I knew that her younger sister having kids before her would be salt in her wounds. That's why I chose to be so accommodating when pregnant with my first, which I now deeply regret. She demanded that I not announce my pregnancy on social media and never post any baby-related things since she had a miscarriage 2 months prior. I caved. When it came time for the baby shower, I privately told her that I completely understood if she didn't want to come. In response, she had a meltdown and demanded I cancel it entirely. I told her no and she threatened to hurt herself, so I caved. When I started to show, she said my baby bump was hard to look at. I found that reasonable and took every measure to hide it. I limited our contact and made sure the few interactions we had were virtual only. However, that wasn't enough. She didn't want me at any family events. Our parents had enough backbone and demanded I come anyways. When we were at a family barbecue, people were asking about my pregnancy and I happily answered them. My sister was enraged by this and accused us of being insensitive monsters. My husband finally lost it and told her that if she didn't stop screaming in my face, he would move her. My sister demanded that I and my violent husband never come to a family event again. I hoped this was temporary and she would see the reason when my son was born. So my husband and I didn't go to any more events. Part 2. Am I the asshole for cutting my infertile sister out of my life? Even when my parents pleaded with us to go, things got worse when my baby finally arrived. After months of following my sister's embargo, I decided I had enough. So I posted pictures of our baby and his name announcement and sent text messages to my family members. I didn't contact her and I blocked her account just so she wouldn't be bombarded by it. But she found out anyways. My sister then proceeded to blow up my phone with name calling. I was in pain, exhausted, and just wanted to rest with my baby, but I was met with constant phone calls and horrible text messages. My husband finally blocked her number so I could have some peace. The final straw was when she tried to forbid my baby from coming to family events, even asked to meet up with me for coffee without him. I was not going to allow my baby to go through the same isolation and eggshell walking that I did, so I unloaded on her. I told her that she ruined my pregnancy. I explained how she stole one of the most joyous parts of my life away from me for her own selfishness. Our family members are trying to get us to reconcile. Our parents think I was too harsh. So, am I the asshole for cutting my infertile sister out of my life? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Am I wrong for kicking out one of my bridesmaids after showing up in the wrong dress? My 23 female wedding was last Saturday, and I'm still getting backlash from this, so I want to know if this was an asshole move. In the country I live in, it's currently winter, and we get a fair amount of snow, so my wedding was a winter-themed wedding. The color theme was forest green and gold. My dress was obviously white, and I chose the color of my bridesmaids' dresses to be forest green as well. My maid of honor's dress was black, and everyone was to wear gold accessories. I have this friend, we'll call her Kat, that I asked to be one of my bridesmaids. When we went dress shopping and I told them the color theme I was going for, Kat immediately expressed that she thought forest green was a bad choice. She thinks it's not a flattering color and thought I should choose something different and more girly. I said no because my wedding was winter themed and I thought the color would go perfect with the theme. She suggested a pink, blue, even a red. I said no, but thanks for your opinion. She found out that my maid of honor's dress was black and asked if she could wear black too. I said no, only my maid of honor is wearing black. I paid for all of the dresses. Fast forward to wedding day. Everyone's getting their hair and makeup done, and Kat shows up 30 minutes late holding a bag that looked like it had a dress inside. I asked her what this was for, and she told me it was for later on at the reception if she got uncomfortable and wanted to change after pictures. I was like, okay, cool. So fast forward, we're all dressed and walking down the stairs because the ceremony is beginning in 30 minutes and we were going to take some pictures before. Kat is the last person to come down and she's wearing a black dress. At the time, I was preoccupied taking pictures with my parents, but my maid of honor came over to me and made me aware of the situation. I confronted Kat and asked her what was going on. She said she hates her bridesmaid dress and the color is ugly and makes her look gross, so she's wearing black. I told her, please go back and change. She refused and started walking away from me. I said I'm going to ask her one more time, and if she doesn't oblige, I'm calling security and kicking her out. She began yelling at me to fuck off, so I called Wait, what? She told you to fuck off? What? She began yelling at me to fuck off, so I called security and asked them to please escort her out. She started making a big scene, yelling how I'm such a bitch and that I can't force her to wear anything and that I'm a horrible, inconsiderate friend. I want to know why this girl's your friend in the first place. From the beginning, she's been giving off bad vibes. Like, the wedding went on and it was truly amazing. Ever since the wedding, Kat has been blowing up my phone with texts, saying some really nasty things and asking for the money back she spent on the black dress since it was a waste and she didn't get to wear it. I had to block her number. Some of my other bridesmaids have been giving me shit, saying that it was a little harsh kicking her out and embarrassing her like that, and that maybe I should give her the money back. So, am I the asshole for kicking her out? Why should you have to pay her back for a dress that she went out by herself to go buy after she already had a dress that she committed to? Not my problem, that's your fault. Why did you think you could wear black to my wedding when I said no? Hello? Am I wrong for letting my son get fast food and bringing it into a wedding reception? I mean, if he's like a kid, like a toddler, and like they're hard to like see, then yeah, I would understand, but... My son, 22 male, is a picky eater. Is a 22-year-old? Then no. Out the door. My cousin was getting married and had a lovely reception with a nice buffet. Johnny wasn't a fan of what was served, so I let him leave and get some food. Word spread amongst our family where he was going, and a few people asked him to bring things back, so he did. We were at a table near the dance floor, and you could probably smell it there, but nobody in our immediate family had a problem, even the bride or groom. Apparently the venue and the family of the bride were appalled, and I don't understand why. It was a great party, so he wanted something different, and other people did too. Okay, so like in our culture, if we were to have a wedding, we have buffet style too. And if it's a kid, it's a different story, right? Kids are picky, I get it. But if I saw a guest at my wedding or I was at my sister's wedding go and bring McDonald's, I think that's like a sign of disrespect, because it's like my food wasn't good enough for you. Like, you know what? Your shit was nasty. I'm gonna go get outside food. I go to McDonald's all the time after the wedding, right? If I'm still hungry, but I wouldn't do it during the wedding because it's just rude. It's like etiquette. He's 22. Grow up. Ma'am, I don't like it. I don't like it. Come on. He's 22 years old and in college. He has no medical issues, he just has a limited palate. When I said I meant let him take my car since we all rode together. The food was served buffet style. A nice soup, salad, tenderloin, barbecue beef, pasta, a few other selections. It was actually really good wedding food. You're not making your case stronger. Like I said, if you were hungry after, go after the wedding. Everyone else who partook in the fast food did so because, well, it was there and tasted good. They didn't have a problem with the venue's food. Also, as some people said, 1 or 2 chicken bones did end up in the floor in the venue. That was unfortunate. Do better. You're wrong.
Am I the asshole for getting my friend's child taken off them? I, 27 female, and my partner, 29 male, had a long day after work and decided we were going to have a glass of wine at home. I got a FaceTime call from my friend Lucy, 34 female. She was with her partner and we were all having a laugh over FaceTime. It was about 11 p.m. at night and Lucy asked if we wanted to go over there for a few drinks. We both agreed and I said I would pick up drinks and see her there. By the time we got there, Lucy was on her own. Lucy let us in and we were chatting, having drinks. I had seen on the side that there were 3 empty bottles of wine from before we got there. Next thing I know, baby's crying. Lucy's 6-month-old daughter was upstairs, so she brought her down. I immediately stopped drinking. I didn't want to drink when there was a baby in the house. However, my partner and Lucy continued. Anyway, about an hour passes and Lucy said she needed to nip out for 15 minutes and ring a taxi. I asked where she was going and she said that she was going to meet someone and she'd be back soon. Would I mind watching her daughter? I obviously said I didn't mind as long as she came back. Lucy left, an hour passed and I tried to get a hold of her. I finally managed to get through. She proceeded to ask me Part 2. Am I the asshole for getting a friend's child taken off them? I managed to get through. She proceeded to ask me if I could ring her a taxi and said some address that I didn't hear because she was so drunk. I asked her to text it to me and she didn't. I didn't hear from her again that night. 40 calls later, and by this point it's 6 a.m. The baby has woken up and is screaming. Me and my partner don't have kids, so I didn't know what to do. I couldn't find nappies. She's on formula. It was a nightmare. In the end, we waited until 7 a.m. and tried to comfort the poor baby. She wouldn't stop crying. It got to the point where we needed to ring the police.
When they arrived, they tried to contact her and couldn't get through. We managed to get in contact with her father over Facebook. It was about 8:30 a.m. and I received a message, "Where is my baby?" I told her what happened and asked where she was. Nothing. She just kept repeating, "Where is my child?" The father then came to pick up the child and I explained the situation. The police asked for my account of what happened. We were told to drive home and if they needed anything else, they would call us. The father has taken her to court and she hasn't seen her child in 6 months. She messages me every now and again from a new number asking me if I'm happy I'm the reason she's not got her child yet. It's getting to the point where it's harassment. I've blocked her on everything, yet she still finds a way. I can't help but feel so guilty in case I did the wrong thing. So, am I the asshole for getting a friend's child taken off them? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Am I the asshole for bringing my sister-in-law's wallet to the restaurant when she conveniently always forgets it? My 28 female sister-in-law Amy, 26 female, always comes to visit from out of town. She stays with us instead of a hotel and always wants to go to expensive restaurants. She always conveniently forgets her wallet or comes up with some excuse as to why she can't pay her share. She has implied that since I make much more money than her, I should be the one to pay. No, not my husband should pay, but me specifically. I do make a fair amount of money, but not so much that I can treat someone every time they come into town. Nonetheless, in the past, I have just paid the bill and asked her to pay me back. She never has. She had made a reservation at an extremely expensive restaurant last night, and before we left, I made it clear that I wouldn't be paying her bill. This is where I might be the asshole, and I'll admit, I got this move straight out of an episode of 2.5 Men. When we were leaving, her and my husband went to the car. I pretended I forgot something and went back inside. I found her wallet sitting on top of her suitcase. I put it in my purse and we went to the restaurant. When we were done eating, I asked for separate bills. She said, no, we only need one bill because she forgot her wallet again. I reached into my purse, pulled it out and said, "This wallet?" She was extremely furious. She said that I shouldn't have touched or grabbed her wallet. So, am I the asshole? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Update. Am I the asshole for bringing my sister-in-law's wallet to the restaurant when she conveniently always forgets it? From the sister-in-law's perspective. This is Amy. My friend told me she saw this post and everyone is saying I'm a leech. The thing my sister-in-law did not tell you all is that she has no problem paying for her sisters and always singles me out and expects me to always pay. She takes her sisters out to restaurants and never makes them pay. Ever since she got with my brother has been so cheap. He always used to help my mom and I because we don't have a lot of money, and he stopped doing that since he's been with her. He used to always help me and my mom with our bus tickets to come see him and to visit my niece. Now he always says he doesn't have money. So maybe I am wrong for always forgetting my wallet, but it's not fair that she always pays for her own sisters, but not for me. She would never take her sister's wallet and embarrass her at a restaurant trying to make her pay. Taking my wallet and sneaking it to the restaurant when she can afford to pay for things is so messed up. In our culture, the older siblings always pay. She is so cheap, why can't she just treat me? Why does she only treat her sisters and make me look like the bad person when I expect the same treatment as her sisters? I hope people don't think I'm an asshole when they learn more about the situation.
Am I the asshole? I made a minor mess like a cat, so my fiance would know what he's getting into before we get one. 24 female. So my fiance, 27 male, really wants a cat, and I understand they're nice pets. But I grew up with a cat, and he didn't, so I don't really think he understands how hard it can be to take care of one. He said that it'll be so easy because they just use the bathroom in the litter box and don't need much attention. But I know it's not that simple. For background, he knows he would have to take care of it most of the time because he's unemployed and looking for work. Meanwhile, I'm constantly busy because I'm trying to get through nursing school. I'm just afraid I'll end up having to look after the cat a lot more than he will. That's how it was with the fish we had. My fiance forgot to feed him multiple times. Friday night, before he went out over to play poker with some friends, I found this to be a perfect opportunity to have some of my friends over, as my fiance doesn't like my friends. Him and I had a little argument about the cat again before he left. He insisted it would be easy and he would clean up after it and everything, but I just can't believe him after the fish. And he tries to say that cleaning up things like vomit really isn't that bad when I know how gross it can be. So here's why I might be the asshole. My friends and I were drinking and watching movies, and I'll admit we drank a little much. I was complaining a bit about my fiance, and so the argument was on my mind. Eventually, I started to feel really sick, and I jokingly suggested that I throw up on the floor and make my fiance clean it so he can actually see how gross it is. My drunk friends actually encouraged me to do it, so I didn't go to the bathroom and ended up vomiting on the hardwood floor in our apartment. Nobody cleaned it up, anticipating that he would clean it up to understand the struggles of having a pet. I know it sounds a little ridiculous, but it was drunk logic. The next morning when my fiance came home, he was furious and screamed at me for doing such a nasty thing. I felt a little bad, but at the end of the day, that's the sort of thing that happens when you have a pet. You come home to vomit on the floor. And again, he comes from a place of not really understanding that's a part of having a pet like a cat. I really did want him to clean it up. He yelled at me, calling me crazy, and honestly, his refusal to clean it up, I think, shows he's not ready to take care of a pet. As of now, he's really not talking to me, and I know this sounds weird, but both of us are being so stubborn that none of us have yet cleaned up the vomit as of today. He's been out with his friends most of the weekend because he's so mad, but I really think he should step up and show he's ready for that sort of responsibility. So Reddit, am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for kicking my brother and his family out after he tried to give me a whorevention? I am having a hard time feeling remorseful, and I am unwilling to apologize for calling my brother out and asking him to vacate my property. I have given him many chances to stop this behavior, and my brother won't stop shaming me for having been a stripper before I got my prestigious job. These are his literal words, and I am a nurse anesthesiast. He has been making offhand remarks about me having been a stripper since he found out 6 years ago. He got on these long triads about how I am ungodly, unholy, and that the sin I committed can never be forgiven unless I repent and let Christ into my heart. I am not religious, I'm certainly not a Christian, and I will never be one, but my brother refuses to accept this. Also, I only started stripping because of his drug and gambling addiction ruined mine and our parents' life. He remortgaged their house, took out loans and several credit cards in our parents' name, and even sold our parents' identity to his former dealer. I didn't know how bad the situation was until I came home one day from university and found strangers living in our house. My father was too embarrassed to let me know they were living out of their car. They also never reported my brother to the police because my parents didn't want him back in prison. Last time he went in for 2 years, me and my parents were blackmailed to pay his prison debt. So when I found out my parents, baby sister, and baby brother were living out of their car, I decided to work as a stripper. I made good money, and with that money, I was able to buy a house for my family, pay off my parents' debt, my brother's debt, and put my younger siblings through college and university. During that time, I also paid for his rehab, so he got his shit together. Now he is happily married, employed, sober, and with a child on the way. FYI, I paid for his wife's IVF treatments. Last Sunday, our parents invited some people over for a big catered dinner. My brother and his wife thought this would be the perfect time to turn it into what he called a whorevention and embarrass me in front of all of the guests. I completely lost it. I was so enraged that I spent most of the evening cursing him and my sister-in-law out. I reminded him that I never would have been a stripper if he hadn't tried to ruin us. On Monday, I drew up an eviction notice and sent it to him. I want to cut all ties with him and his family. I am truly done with him. Almost everyone is telling me that I am right for being angry, but that it's terrible to kick him and his wife out of the house when they are due to have their first child in 9 weeks. My parents are begging me to forgive him, and honestly, I feel I have been and am being reasonable for giving them 90 days to get out. I am done being called the whore of Babylon and the downfall of mankind. Apologies for the length of the story, but I feel like you all needed to know as much as possible because I feel like I'm losing my mind. Am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for ending my engagement because of my fiance's streaming career? I've been with my fiance for 5 incredible years, 4 as a couple and 1 engaged. But our relationship took a drastic turn when she started streaming last year on Twitch and Kick. It began as a casual hobby, but now she's fully immersed, streaming around 11 hours a day. Yes, she's successful, pulling in around 5 figures a month, which is impressive and helps out a lot. However, the cost of our personal life has been high. She's completely safe for work and her content, but the invasion of our privacy is overwhelming. For instance, she once shared our argument about postponing our wedding, and another time time discussed my health issues live on stream. Our private moments, like dinners or just relaxing at home, often become backdrops for her streams, because she streams from our bedroom. Our relationship dynamic has shifted dramatically. Her streaming schedule leaves little room for us, and when she's not streaming, she's either prepping for the next one or engaging with her community on social media. I've tried discussing boundaries, like keeping certain topics off limits and having dedicated us time without streaming, but she insists that being open with her audience is a key part of her success. And it very well may be. I know how powerful parasocial relationships can be. I understand that her viewers feel like friends to her, but it's come to a point where she consults her chat more than me on personal decisions. I've voiced my discomfort with strangers having such an insight into our lives, but she feels I don't appreciate the effort she puts into building her career. My friends are split on this. Some think I should be more supportive, considering it's her income source and she's not doing anything inappropriate. My family, on the other hand, sees my side and is concerned about our lack of privacy. I finally decided to call off the engagement because honestly, I feel like I'm living in a reality show without ever having signed up for it. Am I the asshole? I can absolutely understand how being a streamer or a content creator, when you start really getting into it, doing it full time, that does take up your entire day. If you're not doing something actively, you're absolutely thinking about it. If she's not working with him to create boundaries, one with her content, just with her saying things to her chat about their own personal relationship, two with her schedule, he talked to her about this, like, hey, listen, I'm uncomfortable when you do this certain thing. I want us to spend more time together. I can see why he would want to come to that conclusion. You're not the asshole for ending your engagement. If she genuinely wants to save this relationship, she's going to have to cut back time with content creation. And if not cut back time, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to outsource, and you're going to have to get help from people, from video editors, from other content creators. You're going to have to do certain things so that content creation is not your entire life, because it shouldn't be your entire life. I know a lot of people, they went head first into content creation and they did that nonstop. They became like a shell of their self in real life. They gave so much of themselves to the online world, they couldn't be an active person in real life. You have to be really, really, really careful when it comes to giving too much of yourself to the online world. Not just for safety, not just for whatever the fudge, just for your own. My wife, female 32, recently had wine spilled on her by my best friend, female 31, during our wedding. Now she is demanding that I, male 33, cut ties. Me and Allie met through a mutual friend in 2012 during a pub quiz at university. I was quite attracted to her and actually told her so by the end of the evening. But she told me she had a boyfriend even though she was flattered, all the same. Fast forward 3 years, I met Eliza at the Edinburgh Fringe and we just clicked immediately. Politics, movies, music, whatever the subject approached, there was a spark that I'd never felt with anyone else. Like, she just made sense to me. Her personality was just vivid. It's hard to describe, but I'll try. On first impression, she was so knowledgeable and enthusiastic, I was taken aback by her intensity. From that point onwards, we were inseparable, and I was dead certain for our future together long before we got engaged. Enter Allie again. I started a new job at an advertising firm with a position in web design, and she was one of the only people I knew. At first, it was a little awkward given our history, especially considering that she was now married to the boyfriend she was dating back then. But there was no one else I knew at the firm, and we both had partners at this point, so it couldn't hurt to be friends, right? And to be honest, I'm glad, because I feel like our chemistry as friends superseded any potential we might have had as a couple. She's clever and had a bit of a cheeky personality. I'm quite dry and sarcastic myself, so I reckon we have a pretty fun dynamic. Eliza doesn't seem to feel that way though. Sometimes when it's been the three of us, she's expressed a feeling of being left out or that Allie has been making fun of her. I don't see it. It's just our dynamic. But there has been a couple of nights when Eliza's been in tears because of something that Allie said. One time, Eliza got out of her seat and Allie sat down where she was sitting to show me a video on YouTube. When Eliza came back in, she saw Allie leaning next to me and she was upset for the rest of the night. Sometimes there have been times when Allie has said something that Eliza has read as a come on. Like when I said I missed swimming because I felt out of shape, Allie said the two of us should go together with a playful punch. Eliza didn't say anything at the time, but her discomfort was visible. Things really came to a head, though, on our wedding, and I think the stress of it might have gotten to Eliza. During the reception, Allie bumped into her, and red wine spilled all over her dress. She was bawling the entire evening. We're now on our honeymoon, and Eliza has said she hopes for a fresh start, but she feels Allie might have spilled her wine on purpose. She suggested that I cut ties with her, and if I'm being honest, I'm not sure what to do. I'm not sure what I want to do. Where do I go from here?
You cut ties with Allie?
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're married. I understand that it's totally possible that like you could just be reading into things wrong, but if on more than one occasion you find your significant other crying over something that one of your friends did, I'm sorry. I've never in my entire life spilled wine on anybody, especially not red wine on their wedding dress.
Can you
imagine?
imagine?
That is sabotage. Like,
It
that is
is.
intentional. I don't like Allie.
My boyfriend is moving in with his female best friend, and their closeness makes me uncomfortable.
Whoa. I don't like it.
Yeah, you won't like it when we start reading through it.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes.
So my boyfriend and I have been together for just under a year. When we first started dating, he told me about Faith, one of his best friends. They've known one another since childhood and are extremely close. I didn't have a problem with it initially because Faith had a boyfriend, and the way she acted toward my boyfriend was also the way she acted towards other close male friends, so I just thought it was who she is. Just before Christmas, Faith and her boyfriend broke up. I never got the details, just that it was a really bad breakup. They were living together and Faith needed a place to stay, so my boyfriend offered his couch. This is where I started to get uncomfortable. I told him I didn't like that some girl staying at his place like this, and he told me it's temporary and she's his best friend, and I don't get a say in who he lends his couch out to. We argued, and eventually I relented. On New Year's, I wanted to go back to his place after the celebration at my friend's place, but he said Faith is there and we wouldn't be able to do anything, sex, and I got annoyed and said she can listen to it for all I care. He got annoyed at that and said he's not doing that. I asked him when she plans on getting her own place, and he said she's looking, but it's hard to find a place in her price range. I went home alone that night. A week ago, he wasn't feeling the greatest, so I wanted to surprise him with food, so I showed up to his apartment. She answered the door in a tank top and very small pajama shorts. When she went to the shower, I asked him if she walks around like that all the time, and he said yes, and he saw me get annoyed and told me not to start. I asked him how he'd feel if a close male friend living with me walked around half naked, and he said he'd feel uncomfortable, but he'd trust me to not do anything. I told him I do trust him, but it's still a boundary for me, and I asked again when she's moving out. That's when he dropped the bomb on me, that the two of them had decided to look for a place together once his lease ends up in March. I'm gonna keep going. I lost it. She heard us fighting and came out of the shower, dressed somewhat, and asked what was wrong, and I told her I'm not comfortable with any of this. She apologized and said I better find a way to be comfortable with it. He didn't say anything, and when I said seriously, he sighed and told me that she's right, that she's been his friend longer than I've been in his life, and this will benefit them both in the long run. So this is what's happening. I asked what's going to happen if we wanted to move in together before their lease ends to whatever place they're getting, and he said that's something we can discuss if and when that happens. I was so unbelievably mad and insulted that I just left. I texted him later and asked him to think about what's more important, living with her or our relationship. And he said that sounds like I'm giving him an ultimatum, and I said that's not what I'm doing, but he's being unreasonable. We've been texting since, but it feels like it's probably the end of our relationship. I brought up my discomfort about everything, including how close they are, to my best friend, and she says there's nothing I can do, and I'll lose 100% of the time, which kind of pissed me off, because if he saw a future with me at all, then shouldn't he want to fight for us and make me feel comfortable in this relationship?
Am I the asshole for ordering food that my husband can't eat? I, 28 female, have been with my husband, 28 male, for 9 years. We've been married for 2 as of this summer. We have a daughter who is 7 years old. We rarely ever fight, and if we do, it has been more major and serious things. But this, what to me was a small issue, is now turning into the biggest argument that we have ever had. So the problem is that me and our daughter love spicy food. We always have it, and ever since I felt comfortable with her trying it, she has loved it too. Sure, we couldn't compete in spice eating contests, and even though our tolerance is high, it is not extreme. But my husband, he hates it. He is one of those people who thinks spice is unnecessary and only likes to use salt and pepper. This is not a problem. Sometimes I make a batch to suit his taste and then another batch for me and my daughter. Sometimes me and our daughter will just eat how things are to his liking, as too little spices is easier to handle than too much as it would be for him. Now, this Saturday, he was away with some friends to go pick up some car parts. It was a 12-hour drive in total, and they left the house at 9 a.m. I went ahead and ordered dinner from an Indian place for my daughter and I because it's her favorite place. My husband also likes this place, but he just orders something mild when we get food from there. Since my husband was not home, I did not order anything for him as I thought they would have eaten on the road since they were gone for so long. When he got home, he greeted us immediately and then went to the fridge and saw some boxes left for food. When he opened them, he obviously noticed that he could not eat any of them. Then we argued for about 5 minutes over this, with the consensus of the argument being him saying that I should have either thought about him and ordered something for him that he could eat, or I should have asked him if he had eaten or wanted anything. I argued that I would have probably done so if it was just a few hours that he was away. But he was gone for 12 hours and came home about 4 hours after we usually eat. So I assumed that he had already eaten. Now, he was barely talking to me. He cooked his own dinner for himself because, in his words, I can't be bothered. He texted me from the living room when I was cooking for me and my daughter the next day that he hoped I was happy to have my food my way now. He is extremely weird about this. He has never, ever acted this way about something like this before, and I'm getting even more confused by it. Am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for asking my cousin to move the date of his second wedding? My 29 female cousin Frankie, 33 male, and his wife Nora, 32 female, have been married almost 15 years. They got married a couple weeks after Nora's 18th birthday. Last weekend, they announced to the family at a get-together that they are having a second wedding in September, as they are now in a position where they could afford to finally celebrate their marriage with friends and family the way they wanted to. When they married originally, it was just the two of them and two friends at the courthouse. But Nora had always wanted the big, fancy white wedding. Now, usually this wouldn't be a problem. I'm happy for Frankie and Nora, and excited to get to attend their wedding. However, the date they've picked is the day before my wedding. My fiancé, 29 male, have been together for 9 years, and have been planning our wedding for the last 3 years. We have a date and venue booked for 2 years. Our save the dates only went out last month. When they announced their date, I asked Nora privately if they were joking with the date they had picked. Nora looked at me really confused until I pointed out that they were having their second wedding the day before my wedding. Nora told me that the date they'd chosen was the date they'd met in high school, and it was an important date to them. Later on, Frankie asked me why I wasn't happy for them, and I told him that it was rude of them to have their second wedding the day before mine. I told him that he had essentially ruined my wedding because no one is going to attend 2 weddings in a row on a weekend, especially not our elderly grandparents. Frankie apologized and said he didn't know our wedding date when they booked it. He told me that they weren't going to move the date and had the gall to suggest that I move my wedding if it mattered that much to me. I snapped and told him that it was tacky to have a redo wedding because they decided to get married on a whim at 18 with barely a penny between. Frankie got mad with me, and he and Nora left shortly after. That night, Frankie and my aunt, his mom, sent me angry messages telling me that I know why they got married so young. Nora came from an abusive household. She was essentially the punching bag for her brother and mother to let the abuse continue. They married because Nora and Frankie saw it as her only way out. My aunt and Frankie have since told other family members who are mostly mad that I suggested Frankie move his second wedding. Some think that given he's already married, then he should move it. Am I the asshole for asking my cousin to move the date of his wedding?
Get ready with me while I tell you the time I found out my best friend wants to date my ex. Get ready with me, anonymous story time. Just for back context, my ex and I, will give him the name Andrew. Andrew and I dated for 10 years and we have been broken up for 1 year now. We're also going to give my best friend the name Amanda. When I was dating my ex Andrew, my best friend Amanda, my ex Andrew, and I were all part of the same friend group. And whenever him and I broke up, that is when apparently Amanda and Andrew got closer. From what I am aware and was told, my best friend and my ex have not acted on anything without telling me. I do want to mention that I am in a new relationship and I have been with this new partner for 3 months now. I remember it was a day in the week where I received a text message from my best friend Amanda. In the text message, she basically told me that she wanted to hang out and there was something that she needed to talk to me about. Honestly, I didn't think much of it. A couple of days later, my best friend and I ended up grabbing some sushi. We ended up chatting, and in that conversation, she basically told me that her and my ex were interested in each other and wanted to date.
kitchen reset.
I was hurt. I had no words. What? I don't know about you, but the moment my best friend or any friend in general talks to a guy, he is off limits. I am not talking to him. There's no reason that I should be talking to someone that one of my friends spoke to. That's just me though. That's just me. So when my best friend basically told me that her and my best friend wanted to date and they were interested in each other, I didn't respond to her. I feel like I had so many questions, but at that moment, I kind of just stood quiet because I don't want to say anything out of pocket. Honestly, I just wanted to gather my feelings because how really am I supposed to react? Obviously, no one's gonna like you dating their ex, especially your best friend, the person I literally vented to. What? I ended up stepping away from that conversation for a brief moment because I just wanted to gather my thoughts and process everything that she just told me. The last thing I expected was for my ex and my best friend to be interested in one another. Of course I didn't like it. Who would like their best friend dating their ex? Like, be for real. Yes, I'm in a new relationship. I'm over my ex, but it's more about the principle of it. You know, that person is off limits in my opinion. Once I gathered my feelings and was able to process everything, I basically told my best friend how I feel like this is a betrayal. Personally, this has nothing to do with my ex. This person can move on. I don't care what this person does. Of course, I really have no say in her decision. She's gonna do whatever she wants, but it's just more of the fact that if she dates my ex, to me, I don't feel a betrayal on her and because she's my best friend. And of course, she doesn't owe me an explanation. My ex doesn't owe me an explanation, but she's my best friend. It almost seemed as if my best friend did not care about my feelings and what I had to say. It got to the point where I feel like I couldn't trust her anymore. My best friend responded very careless, and it's almost as if she didn't care about my feelings or what I had to say about the entire situation. Therefore, I took it upon myself, although it hurt so much because she was my best friend for years. I ended up cutting her off because if she didn't care what I had to say and my feelings, then I feel like I honestly don't need a person like that in my life. I'm curious to know if I was in the wrong for cutting her off, and what would you do if you were in my shoes? Do you believe it was valid of me to remove my best friend out of my life, or do you feel like I was being dramatic? My daughter asked me to help her out with her newborn baby and charged me rent. Get ready with me, anonymous story time. In a little over a month, my daughter is having her first baby. Sadly, her husband isn't able to get some time off of work whenever the baby is born. My daughter has expressed to me that she feels as though she's going to be a single mother, especially because her husband's going to be traveling during the time that she is on maternity leave. I do want to clarify that he will be traveling for work purposes. My daughter's husband will be home sometime, but for the most part, my daughter is on her own for the first month. Because of her husband's situation, my daughter ended up asking me if I am willing to help her out for a month or so. I live roughly 6 hours away from my daughter, so I informed her that I would end up having to stay at her home to help her out because there is no way I'm going to be driving back and forth 5 to 6 hours. My daughter ended up saying that I can stay at her home for a month and help her out, and so I agreed. This is where the problem comes in. My grandbaby is due in a couple of weeks. And so my daughter basically informed me last night that because I'm staying at her home, I would need to pay for rent. I would need to pay for rent. Keep in mind, she asked me for help, but I need to pay rent. You see, at first I thought she was joking because my daughter can be a jokester and very sarcastic. But when she ended up telling me, no, I'm being serious, I kind of took a step back and I was actually really surprised and really shocked because I'm helping you, I'm doing you the favor, but you telling me this is not a joke? I told my daughter that I am not going to pay rent, and that resulted in an argument. It blows my mind that she believes I'm being a ASSHOLE because I'm not helping her out with the bills, and honestly, I think she's being unreasonable. Despite telling her that I'm not going to pay her rent, I also made sure to express and inform her that I will no longer be helping her out. Because I said that, now she thinks I am being really messed up and I have no feelings and I don't care. But in reality, I feel like she's being very selfish and doesn't realize what I am doing for her. And I'm not trying to pin it back on her. Well, you know, she asked me to help her out, but in reality, I don't feel like she needs to charge me for rent because me, if I put myself in somebody else's shoes, I personally would not charge somebody if I'm the one needing them, if I'm the one asking for help. Do you get what I'm saying?
In my opinion, I don't think I did anything wrong. I feel like my feelings are just as valid as hers. Let me know down below if you think I was a jerk or not. Also, let me know if you think I was in the wrong for telling her that I'm not going to pay rent and I'm not going to end up helping her out with her baby.
Am I the asshole for going to my birthday dinner without my husband because he wasn't ready on time? It was my 40 female 40th birthday a few days ago, and we had a reservation at a nice restaurant for 7 p.m. It takes about 20 minutes to drive to the restaurant, so I planned to leave the house at 6:30 to build in some time in case traffic was bad. I also had to pick up my father. My husband, 43 male, had decided to do a bit of work on his car about a half an hour before we needed to leave. At 6:30, when the kids and I were waiting by the door, he was still working on the car. He hadn't changed and hadn't showered. I told him to quickly get ready, but it got to be 6:50 and he still wasn't ready yet, so I decided to just leave without him. He has a habit of always running late when we go out, and he is always the last one to be ready. Normally, I can tolerate it since it only sets us back by about 10 minutes at the most, but my birthday dinner was important to me and I had been looking forward to it for weeks. Making us wait 20 minutes was taking the mick, so I yelled that we were leaving and left because I didn't want to lose the table since we would arrive at 7:20. I called the restaurant and I let them know we would be late, and luckily they still had our table. But my husband never even showed up to the restaurant, and when we got home, he was mad at me. I told him that I was tired of him not respecting my time and always making people wait on him, and that he could make his own way to the restaurant. My father agreed with me and my decision to leave without him, but my kids were a little upset that he wasn't there to have dinner with us. So, am I the asshole?
No. Easiest no ever. I hate people who do not respect other people's time.
Fortunately, another one of my biggest fears became a reality this past weekend. For those who are not aware, I work graveyard. This was one of those nights where I was like, oh no, like if I stop and put gas, I'm gonna be late. I know better. This night, I ended up arriving to work with 2 miles left in my car, and 2 miles was enough for me to go to the gas station that's by my work. Really quickly, I want to say, do not do what I did, and please prioritize your safety. I understand your job is very important, but like, girl, if you ain't safe, then you're not gonna make it to your job. So I make it to work, 4 hours pass, and then it was time for me to take my lunch. This particular night I wasn't hungry, and I'm just gonna take advantage of this time to fill in my tank. That way by the time I get off, I can just go home. So here I go, taking my happy self to the gas station at 1 a.m. And before anyone yells at me, I am aware that I should not be going to the gas station alone at 1 in the morning. I go to the closest pump by like the little stores. I get out of my car and then I start to put in my information, my zip code, pay for gas, whatever, things like that. Tell me why, I swear to you, I just get this instant gut feeling. I look left and I just see this white crashed up Tahoe driving really slow, and I just see this guy, like he's driving, but like at this point he's not even paying attention to the road. He's really driving and he's like looking at me like this, and I was so scared because next to him was a dog, and I was like, dude, I'm the worst overthinker, so the only thing that really crossed my mind is what if he opens the door, he lets the dog out, and the dog comes and attacks me. This gentleman continues to drive really slow, and at this gas station there is a Wendy's, so this man parked at the Wendy's parking lot, but it's still nearby the gas pump where I was at. So like the gas pump was here and this man was right here, so literally this man can get out of his car and Lord knows what he can do. As I'm ready to lift up the gas pump handle, I notice that the little computer thing tells me that the gas station system is rebooting, and I'm super paranoid. I have nothing on me, like I didn't bring my pepper spray, I didn't bring anything, and now I have to freaking wait out here because my card was already input. I literally just pressed canceled in hopes that it would just cancel once it was done rebooting, and then I went to the gas pump that was in front of the one that I was at, and tell me why the guy that was in the white Tahoe turned on his car and he parks right behind me. Really quickly, I want to interfere because I truly believe that this man was here to see who he would find alone, whether it was me or somebody else. Because one, if he really needed gas as badly, he would have not waited 20 minutes until he seen me struggling to put gas, you know, like instead of him parking at Wendy's, he would have just went to go put gas. But the fact that he drove into the gas station, driving really slow, looking around, definitely makes me feel like he was there to harm somebody. Whenever the Tahoe pulled up behind me, the guy got out of the car, he looked looked at me and he immediately went inside of like the market, and I noticed that he had cash in his hand. So I was like, okay, he's probably gonna pay with cash because he knows that this system was not taking card. I don't know where this lady came from, but there was a lady inside of this white Tahoe. And I remember she was like, hey, excuse me. I remember you guys in the very beginning when I told you that the only people that I seen in the car when the guy was driving slow was the guy and a dog. Like, I don't know where this girl came from. So this lady is slowly getting out of the Tahoe. And then as I seen her getting out, I'm kind of going into the car because I was like, oh no, like what if this is the setup? Because I've heard that there have been a lot of kidnappings where they involved the girls. And I was not about to fall for it. Like, dude, I already screwed up. Like, I should never even went to the gas station in the first place at 1 in the morning. So there was already a lot of red flags that I decided to ignore. So her just having a conversation with me and then proceeding to ask me if she can get in my car so I can take her to a location was very strange. I was like, absolutely not. I was like, sorry ma'am, I have to go. I literally turned on my car and I left. Like, I truly believe, and to this day I feel like they sent this lady to come have a conversation with me so she can recruit me and end up kidnapping me or doing whatever. Honestly, I'm super grateful that I am safe and nothing happened to me. And to this day I think about the lady because I was like, what if she was in danger? But at the same time, you just never know because you can be so nice to the wrong people and literally your life can end just by making one simple decision. And girl, I trusted my gut on this one and I just hope and pray that she is okay. But I honestly didn't have a great feeling about it. So I took my ass back to work and that was the end of that. Do not wait to put gas last minute. And if you do put gas, make sure it's in the daytime where there are people. Thankfully, there were people at the gas station. In fact, there was a tow truck with someone inside eating their lunch. I feel like things could have gone way worse. This is the end of my story time, ladies. Please be safe. I love you guys. Always remember to charge the ones that make you happy, not the ones keeping you from being happy. If you are having a bad day, always remember you can't have a rainbow without a little bit of rain. I love you guys, and I'll see you guys in my next story time. Bye.
I found tickets for a cruise ship that my boyfriend got me. This gift has cemented for me that this relationship is over. Alright, I need to let this out without getting pushback from family and friends who think this gift is romantic, so I'm using a throwaway. My birthday is coming up in a few months, and 3 days ago, I found out what my birthday present was, which are tickets to a cruise. His sister, I'm assuming her significant other's sister, spilled the news thinking I'd be excited, and I'm not. We live together and I found the gift and I know it's for me. I sound so ungrateful, but I'm not. This gift just proves to me that things will never change. The first thing is, this gift isn't for me. I do not like cruises because I get really bad seasickness and nothing I do helps. I also told him what I wanted to do for my birthday, which was go to a Renaissance festival. I have already taken the week off from work for it in preparation to go to this fair. I have purchased tickets and I'm saving month to month so that I have spending money without it affecting finances at home. Why would he book tickets the same time as the time I took off to go to this festival? Also, this cruise wasn't cheap at all, so it basically wasted money because I'm not going. I'm so annoyed. I have told him time and time again that I don't feel like he listens to me, that I feel like he just gets me things by thinking about what's best for him or what he would like. It's not only gifts. He makes decisions based on what he thinks is best, and I just can't deal with it anymore. I love him, but I'm so done. And before anyone says I didn't talk to him or talk to him about this, I have repeatedly. This has been a reoccurring conversation in our 2.5-year relationship. The next thing to do is talk this out and end things. Edit, I appreciate the comments and concerns about cheating, but I know the gift is for me because it was a really nice packaging that said happy birthday, my name. And the bag had cruise ship related items and possible excursions. The effort he went into, it made me sad because that means he could have put in a little effort about the things I like. If he had even gotten me a ticket for the Renaissance Festival or accessories from online or even a piece of an outfit that had to do with the Ren Fair, it would have made my entire month. It would have meant that he listened and got me something that interested me. I'm talking to him tonight and I'm not even annoyed anymore. I feel nothing about this. Alright, chat, what do we think? This isn't an Am I the Asshole? This is just somebody on r/true off my chest. Update. The day I wrote my post is the day I ended things with my ex. Oh, she ended it. Oh,
When he came home, I basically said I found the tickets from the cruise and I asked him who they were for. He said they were for me for my birthday, and I ruined the surprise. I asked him why did he get me tickets for a cruise when he knew I would get seasick, and also when he knew that I had been preparing for Renaissance Festival. He said that he always liked cruises, and he thought that I could push through it with patches or some remedy because it was really expensive cruise. He continued talking, but to be honest, I spaced out because I realized how much this man didn't care about me. He brought cruise tickets completely disregarding what I had planned, how I would feel, and what I wanted to do, all because he liked it. Like, f my birthday, f what I want, f how sick I get. He likes cruises, so we should do that. I think he realized I wasn't speaking or excited because he asked me what was wrong, and I broke up with him. He was shocked and angry, and he asked why. This isn't the exact wording, but I said something like, it's because I have realized how much you really don't care about me, and that you're always willing to put your wants over mine every time it suits you, even on my birthday. He started to argue and wanted to talk about it, but I was just numb and went to bed on the couch. After 2 hours of trying to speak to me, he left me alone. I woke up the next day and got ready for work. I oddly felt fine, and he wanted to talk, but I just said I'm done, and if he wanted to talk about the apartment or what we would do about the lease or anything regarding the end of the relationship, I'm okay with that. I told him I'm not changing my mind about this, and for me, the relationship is done, and I just want to split amicably. I had said a big word. While I was at work that day, I had free time, and I wrote down every instance I could remember just in the last 6 months of him choosing his wants and needs over mine. It was nearly 3 pages front to back. I didn't even realize how much I let go of because he didn't want to do it. When I got home and he tried to talk to me again, I gave him the list and I explained what it was. He left me alone for the rest of the second night. He's still not accepting the breakup. He wants to do couples therapy now or even go on a break because he realized how much he has done, but nope. I'm not doing it. I'm not trying to be mean or harsh to him, but I don't want to give him false hope. I also feel weirdly okay, but also numb at the same time. What I have to deal with now is breaking the lease, which he isn't willing to do because he thinks we can move past this. So I'm going to talk to the leasing office and see my options. At least I have my birthday to look forward to as I deal with a relationship ending and having to find a new place to live. Am I the asshole for not tipping? Little backstory for this. My fiance and I just moved across our state a month ago. We had many upfront costs that usually come with that and are just now seeing a little profit from our new jobs. So now the situation at hand. We both had the day off and I had a little spending money, so I decided to take us on a date. I gave many options including fast food and told him my budget of $30. $30 budget. He chose a sit-down place after we saw online prices being about $10 a person, meaning I could tip well. When we arrived, the prices were higher, but there were still $10 options, and I ordered one. He ordered a $15 option. I ordered a water, and he ordered a drink that cost with each refill. I received the bill, and it was $30.57. I barely had that in my account, but it meant I couldn't tip. I was very embarrassed and wrote a $0 tip on the receipt and tried to hurry out the door, feeling awful. As I was getting up, he looked at the receipt and shouted across the restaurant, "You're not tipping?" Completely red as a tomato, I ran out as everyone's conversations obviously stopped and looked angrily at me. On the ride home, I explained I barely covered that meal. I had given a clear budget and many options were not sit-down restaurants. And embarrassingly was awful to do. We are currently on opposite sides of the house as he now won't talk to me and I feel like a massive asshole. I do plan to go back once my next paycheck hits my account and give the woman a $20 cash tip, but he says that's too late and I ruined her day by not tipping. Agreement before we went was to get $10 meals and waters. With taxes, I was expecting at most $25 and it would allow a $5 tip. So Reddit, am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for telling mother-in-law I was mad she brought food I can't eat and giving it away? Female 27, I had my first baby 6 days ago. My birth went well, but I am still recovering, in quite a bit of pain, and have been very sensitive emotionally since giving birth. My husband, male 27, and I told our families that we'd like no visitors in the first 1 to 2 weeks, just to set expectations. But privately, the two of us decided that we would play it by ear to see how we felt. Our second day home with our baby was really rough on me, and all I wanted was my mom to comfort me and help me. So husband and I decided to call my mom and have her come over. She was such a major help, both emotionally and with the baby, so we had her come by every other day since. She went above and beyond to help us. Also, my bestie and her husband live down the street and have been dropping off meals and treats and walking our dog for us, but I don't consider that visiting as much as favors and errands. Mother-in-law found out about my mom's visits and was very upset, so we decided to have her over for a brief visit, day 6 postpartum. She said they'd bring food and arrive around dinner time. I have celiac disease, so I cannot eat gluten. Mother-in-law brought homemade lasagna, pasta, salad, muffins, and 2 types of cookies, all full of gluten, and explained to me that she was sorry, but she had limited notice and only had time to make my husband's favorites. I immediately started crying, and my husband thanked his mom, but took me to the other room and told me he'd take care of it and ordered us delivery on the spot. I composed myself, introduced mother-in-law and father-in-law to the baby, and then mother-in-law made another comment about how she wished she could have brought food for me, but it was just so time-consuming and burdensome to make things gluten-free. I snapped and told her that she was rude, and I told her I was angry. Toward the end of the visit, my BFF's husband knocked on the door to come walk our dog, and to my surprise, brought us homemade gluten-free tiramisu. I started crying again and thanked him profusely, and he told us it was no problem and surprisingly easy to make. Mother-in-law was pissed because she realized that they'd been coming by and started complaining about how wrong this all was because she had to wait 6 days to see the baby and was faced with my anger. My husband took the baby from her, and father-in-law snapped at her to drop it. They stayed and chatted for a short while, and when Bestie's husband came back to drop the dog off, I sent him home with one of the batches of cookies mother-in-law brought, which upset mother-in-law. Mother-in-law has been texting and calling and trying to rally people against me since. My husband has my back and even went the next day to drop off most of the rest of the gluten food to our friends, and he told me to block mother-in-law's number if she keeps harassing me. I don't really feel like I am the asshole, but I'm also extremely emotional and sensitive to everything right now, and I'm not sure how I'm reacting to things in general reasonably at this time. Most of my in-laws are mad at me. Am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for telling my mother-in-law to get the fuck out and not come back? I very well could be overreacting here, and depending on the opinions, I will apologize if needed. I gave birth to my husband and I's first and last baby 3 months ago. We are both 30. My mother-in-law is 56. Since I gave birth, I have grown to hate this woman because of her unwanted opinions on parenting my daughter. Like coming here and telling me I can't pick up my daughter when she's crying because the baby is apparently just playing me and I'm going to regret it. When my daughter becomes a Velcro kid who won't leave me alone. She said that when my daughter was 1 week old. Got pissed at me for ignoring her and picking up my daughter anyway and left after shaking her head. Started bringing clothes here for my daughter that were very obviously boys. Dark blue plus red outfits and said stuff like daddy's little dude or had trucks over it. When I commented on it, I was giving a snarky, she doesn't know what she's wearing so I don't see why you care. Seems like a weird thing to be bothered by. It's free clothes, you should be thankful. But the thing is, she knowingly went out and bought this shit. It's not like they're hand-me-downs or something, which would have been more acceptable in my eyes. Started saying my baby looks nothing like me and just like her dad. I have red hair and blue eyes. My daughter has strawberry blonde and blue eyes. My husband has black hair and brown eyes. If the baby started fussing because she's hungry, breastfed, she would take the baby and pass her to my husband saying she just needs daddy. She then proceeds to act put off by the fact that my husband almost immediately passes her back to me so I can nurse her. Says I should start pumping so daddy can bond. Our daughter loves her dad, regardless of him being able to feed her. Rolls her eyes and calls me a helicopter mom because I wash my hands before holding my baby. And honestly, I just hate this woman now. It's also passive aggressive and I just don't want to be near her at all. My husband knows. Our communication is great, but while he knows and understands my frustrations, it's still his mom and she's not technically hurting anything. She's just pissing me off. He has told her to tone it down though and back off. But yesterday, I honestly just had enough. For Christmas, I was giving a card with a $50 in it from my husband's grandmother. She lives out of the country, and this is what she gives everyone for birthday/holidays. My husband went and bought our daughter some play seat using the money I got. My mother-in-law insisted on going with him to get it. She had it for about a week now. Well, mother-in-law came here yesterday and said, "How does the baby like the seat that daddy bought for her?" I knew it didn't really matter, but it irritated me, and I said, "I bought it for her. It was my money." Well, she goes, "You're not working, so it's daddy's money, actually. And he went to go get it for her, so..." And I don't know. I just immediately told her to get the fuck out and do not come back until she learns respect and to stop being a dumb bitch for no reason.
Yeah.
I did push it too far. I recognize that. And I did apologize for the name calling. But I don't want her here, and I'm sticking to that. My husband is irritated with me. However, he is more pissed that I kicked her out because in his eyes, she was acting like a bitch and did deserve what I said, but didn't deserve to be kicked out and banned from the house. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for refusing to pay rent at my boyfriend's mom's house for staying there? So I, female, 19, and my boyfriend, male, 20, live separately. I have a place of my own that I rent, but my boyfriend lives with his mom still because she's pretty sick and there's no one else to take care of her. I stay over there pretty often, maybe 2 to 3 nights a week, because my boyfriend works night shifts and his mom needs someone to talk to and someone to look after her. So I'm more than happy to stay over and do whatever needs doing. However, she is now asking me to pay $350 a month for staying around so often. This honestly baffles me because I literally only stay there overnight a few nights a week. I barely use her food. I have the odd shower, but that's it. I certainly don't use $350 worth of stuff per month. This is on top of the $350 that my boyfriend pays her, which is fair enough because he lives there full time. Why should I pay her rent when I already have a place of my own that's quite expensive? I told her no, that's not fair, and now she's angry at me. My boyfriend is on my side, but I can't help but feel like I'm the asshole in this situation.
No.
Right? Right?
She's not living there. So what? She takes a shower every now and then, but like, who cares? Like, what? That's your soon-to-be maybe daughter-in-law.
Yeah, there is an edit. Thank you guys so much for the support and the advice. I really appreciate it. I just want to clear a few things up for everyone. I've seen a few comments stating that I don't do anything for my boyfriend's mom. It was my mistake for not stating it in this post, so I'm sorry about that. I did address this in the comments, but I understand that not everyone will see it. My boyfriend's mom is bedbound and needs assistance in her wheelchair to get around. She can't wheel the chair herself as she has arthritis, among other things. So wheeling her chair would be too heavy and strenuous for us. She needs assistance on the toilet, into the bath, and reaching into kitchen cupboards, etc. Everything in her house has been adapted to be accessible as it possibly can, but she still needs a lot of assistance in her daily activities. I do a lot of these tests for her during the night as she sleeps a lot in the day, so at night she's pretty awake and is wanting food/water/bathroom visits. It was very clumsy of me to state in the comments that I literally just go there and sleep and make sure she's okay, as that's not the case. I just don't think before typing. I hope this clears things up. Again, thank you for your advice.
Yeah, so she helps out a lot.
She's already helping out,
Yeah.
and now you want her to pay. Like, why?
Am I the asshole for losing it and telling my in-laws to stop calling me mama and trying to erase my identity? I have 2 kids, 2 female, 4 female. I fucking hate how everyone thinks of me as just being a mommy now. I don't get to be my own person. I'm just mommy. Husband doesn't face this. He gets gifts from everyone that have to do with his hobbies. Me? I get a bunch of mommy shit. Tee-hee, mommy needs wine. And like matching outfits. I don't mean like one of those cutesy matching pajama sets that the nurses and the horse girls wear in their staged Christmas Instagram pics. I mean, like, people actually think I'm going to go in public wearing some cutesy matching outfits with my toddler, as though I think they're mini versions of myself or dolls. From the time we got to the in-laws, it was mama this and mama that. At some point, my sister-in-law said it, and I said, "You know my name is Carmen, right?" She just looked at me funny and said, "Of course, silly." I said, "So why do you keep calling me mama? You aren't going around calling husband papa." Sister-in-law just looked at me like I had 2 heads and was like, okay. This went all over Christmas. Here you go, mama. Want another slice, Mama? At that point, I was just like, you guys mind calling me by my name instead of calling me Mama? The same sister-in-law as before did this whole googly eye thing again, but said, but you're such a good mama. I said, I'm not just a mom. I gestured to the things that husband got for Christmas from them and said, why didn't you get him anything that
Once
says
she
Papa?
clean the house
Everything you
and
gave
light
me
a
is
candle,
somehow related to me
don't
being a
touch
mom.
nothing
Why does
else
he get
in
to
the
be his own
house.
person? Mother-in-law grabbed my hand and squeezed it and said that she was sorry that she made me feel like this. She was just so excited about being a grandma, and she never really thought of things like that. I was feeling a little better until sister-in-law 2 and sister-in-law 3 started going after me. One of them did that whole, are you okay? Do you need to talk to someone? You sound so angry. It isn't healthy. Faux concern thing that meant to shame you for having any emotional response. The other one was angry and saying that, is being a mom somehow beneath you? And do you think you're better than the rest of us? And all that. When we finally left, he asked me why I kept it in for so long, and I said that I haven't. No one listened to me before. I've said these things plenty of times. I've always asked him to call me by my name and not some disgusting nickname that boils me down to giving birth. He nodded, but said that I'd put a big palour on the weekend and that I need to apologize for the outburst at some point. I said sure, as soon as sister-in-laws apologized to me for dehumanizing me for years. We're at a stalemate. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for leaving up a picture that angers my mother-in-law? I, 25 female, married my husband Joe, 27 male, 4 months ago. We dated all through high school and college, so we have been in each other's lives and in each other's family for quite some time. Joe's father died when we were seniors in high school, and his sister Jill died 3 years ago. Since then, his mother Jean has been, in my opinion, unhinged. I cannot imagine her sense of loss, and I know everyone has their own grief process, so I really try not to judge, but she makes everything about her grief. She didn't come to our college graduation because she would have never seen Jill graduate from college. We try to be especially kind to her on Mother's Day, but she spends hours at the cemetery and gets very irate if we leave before she's ready to. She insists we give our first child her husband's name as a first or middle name and gets angry when we say we'll name our future child as we see fit. There have been other incidents too. She's done so much to push Joe away while also relying on him for emotional and sometimes financial support. They have a very unhealthy relationship now. It came to a head when we were wedding planning. I invited her to come wedding dress shopping with me, my mom, my grandma, and a maid of honor. I told her she did not need to come if it was going to be painful for her, but she said she would be happy to. To all of our surprise, she came and brought a wedding gown that Jill had purchased to save for her own wedding someday. She said it would help her if I tried it on, and I did, which made her cry, but then she insisted that it was my dress and I didn't need to get another one. After multiple refusals, she pouted the rest of the time. It was so awkward for everyone. This led to a lot of drama, to the point where Joe and me, but mostly Joe, did not want her at the wedding because we couldn't trust her not to cause some kind of scene and because we thought it would be terrible for her mental health. We asked her not to come and she agreed not to. I got to have a dance with my dad and my mom surprised Joe by stepping in for a mother's dance with him. They smiled and laughed the whole time. It was the most special part of the wedding to me. I recently changed my Facebook cover photo to a picture of Joe and my mom dancing and laughing. Jean saw this and had been coming at us for it, saying it's just a reminder that she was excluded from her son's wedding day. I told her I'm not taking it down and that if she doesn't want to see it, she can simply not look at my Facebook. She says I'm inconsiderate of her feelings and that I am an asshole for this because it drives another wedge between her and her son. Am I the asshole?
Let's get ready while I tell you the time I got fired from my job. Get ready with me, story time! So I worked at this building for, I want to say maybe like a year and a half, almost 2 years before I actually got fired. And it was horrible, let me tell you. When there's girls who work at a building, for some reason, they either never like you or they're gonna find a reason to not like you. The department that I worked at consisted of 2 leads, and then there was 1 supervisor. There was 1 guy lead, and then there was 1 girl lead. The lead basically is maybe like 3 years older than me. She's still very young, and she has a husband and she has kids. Keep that in mind. She has a kid and she has a husband. So the first couple of months working there was honestly pretty chill. I actually got along with her and a lot of the other girls, and I also got to the point where one day I went over to her house. There was an event and she was just so excited to introduce me to everyone. She was like, oh my god, you guys, look, like, this is Ashley. Like, she even like tapped on her man. She was like, look, like, this is Ashley, like, say hi to her. Like, she legit was cool. Like, I thought we were all gonna be friends. And I've always been very hesitant with making friends, especially girlfriends at work. I remember it was like a freaking switch just flicked. Like, all of a sudden I went to work the next couple of days and then she was being so rude. I started getting all of the bigger orders, and then I also remember that she would start timing me, she would literally try to snitch me out to the supervisors for every little reason. I feel like she started to get to the point where like she was trying to find reasons to get me in trouble. Like, if she were to hear me laugh, she would be like, oh, Ashley's laughing, she's not working. Or if she were to see me talk to the guy, she would be like, oh, why is she talking to the guys? Why isn't she working? She has a lot to do. This was going on for such a long time. I want to say maybe like 6 months. And so it got to the point where not only did I notice and didn't speak up, but literally everyone in this building started to realize and notice that she was picking on me and she has something against me. Again, you guys, for absolutely no reason. Like, a couple of months ago, we were literally at each other's houses, like, having a blast. Like, this literally switched from one day to the next. And at that moment, the only thing I can really assume was the fact that I was also really cool with her best friend, and maybe she thought I was gonna take her best friend away from her. I just knew that I was not gonna be friends with them long term, because these friends were the type of girls who would literally talk shit about each other. Everyone at this job loved me, you guys. Like, I never gave anyone a reason to hate me. She just hated me for her own reasons. Like, to this day, I feel like it's because she was insecure. But then later on, I ended up finding out from someone that I was really close to there that apparently she doesn't like me because I have all of the attention now. So apparently before I started working there, all of the guys would give her the attention, and the moment that I started working there, I started to get all of the attention. But the thing was, like, I never cared for the attention, you guys. You can't control those people's actions, you know? So like, I honestly was just cool with everyone, and if they were gonna say hi to me, then I was gonna say hi to them back. Like, bro, they were my coworkers. I'm gonna see them every single day. The last thing I need is drama. And the last thing I cared for is to have these guys' attention at this job. Like, there was absolutely no way I was gonna walk out of that job in a relationship. I thought her acting this way was gonna last just a couple of days, but no, I swear you, this lasted forever. Like, I had to get fired in order for this to stop. And the crazy part about this was that all of the supervisors knew. Like, I had to go to HR, and I'm not a snitch, but it got to the point where I had to go to HR because it got to the point where she wasn't only doing it to me, but she was doing it to every single girl in the building. Like, dude, she would not do it to any guy. She would be there chit-chatting with every single guy, and it was okay. But the moment that she seen me or any other girl talking to the guys, oh my god, it would trigger her so much. I went to HR, I wrote a statement, and she did everything in her power to help me out, and then suddenly she got fired. And I was like, what the heck? What is the purpose of having HR if they don't do anything? And at that time, I was like, damn, maybe I'm just overreacting. But no, you guys, it took a really bad toll on my mental health, and I actually had to go to my other coworkers and be like, hey, like, am I tripping out, or are you noticing this too? And no, my coworkers would come to me all the time and be like, hey, like, she's targeting you, she has something against you. Like, it got to the point where supervisors were literally like, yeah, she doesn't like you, she's told me. And I'm like, bro, like, you don't want to lose your job, which is why you're not doing anything about it, but you're gonna let me suffer? Like, that's so effed up. So again, because I was friends and I was cool with everyone there, they all ended up telling me the same story because she goes and vents to them, and it's just like, little does she know that I'm friends with them and they're gonna come and tell me. So basically, one, she got pressed because I guess I got the attention and no one was giving her the attention anymore. Two, she felt threatened because she felt like I was gonna take her position. None of the higher up managers did anything. I feel like no one took their job seriously. Don't be afraid to quit your job, because I promise you, these jobs do not give a damn about you. Like, they don't care about your mental health, they don't care about anything. It's just like, nowadays you have to go out there and like get an attorney or a lawyer in order for them to actually do something about it and take things seriously. So fast forward, I was literally walking every single day into work, living in hell. Oh my god, I at this point wasn't looking forward to going into work. Like, I would literally come home and sleep because I was so depressed. But it was one of those things where, like, in a way I did it to myself because I was just so comfortable at that job and it was easy money, so I just didn't want to leave. And I also really loved the schedule. I wasn't only standing up for myself, but I was standing up for every other girl in that building because everyone was afraid to speak up, and I wasn't scared. So if I was able to be that voice for not only myself but for other people, then I felt like I did something good. So anyways, there was a supervisor position open and she applied thousands of times and she finally got the job. And sure enough, the moment she got the supervisor position, I was her #1 target. Every single morning of my shift, she would be at the time clock. She would literally be on the golf cart and she would just wait right there. I got fired when I had 10 points, and there was the other guys working at the same location and they had 15 points and they were still there. So many text messages where people would send me of her saying, oh yeah, I don't like her, I want to get her fired. I remember one day I go into work and I tried to clock in and I was no longer able to clock in, because usually when you can't clock in it's because you're about to get fired. And sure enough, 2 hours into work they had a meeting and I remember I got called by one of the supervisors, and the crazy part was she didn't even fire me. She sent another manager to go and fire me. That's how I knew that she was scared. Like, bro, how are you gonna do all this and you're the one that wants to fire me, but you can't even sit here and say it to my face, oh, I'm firing you? Like, the fact that you had to go and call other people to do your work, crazy. Like, that shows how much of a person you are. But I ended up getting fired. I could have literally fired her because I had all of this evidence, but I chose not to because I knew that she had kids and I knew that she had to provide, and because I knew I didn't have kids, I can just pick up and go to another job. I was still kind enough to be like, all right, whatever, I got fired, like, I'm gonna just close this chapter. Dude, till this day I'm like, damn, I'm so nice. Like, I could have been evil and I wasn't. I decided to be the bigger person. But anyways, that is the time I got fired from my job. I hope you guys have a lovely Friday and a happy new year. I love you always. Thank you guys for, I think we're at like 32.4, which is crazy, but thank you guys always for the love and support. I love you guys so much. I promise you, your love definitely does not go unnoticed. But yeah, with that being said, I'll see you guys in my next. I refuse to meet my mom's affair boyfriend. Get ready with me, anonymous story time. I usually don't do this, but because no one is paying attention to the caption of my videos, I feel like I need to say that this is an anonymous story time and not my story time. So anyways, let's get started. My mom had an affair with this supposed new boyfriend, which led to my parents splitting up. Obviously, he's one of the reasons why the affair took place, as well as the reason my parents are no longer together, and that is why I honestly hold resentment towards him. However, my mom doesn't know that I know that he is the guy who she had the affair with. My mother never came clean about this situation. Same with my dad, who seems to cover up for her and just listen to whatever my mom says in order to protect the younger child. I'm home for the holidays for school, and my mom plans to introduce me to her current boyfriend. Just to clear up any questions, I basically seen some text messages on WhatsApp from this guy, and I noticed that this has been going on for roughly 2 years. But the first year I didn't want to assume anything, and then the second year I just noticed that she started to be more on her phone and she started to leave the house a lot more often, and in fact she even planned a trip to go visit this man out of state in Seattle. My mother booking this flight to go see this man was very out of the blue for her. In fact, she doesn't even have family in Seattle, so what really is the purpose of her going to Seattle? I forgot to mention, but her current boyfriend's name is the same name that I seen on the WhatsApp text messages a while back, so I know my mom can make all these excuses, but I know that this is the guy. As a child, I feel like I started to catch on early her being sneaky, especially because my dad had absolutely no idea the purpose of her going to Seattle. Like, the fact that my dad didn't even know, I kind of started to question it because I already had just this gut feeling that she was, you know, doing things behind his back. And I feel like this clicked to me when my dad had no idea that my mom was going on this trip. I feel like that was the biggest red flag. Obviously, it was easier for her to go to Seattle instead of the guy coming to California where we currently live, because obviously, like, I'm here, my dad's here, and where really is the guy going to stay?
I also feel like it's a lot easier to get caught up knowing my dad lives in California. Like if she's in Seattle, what really is my dad going to do? So of course it makes sense to her to, you know, cheat out of state. Whenever my mom came back from Seattle, she started to act very weird. She started to be very rude and aggressive towards my father. I felt like I no longer recognized my mom. She was being sneaky. She wasn't herself. It's like she was hiding something, and the only thing I can really think of is this man. It got to the point where she started to accuse my father of doing certain things when my father never did anything. And I'm a firm believer, if someone blames you for something that they are not doing, it's because they've done it before in the past, or they are planning to do something. A couple months later, my mom was honestly just picking fights with my father, and it was almost as if you don't want to be together, then just break up instead of, you know, causing arguments and allowing your children to see these things, because at the end of the day, your children do get affected whether they speak on it or not. Eventually, my parents ended up splitting up, and they were never able to give a valid reason to my siblings and I, but deep down as an older child, I just knew that there was something fishy going on, and I feel like they never wanted to confront because they knew that we would hold resentment towards my mom. And not that I hold resentment towards her, but I just wish she was honest. I also do wish my father wasn't taking my mom's side just to protect the kids, because at the end of the day, I feel like my dad is hurt because my mom basically stabbed him in the back. Once my parents split up, I kid you not, a year later my mom was in a relationship, and who knows how long she was actually in this relationship, but a year later is when she told us that she had a new boyfriend. And I just know deep down that this is the man, because she told me that this man moved out of state for her and, you know, things like that. So I feel like everything just started to connect dots, and to this day she just wants me to meet this current boyfriend, and I just refuse to, because I know deep down in my heart that this is the man that she had an affair with. If you were in my shoes, what would you do?
Story time while we get ready for date night. Okay, so this isn't my story. It's one that one of you guys sent to me, and it's pretty funny and crazy. Okay, so the girl who sent this to me, this didn't happen to her. This happened to her cousin. Okay, so this guy, her cousin, was on vacation with his friend, and they were out and about, in the town, hitting the clubs. So right off the bat, these guys were too young to be going to the club, so they were just not where they were supposed to be already. So they're at the club, and they meet these ladies, and then he's like, ooh, ooh, and she's like, ooh, ooh. So him, his friend, this girl and her friend, the four of them, they go home together. Reminder, these guys are like 17 years old, okay? So the four of them go back to this girl's house, and they hang out, have a little more beverages, and one thing leads to another, and they end up reading the Bible at the end of the night. Not like all four of them together, but like this guy and one girl, and then the cousin and the other girl, so it was like it was two men. So they read the Bible, and then the next morning the boys go home. So they like go home, like leave vacation, woo, good time, like little fling, like oh, like never see her again, love you, Pookie, long distance, Pookie. So they get back vacation and go back to school because they're young. Like these guys are literally like young. And so one day, the guy, the cousin of the girl who sent this to me, he gets a phone call from a number he doesn't recognize. He picks it up, and it's like Shorty Bay from vacation, wherever vacation was. And she's like, hey Pookie, like I know you live like really far away, but like I'm pregnant and I'm keeping it. And he's like, oh, okay, slay. So I don't know, I guess they were actually like each other, because once he turned 18 because he was not 18 yet, they got married. Side note, mango, this flavor of bloom is like the best flavor of pear. So they get married and they have the baby. She has the baby. And this baby pops out, not looking like the daddy. Not looking like the daddy at all. By the way, if you saw that one video where I curled my eyelid, not my eyelash, like, I know, it hurt really bad. So the baby comes out, not looking too much like the daddy. And so the kid's like, DNA test time, hello. So the DNA test results come back. And guess who's the daddy? It's the best friend. That hooked up with the other girl. But I guess he also hooked up with this girl too. And keep in mind, they're married. They're married. So this boy, like, straight out of high school, signed up to raise this baby that turned out to not even be his. And the wife's not gonna let him get a divorce for whatever reason. So let this be a life lesson. Make sure the baby's yours. Okay, I love you, Pookie. Have an amazing night.
Story time about how my crazy celeb ex made me take a lie detector test. This is my own story time. Like I said in part 4, he thought that the only reason I was working at that hookah lounge was because I was trying to be a hoe. He thought that I was trying to get rich men, was completely paranoid about me stealing money from him. A few days before that, he had slapped me for the first time. You know why he slapped me? Because we were arguing and I put a plastic bottle down hard at the table. He thought that was unacceptable, so he decided to slap me. A few days after that, grabbed me by my neck and threw me on the bed. The reason he did that is because I asked him never to touch me like that again. At the time, I never realized that people that are on substances are unreasonable. You can't tell someone who's on substances not to do something. They will want to do it more. He was already aggressive because of it. Because he thought that I was lying, stealing, cheating, hoeing around, he asked me to take a lie detector test. And of course I said yes because I wanted to prove to him that he was wrong. Follow story time about how my abusive celebrity ex made me take a lie detector test. This is my own story. He asked me to do the lie detector test and I said yes. He makes the appointment and we show up. Let's call the lie detector man Tom. Tom looked me up and down and told my ex that I was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. This right away makes my ex crazy jealous. He just stares the guy down. Then he stares at me. Like I'm the one that did something wrong. The guy straps me up to the machine and I'm already nervous. My heart would not stop racing. He asked me if my name was really Esther. Very basic stuff. Then he asked me about all the things my ex has accused me of. You guys, my ex thought that I was lying about my name. He thought that I was sleeping around, was stealing his money, that I was stealing his substances. After the test, he tells my ex that I had failed every single question and that I was a liar and that he needed to be careful. My ex grabs me and tells me that he's gonna take me home. I was terrified. Part 6 is a story time about how my abusive celebrity ex made me take a lie detector test. This is my story time. Once the guy tells my ex that I failed the polygraph test, which there should have been no reason for me to fail. I was being completely honest. My ex's face just turns red. He tells me to get in his car and he's gonna take me home. It was complete verbal abuse. He was calling me a dump truck, slut, a whore. Every single bad word you can think of, he was calling me. Get to my apartment and I literally run out of his car. I lock myself in my apartment and 2 hours later I see him peeking through my window. Because I'm an idiot, I open the door. He starts to cry and tells me that he's willing to forgive me for all the things that I lied about. Obviously, I couldn't convince him otherwise because I failed the polygraph. Come to find out 2 weeks later, the polygraph guy was a complete fraud. The test wasn't even real. Somehow, my ex managed to get scammed. And of course, my ex didn't believe it though. He still thought that I was even lying about my name. 2 weeks later, he proposes to me in the bathroom while we're showering. I'm gonna have to do another part.
Get ready with me to snap boys like the whore I am. Honestly, I'm not even a whore, but I am trying to get back into like the snap game because I have no riz. Like I actually have negative riz with guys. I've tried. Also, I don't know how to take thirst traps, like selfies. It took me fucking 5 or like, I don't know, 7 minutes to reply to this guy who was trying to get a good angle. I looked fucking ugly. I was freaking out. But, yeah. Anyway, so I broke up with my boyfriend because honestly, it just didn't feel right to me, and that's totally okay. We fought a lot over dumb shit, and I'm fine, like, without a boyfriend. Like, they don't need to fucking worry about, like, oh, I need to reply to their text every, like, 1 hour. No, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want. That shit just, it pisses me off so much. And I feel free. I feel so free. I mean, maybe he was, like, too controlling for me, but in general, I feel like I can do whatever the fuck I want, you know? But anyways, yeah, as I was saying, I have been snapping this guy, and he's always been, like, a little crush for me. So, yeah, basically, I snapped him, and he was like, oh, like, why'd you snap me out of nowhere? I was sending him good pictures, too. I was like, oh, cause, I was like, you wanna know the real reason? He was like, yeah, I was like, cause you're cute and funny. Okay, I'm sorry, like, this is cringe, but this is my attempt at riz. I don't know. And then he was like, oh, really? Don't you have a man's? I was like, nah, not anymore. And then he asked me to hang out. But this man has me on fucking dub for 10 hours, so I'm upset, but it's okay, because I have a feeling that he will hit me up. So I made this account because I love everything beauty and TikTok. Because I love these videos, and I watched this one girl's, and it was just so real. She was like getting ready for like her crush to come over. I was like, okay, like I need to do something like that, you know? Like I'm not gonna be like, I'm going to the club at Miami, like Alex. I love Alex, but I'm just not going to the club at Miami. Like I need someone who I can relate to, you know? Now, if you need anyone to relate to, hello, me. By the way, also my name is Sabrina. No one calls me Brie. I don't know why I made it that name. No, actually I do know why, because I always wanted someone to call me Brie. And then when my ex-best friend, she was like, no one's gonna call you that. Fuck you. People are gonna call me that. But anyways, go to part 2, because I'm gonna be talking about more my ex-boyfriend, because I feel like I need to let some things out. part 2 of broke up with my boyfriend, so snapping guys now, I guess. Oh, I'm gonna contour my nose. Okay, so basically, me and him dated freshman year. I'm a junior now, and it didn't work out. I broke up with him. Then we started dating again this summer, and like honestly, we did have fun. Like, I'm not gonna say that we didn't, but like I feel like that was the only thing. Like, we had fun together. Like, he was funny. Oh, I love that. I was funny. And yeah, but other than that, like, we had different wants and needs in the relationship. And I guess, like, I'm really independent. I feel like, where should I put it? Let's do there. Okay. It's so hard to multitask. I'm gonna need to get used to this, but yeah. Okay, so basically there were a lot of tears. There were a lot of fights. I feel like our wants and needs in the relationship just didn't, like, add up. Like, he had a huge problem with me taking too long to reply. I'm literally doing other stuff. Like, I am doing other things. Like, it's just too much to me. Too much for me. And also, like, I have a lot of, like, passions and stuff. And, like, my culture, I'm half Middle Eastern. And he, like, wouldn't let me talk about it. Like, he would not want me to talk about it at all. And it made me really uncomfortable because, like, those are big parts of my identity. Also, I'm not saying I'm not completely in the wrong. Like, I can see some things, like, I did do wrong. But also, I was the one who broke up with him, so I think that says enough. But he also was a good boyfriend. Like, he would buy me anything I wanted, but also, he would use it against me. Like, how are you gonna buy me shit and then, like, hold it against me? What the fuck? So, yeah, it's weird. I also remember, we were at a party, and I dabbed him up, because, like, I felt like, we've been dating for 5 months, by the way. We were dating, like, 5 or 6 months. And I remember I dabbed him up when I saw him at the party. Because we're comfortable enough. I don't need to hug you in front of people, you know? And he got really mad at me. Like, he started a fight later in the night because I dabbed him up at the party. Bitch, what the fuck? What? Weird. Sorry. But weird. And then also, I remember I came up to him at a party. I was like, oh, like, can I have the apple juice, like, in the backpack? Like, obviously I'm gonna ask for a drink at a party, bro. Because he had it in his backpack. And he got mad at me that I didn't say hi first. Okay. Maybe I should have said hi first, but I've been texting him. Like, I don't need to say hi, right? Okay. Those are all just, like, little things. I'm telling you, this little shit adds up because I feel like he had such high expectations of me. And they weren't me. I couldn't fulfill them. Oh my god, and then his dad called me. I swear to God, bro, his dad called me. I'm not even done. I talk too much. His dad called me and blamed me.
How do I handle this as a mother? False accusations tore our family apart. I have been in a mother's worst nightmare for the last year. A year ago, almost exactly, my daughter accused my current partner of sexual assault. They incurred an investigation and charges laid. Court proceedings are happening just very slowly. However, her father kept me completely in the dark as to what the situation was. My daughter doesn't live with me. She lives full-time with her father, and apparently this happened when she was visiting me for the summer. I have been pursuing court action to be able to talk to my daughter, but it's a slow process. My ex is fighting tooth and nail to keep me from contacting her, with his justification being that I'm still in a relationship with the person that allegedly assaulted her. But basically, through legal proceedings, we are finally able to get her side of the story, and it is absolutely untrue. I can't go into details, but the set of circumstances laid out in her statement absolutely never happened. My take on it is that she saw a video on TikTok or YouTube about someone else's experience, saw all the attention and support they were getting, and decided to make up a story. Direct quote. My friend and I saw how sympathetic people were being and said, hey, let's get in on this. Unfortunately, her father saw whatever it was she was doing and immediately cut contact with me and went to the police. My ex has hated my current partner since the beginning, but I'm at a complete loss for what to do now. I'm the one that is going to have to testify that there is no way that situation happened, while she is surrounded by people that believe her absolutely. Even though I know for a fact that it never happened how she said, the idea of having to get up there and call her a liar is heartbreaking. I feel like it is something that neither of us will recover from. I'm coming to the point where I am soon going to have to actually talk to my daughter about it, and have no idea how I'm going to address the fact that she blatantly lied, and that it has completely destroyed our lives. My partner lost access to his own daughter since his charges prevent him any contact with anyone under 16. I haven't been able to talk to my daughter in a year. We've lost friends and family and are going to be out tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees before it's over. I love my daughter, but I'm also intensely angry at her for the horror and trauma we have gone through. I recognize that she might not understand the consequences of her decision, and that her father would have been inclined to pursue this even if she tried to tell him it wasn't true. But I just can't disregard all the damage she has caused. And for the record, no, I'm not trying to cover for my partner. If I had any doubt about it actually being true, I would be in a very different place. I wouldn't be willing to testify if I thought there was any possible way it could be true.
I just found out my husband showed his coworkers and his friends naughty pictures of me. Should I leave him? Disclaimer, this is not my story time. Send me on Instagram. My husband and I have only been married a few months. Before that, we dated for 2 years. My husband works in a really remote area, so he's not with me most of the time. After we got married, we bought a house near my parents' house since he would be away for most of the time, and that way I could spend time with my family. There are a few things about my husband that really bother me, but for the most part, he is pretty good. He supports me financially while I'm in school to pursue my career. I just got an internship for a magazine, which has been my dream job. My husband and I started dating. Everything went really fast. He's really passionate. After a year of dating, he proposed, and of course I said yes. We have a great love life. I mean, great. We have a lot of chemistry together, and we're super attracted to each other. And one thing about my husband is he loves to show me off. He's like the opposite of a jealous husband. He loves when I wear cute revealing clothes, which is not a bad thing, by the way. And whenever somebody hits on me, he loves it. He's proud to be my husband, and I'm proud to be his wife. But sometimes I feel like he's showing me off a little bit too much. Since he's away for work, he always asks me to send him, naughty pictures. Come to find out, he shows his coworkers. Part 2 is that my husband showed his friends and coworkers my naughty pictures. Should I leave him? Disclaimer, this is not my story time. Send me on Instagram. Here's how I found out he did it. Every single day, multiple times a day, he would ask me to send him naughty pictures. But it actually became like a routine for me. I would even order cute lingerie on a weekly basis for this. One day, my husband sent me a message that was clearly for one of his friends. In the message, he said, check out this picture my wife just sent me. And then he proceeded to attach the picture I had just sent him. For the first 5 seconds, I thought he was joking. You see, I would never have expected him to do that. But after about 30 seconds, I came to. Realized he had sent it to me by mistake. I called him and he instantly turned off his phone. I called him about 10 more times, but it all went to voicemail. Finally, 3 hours later, he sends me a text message apologizing. He said that he had never showed his friends the pictures and that he promises to never do it again. And that this time the picture was too good to not share. And it gets worse. He told me his coworkers are always drooling over my Instagram pictures. So he just felt like sharing. He sent a whole other message talking about how sexy and beautiful I am. And guess what? He asked for another freaking picture. Part 3 is up. My husband showed his friends and coworkers naughty pictures of me. Should I leave him? Disclaimer, this is not my story time. Send me on Instagram. After he apologized, he basically asked me for more pictures. So I decided to ghost him for a week. After a week, he shows up to our house. When I opened the door, he started begging for forgiveness. He told me that he couldn't live without me, that he thought I was so beautiful, he just wanted to share my pictures. I explained to him that what he did was a total violation of my trust and of my body. Thought of his coworkers and friends being able to see those pictures literally nauseated me. And of course, I was totally ashamed that my family and friends would find out. I mean, what if one of his friends told his wife and then she told me something? He told me he'd never do it again, and I accepted his apology. After that, we did the dirty and it was amazing. He had to go to work the very next day. And a few days later, he started asking me for more pictures. I have to trust the fact that he said he would never show those pictures to anybody again. So I started sending him pictures again. Only now it just doesn't feel the same. Before it was fun and I wanted to send him the pictures. Now I do it praying that he won't show it to anybody else. I've also come to realize that my husband knows how to manipulate me really well. Our sexy times are so good that he just gets me to do whatever he wants. Like taking those pictures. I really don't know if I should trust him, but at the same time, he's my husband. I feel like you guys will have good advice. What should I do?
Am I the asshole for expecting my pregnant girlfriend to apologize to my mom after rejecting her food? My girlfriend's 39 weeks pregnant and my mom's come to town to stay with us. Mostly to care for our 3-year-old and Cass when we go to the hospital. They usually get along, so it was a good idea, but my girlfriend's been causing some issues this week. My mom's an amazing cook, but admittedly she doesn't always cook the healthiest because growing up, me and my brother hated veggies. My mom's cooked dinner for us every night since she got here, and tonight my girlfriend said she would cook. My mom told her not to worry because she'd already planned it, and my girlfriend said maybe she could cook something for herself. Am I the asshole for expecting my pregnant girlfriend to apologize to my mom after rejecting her food? My girlfriend told her she needed something specific for tonight. They went back and forth until my girlfriend rather rudely said she just wanted to cook for herself tonight. My mom is extremely offended and hurt, and my girlfriend's pissed off because she says she needs certain nutrients and foods right now. And she can't let being polite get in the way of maintaining a healthy diet. I took my mom's side because she offered to cook my girlfriend what she really wanted. My girlfriend ended up eating boiled green beans and broccoli, which my mom could have done. Plus the baby's already grown and she takes prenatals.
My boyfriend, 27, and I, 26, have been together for 2 years. He has a good heart and is normally rational, but his one issue is that he expects to come to me in every occasion, no matter how big or small. He even went with me to my ex-boyfriend's funeral after days of begging. Now, my best friend got married a few days ago. It was very small and only close family and friends were invited. My boyfriend couldn't come because of the +1 rule. He pitched a hissy fit saying that my best friend had no respect for our relationship and was shocked when he learned that I was still going to attend. He told me that if he can't go, then I'm expected to not go as well. But that's my best friend and I had to respect her rules. He gave me an ultimatum: either we go together or I stay home with him. I ended up going because, again, I respected my friend's rules. He was angry with me and kept calling me the entire 2-hour drive, then stopped. Later, I got a text from his friend telling me that he, my boyfriend, got into an accident and was taken to the hospital. I freaked out and he gave me the address and I had to leave the wedding and told my friends why. I was crying the entire drive home and kept calling his friend but got no response. I arrived at the hospital and asked for my boyfriend and they checked and told me that he wasn't there. My anxiety reached 160% as I kept calling his friends one by one. I just went home and there he was, along with his friend. He saw me and said that he was sorry, but this was the only way he could get me to come home after I left him alone. After the initial shock, I just blew up yelling at him about lying and making me leave my friend's wedding and having me literally go to the hospital and freaking out because of him. I kicked his friend out and we got into an argument. He kept talking about how much I love him, thus I left, which is my own doing and not his, and that he was just trying to see if I really chose my friend's wedding over him. He then argued that my friend caused this and I shouldn't agree with her to exclude him. I said what he did was horrible and I called him horrible and then went to my room. It was awful because my friends kept calling to check in on him because they thought that he was really in the hospital. He said I overreacted and that I yelled at the wrong person. Did I go too far? Am I the asshole for yelling at him for making me leave my best friend's wedding?
Am I the asshole for not getting my girlfriend a birthday gift? My girlfriend and I have been together for 3 years and gifts have always been sorta a sore spot, at least for me. So the first year we were together, she made me some cake things for my birthday, which was nice and everything, but then she took like half of them back to give her family. It just seemed kinda weird, like here's your present, but I'm taking part of it back. Then her birthday came that year and I did a bunch of stuff for her, balloons, flowers, a card, and some gifts. Christmas came and I gave her a few gifts and didn't get anything. Following birthday of mine, nothing. For her birthday that year, I got her a gift but didn't go all out like the first year. Then last Christmas, am I the asshole for not getting my girlfriend a gift for her birthday? Last Christmas, she wanted seat covers and I bought them but wanted to see if she even gave me a card or anything, which she didn't. I still gave her the seat covers, but that was the last straw. My birthday came and same thing, nothing. I've tried to talk to her about it, but she claims she forgot or has so many other people to shop for. Her birthday came and I didn't get her anything. We went out to celebrate on Saturday and she kept saying she was excited for her gift.
Ignore my husband trying
I
to
took her to dinner
steal
and
cookies.
she wanted to come over and she came over to my house. She kept looking around then said, okay, I'm ready to open my gift. I said, what gift? Am I the asshole for not getting my girlfriend a gift for her birthday? She said, haha, seriously now, it's my birthday. I said, I know, and she said, quit messing around. I said, I'm not messing around. I really didn't get you anything. Then she said, why did I come over then? I said, I don't know, you wanted to. She then went on to ask, you didn't even get me a card? I said, no, I just figured we're not doing gifts anymore. I mean, you don't give them, so. She gave her usual excuses of, you're hard to shop for, and well, I forgot, and other things. Then she said it shouldn't be about receiving, it's about giving, but thanks for being a passive-aggressive asshole and ruining my birthday.
Am I wrong for calling my brother's girlfriend disgusting and refusing to meet her? I, 27 female, recently had a very unpleasant encounter with my brother's 32 male new girlfriend, 21 female, that has culminated in the family getting dragged into it. We'll call her Anne. He's been with Anne for about 5 months, but I've never met her for various reasons from both of our ends. He said he wanted to get to know her properly before introducing her to us all. And I made a crack along the lines of, yeah, well, 12-year-olds are known to be unpredictable, which made him sulk for a while too. I probably shouldn't have said that, but the age gap is weird to me. I met up with him a few weeks ago for coffee. The topic of Anne came up briefly, but he just said that they are still together and he liked her, so I was coming around to the idea that I maybe should stop being a judgmental asshole and just meet her. After, I went back to my car, grabbed my plastic bags, and went shopping in town. After about an hour, I came back to my car and it was messed up. It had been scratched, a drink thrown over it, but the worst thing was that someone had smeared blood on my driver door and literally shoved a used feminine hygiene product in the door handle. I had to go back to the store and buy rubber gloves and bleach just to get back into my car. I get home and I get a text from my brother. He said Anne had confronted him when he got home over his cheating and she thought I was the other woman and had vandalized my car. He said she was really upset and wanted to apologize to me in person and give me flowers. I said that even if I had been some other woman, that what she did was disgusting and she was nuts. I never wanted to meet her and I expected payment for cleaning and damages. For the last 2 weeks, it's been this revolting door of my family calling me and telling me to let her apologize. Me letting them know exactly what she did and them mostly agreeing with me in the end. Then I get messages from my brother telling me to stop telling people what happened because it was embarrassing Anne. I had some aunts who are mad at me for even telling them. Make it make sense. And her family are of course livid with me. Not to mention my brother. It's just so much noise in my head that I'm starting to think I should just drop it because I have repaired the damage and had it cleaned. I've sent my brother the bill but not had anything from him yet because he says I've done emotional damage to Anne. Bro, honest to God, I swear, I would have called the cops. I'm petty like that. I would have pressed charges and be like, yo, this person vandalized my car. And you have proof, like the text message proof that, or call that. she vandalized your car. You're too nice. I don't care if my brother or not. I would be like, this bitch is crazy. I think it was emotionally damaging to have to see what she did to my car, but in the off chance that I've gone mad and I am overreacting, please tell me. So, am I the asshole for calling my brother's girlfriend disgusting and never wanting to meet her because of what she did to my car?
Am I the asshole for saying my sister was being a terrible parent and feeding her daughter even though she told me not to? So recently my 22 male sister 27 female asked me to babysit her 5-year-old daughter. I said yes, however when I came to her house she told me that I wasn't allowed to give her lunch. I asked why and she told me it's setting habits for the future so her daughter can have a beautiful slender figure. She also said it's part of her own beauty program so she doesn't become overweight. I told her it was ridiculous to not allow a 5-year-old to have lunch and she said whatever and left. After 3 hours, her daughter said she was very hungry and there was 2 to 3 hours until my sister came back. So, I gave her lunch. Am I the asshole for saying my sister was being a terrible parent and feeding her daughter even though she told me not to? I gave Zoe an apple and made her a sandwich to keep her happy because it didn't feel right to leave her hungry like that. When my sister got back, I told her Zoe was hungry, so I gave her some food to eat and that I had only gave her an apple and a sandwich. She was irritated and said I knew what she requested, but purposely did this to wind her up. I told her she was being a terrible parent by refusing to give her daughter lunch. This made my sister even more angry, and she said it was her parenting style, and that she only wants what's best for her daughter, and I have no say. Eventually, she started shouting and made me leave. Am I the asshole?
2 years ago, I, 27, got married in a courtroom just to get the immigration paperwork started for my abroad now husband, 29. He always promised to provide me with a real ceremony eventually. The ceremony I wanted was picked out and cost about $7,000, and the South American resort includes ceremony, reception, and week-long honeymoon. I loved the idea since it was a country both our families could easily fly to. We could have had it in my country, USA, but not his, since members of my family legally aren't allowed to enter his family's country due to felonies. To be fair to his family, I suggested that we all travel instead of just his family traveling. These last 2 years, I've been planning and saving for our marriage. I have $6,000 set aside exclusively for it. Meanwhile, I've also spent thousands on his immigration fees to make it eventually legal for him to live and work here. He stayed in his own country in the meantime these last 2 years. Our immigration case is almost at the final part. All that's left is paying 2 last fees to the NVC from a USA bank account. Since I'm the only one with a USA bank account, it's up to me. I joked and said, alright, I'm about to spend this last 500-ish bucks, but I'm still waiting for that ceremony date. To which he replied, why bother since we're already married? He further explained he liked my self-made website and invitations I had ready to go for the wedding, and that he was proud of me for holding on to an idea for 2 years, but that it's a waste of money in his eyes. But he wouldn't be opposed to it if I just paid for it myself. Me and the wedding planner at the resort were completely blindsided since this came out of nowhere. He seemed happy with it and I assumed that he would contribute to the price up until that point. I didn't put my bank details in, so the immigration case completely halted. He says I'm ruining his future, but why should I hold up my end when he didn't hold up his? His family and him both really think that I'm being an a-hole. Am I the asshole for canceling my husband's immigration case right at the end?
I totally forgot that I didn't have a post, so we're gonna do an AITA, but I'm gonna read it. These are so awkward, so just bear with me. Am I the asshole for canceling Mother's Day celebration that I arranged for my wife after hearing what she told my son? I, male 37, have a 13-year-old son, and I was a widower when I met my now wife. She has a 16-year-old daughter from another relationship, and the family is often on pretty good terms. My wife and stepdaughter are the complete opposite. They both encourage him to be outgoing and share activities and join gatherings with extended family. My son complained about having to be forced out of his comfort zone and having his need for space invalidated. I spoke to both my wife and stepdaughter and asked them to give him space and freedom to spend his time however he wanted. They apologized and promised to let him be. Am I the asshole for canceling the Mother's Day celebration I arranged for my wife after hearing what she told my son? I wanted to throw my wife a surprise Mother's Day celebration. It was no longer a surprise because my stepdaughter gave her the heads up so she could prepare. Yesterday, I got off work earlier than usual to get the final arrangements done. When I entered the house, I overheard my wife and stepdaughter talking to my son. My wife was asking my son if he would convince me to let him stay home and not go with them to the restaurant to celebrate. My son said why, and she told him that his introverted and socially inept attitude will make her family uncomfortable and ruin the mood. Am I the asshole for canceling Mother's Day celebration that I arranged for my wife after hearing what she told my son? He promised her that he'd be well behaved and would try to interact and social with everyone, but she said she wasn't buying it. He kept reassuring her, but she snapped and told him that technically she's not his mom, so she didn't get why he wanted to celebrate it. My stepdaughter threw some backhanded comment and then both of them were shocked to see me standing there. I told my son and stepdaughter to go to their rooms and told my wife the celebration was off, canceled. She kept trying to argue why and saying that she didn't mean it and that I only heard part of the conversation but not all. She yelled asking what was she going to tell her family and said that I was making a tremendous mistake towards her. I ignored her and she kept throwing tantrums and went to stay with her folks.
My husband's in love with an online scammer who he believes is going to marry him. My husband and I are newlyweds, both 21. We're from Ukraine, where it's pretty common to marry at the ages between 18 and 21. We just got married in January. However, in March, my husband said that he wants to take a break from living together because he's depressed and wants some time alone. He said that we both wouldn't date other people and that it would be absolutely disrespectful and wrong if we see other people because he just needs time to feel better. I told him that I agree, and if anything changes and he decides to date others, immediately let me know so that we can divorce because I'm not okay with extramarital stuff. He said yes, he would let me know, but he's not interested. Well, I just found out that he started the break on March 28th and then registered for a dating site on the same day. On April 1st, a girl had already messaged him and they've been talking every day and are in a relationship. I even asked him 2 weeks ago that if he had a girlfriend, I wouldn't be mad, but to tell me the truth so we can divorce. Because he stopped texting me or answering the phone, but he lied. I only found out yesterday because he said that we need to divorce immediately because he's marrying someone else. However, I don't think she is who she says she is. He says that she told him she's 18, working in Poland, but Ukrainian, and will come to Ukraine to be with him, and they'll marry and be together forever because she's perfect. He would never hurt her. Why would someone in Poland look for someone in Ukraine without even being here physically? Why would she go into a war zone? The biggest thing is that he's never heard her voice and she won't send a picture or talk on the video call with him. I'm pretty sure it's a 47-year-old Ukrainian man living in a basement. What hurts the most is that he asked for a break on March 28th and then replaced me immediately like it was nothing. He calls her the exact same nickname he called me and all the nicknames he could have chosen. He writes her the exact same words that he wrote me when I met him online and we were dating. He showed the messages he sent her. He lied since April and only now told me. It's like I'm completely replaceable. What should I do with my husband being in love with an online scammer that he believes is going to marry him?
Am I wrong for how I reacted to my wife's pregnancy announcement? My wife, female 26, and I, 30 male, decided to start having kids. We've been trying for over 9 months and nothing happened. We were told to be patient, but I couldn't help but stressing out about a problem that's preventing us from conceiving. The issue is that my wife kept joking about this matter and pranked me twice by lying to me saying she was pregnant. The first was when I was at work and she sent a text telling me she was pregnant. I was so happy I came home and brought stuff with me to celebrate, only to find her laughing in my face saying it was a prank. Second time she told me she was pregnant, she was recording my reaction during and after the prank. Again laughing, telling me it was a prank, but this time she shared the video with her family. I told her I didn't appreciate how she laughs about a serious matter, then having me believe it was true only to ruin my happiness. She stopped for 2 months. Last night we were at my parents' house sitting having dinner when she said she had a gift for me. She had my sister go bring a small teddy bear with a note on it and gave it to me. I was nervous and worried about her pulling some of her pranks on me in front of my family. I read the note that the teddy bear had on it and it said that I was going to be a dad. I looked at my wife and she smiled at me and congratulated me saying she was pregnant. I saw red completely. I got up from my seat and tossed a piece of paper on the table and just snapped, telling her to stop making fun of something so serious and sensitive. I told her I was done with her lack of respect and sympathy for the most important thing that I've been struggling with, and to include my parents in her prank was too low. My wife excused herself to the bathroom. My mom and dad were unaware of what was happening. They literally paused and asked what the hell is wrong with me. My sister said my wife was actually pregnant and just confirmed by tests that she's seen with her own eyes. I felt both happy and devastated because I thought she was pulling the same prank again and I got fed up with it. My wife got mad and argued with me in the car, saying I ruined her joy and made her look awful in front of my family, as well as lashing out on her as my reaction to the happy news. She said she told me in front of my parents to show me she was serious this time. She had her mom call to berate me and said her poor daughter will suffer with my boorish behavior and lack of respect for her. My wife has been giving me the cold shoulder ever since. So, am I the asshole here? This is like... What is that story called? That fairy tale? The dude with the... He kept saying something to the villagers, and the villagers kept coming, and the boy who cried wolf. This is literally the boy who cried wolf.
Welcome back to Reddit Stories. I've been happily married for 10 years, but my relationship with my in-laws is strained. Here's the thing, they're collectors. They don't just collect mouse figurines, they've given each mouse its own personality, backstory, name, etc. One of them's made of paper mache and they named it Timothy. Where it gets unsettling is that they talk to each other through the mice using mouse voices. This is almost exclusively how they communicate with each other and with me. As bizarre as I find this, I've never said anything about it. Whenever they wave a mouse in my face wanting me to talk to it, I just talk to them. And I've never used a mouse voice myself, even though it visibly annoys them when I don't. Things escalated when I announced that I was pregnant, and my father-in-law replied that he was excited to have a second grandchild. I was confused for a second until I realized he was talking about Timothy. I snapped and told him that his papier-mâché mouse is not the same as my baby, and he snapped back that I was disrespecting Timothy. My husband was silent through the whole thing and later on told me he didn't understand why I wouldn't just play along.
I have a friend named Paul that has been my 26 roommate for a little over a year now. We've been good friends since college and we've also maintained our friend group from college as well. Recently, I started to notice something odd. My underwear has been frequently disappearing and reappearing in my drawer. At first, I didn't notice anything, but occasionally I would notice that some pairs that were supposed to be clean had a strange smell. I started to get really suspicious after a while, especially after I brought it up to Paul and he just shrugged me off at first, but I started getting really weird vibes after some arguing back and forth, and Paul finally admitted very reluctantly to the truth. Apparently, Paul has been stealing my underwear, wearing them, and putting them back in the drawer, with what I'm assuming is the hope that I end up wearing them too. When I found this out, my skin crawled. I'm honestly a very open-minded person and I wouldn't have a problem with Paul wearing women's underwear if they weren't mine, and he also confessed that he had been doing it for months. I felt so violated by this and I told him that he would have to leave immediately. Luckily, he agreed and left that night and has been crashing on a work friend's couch while he looks for a new place. He said that he was really embarrassed and understood why I was no longer comfortable being friends with him. The only thing that he requested was I not tell our mutual friends. But I couldn't not tell him, considering they were all wondering why Paul had to leave so suddenly and why we weren't friends anymore. They knew something had gone down, and when they asked, I just told them because I honestly needed support about the whole thing, and I also knew there was no way I would be able to keep hanging out in the group if Paul was going to be there. Everyone was really shocked and understood my decision. Paul confronted me over text about it, telling me that I was wrong to share his kink with the whole group and that it was his private information. But I told him that I was allowed to tell my friends about how his actions affected me, considering he went against my privacy and violated not only my trust but also my person. Am I the asshole for telling my friend group about another friend's kink so they would also stop being friends with him?
Story time about the girl who used me to get with my guy best friend. So a little background information, I was 15 and in 9th grade. Well, at the end of summer, right before school started, this girl named Liv added me on Snapchat. And I had seen her all around school. She was very popular and a little bit stuck up. But I added her back and then I got a call on Snapchat from her. I answered very awkwardly and I'm like, hi. And then she was like, oh, I've seen you in a lot of this guy's pictures. Are you guys like best friends? And I'm like, yeah, sort of. And she goes, have you ever thought about dating him? It was just an extremely weird out of nowhere conversation. Anyway, so fast forward 2 weeks, I walk in the first day of school with my best friend Tommy, and Tommy and I have like every single class together. For some reason, Liv thought that we were friends and she would come and go as she pleased. Like Tommy and I would be standing at my locker, she would come over. Anyways, fast forward to chemistry. She walks in the class, winks at Tommy, like for part 2. Part 2 about the girl who used me to get with my guy best friend. So like I said, we were in chemistry, she walks in and she winks at Tommy. And I look over real quick and I realize that her nails were vermilion. That's Tommy's favorite color. And by the way, like I said before, I did not know this girl at all. We had never hung out. She never talked to me before this. Not to mention, anytime that her and I talked, she would only talk about Tommy. Fast forward a couple days, we're in chemistry, and somehow she got her assigned seat next to me. And she was like, hey, do you want to study for the chemistry test together? And I was kind of excited because I thought that I had a new best friend. So I said, yeah. Later on, she comes to my house. I never told her an address or anything like that, so I was very creeped out about how she knew my address. We studied for the test, and she goes, hey, do you want to hang out with Tommy and a few other guys tomorrow? Well, tomorrow was the day that I was going out of town. So she goes, okay, maybe next week. After being out of town, I came back on a Saturday, and the next day I get a text from Tommy, like for part 3. Part 3 about the girl who used me to get with my guy best friend. So like I said, she asked me if I wanted to hang out with Tommy and a few other guys. I told her that I was going out of town. When I got back from out of town, the next day, I get a text from Tommy. He was flipping out on me. He said that I was talking shit about him to Liv. And apparently I said that I was happy that his mother died. And a bunch of other bullshit. Well, after that, Tommy cut me off, so I was lonely, and I started hanging out with Liv more, even though she said that terrible stuff to Tommy and made him cut me off. So fast forward a year, he is a new best friend, right? I get a DM from her on Instagram saying like, hey, did Tommy used to be your best friend? Pretty much everybody knew what happened between me and Tommy, but she was like, that girl that you're best friends with is dating him now. And then he completely cut me off. So technically, she used both her and I to get with Tommy. But after dating for literally like 2 months, he cheated on her because she slept with 5 other guys. Am I the asshole for buying my girlfriend a blender instead of the necklace she wanted for our anniversary? We are both women and this happened last month. We had our 1-year anniversary and I asked what she wanted and she said just something romantic. A little necklace or something cute. On Amazon, I found an emulsion blender and it pinged in my head. My girlfriend loves cooking and always talks about gadgets she wants. Plus, I remember her complaining one time about not having one. I'm a practical gift giver and I like to give things people will use, so I bought it. She gave me a bottle of whiskey I've had my eye on for ages. She opened hers and her face kind of falls and she goes, "Oh, an emulsion blender." Am I the asshole for buying my girlfriend a blender instead of the necklace she wanted for her anniversary? She says, "Oh, an emulsion blender." I told her I remembered her talking about all the kitchen gadgets she wanted and was so excited to give it to her. She kept her cool but told me while she appreciated the thought, she was a little upset that it wasn't jewelry. I was confused, so she explained that she felt anniversaries should be more romantic and sentimental gifts versus practical. She said she appreciated it greatly but wouldn't lie to me that she wished it would have been a necklace. Specifically, this one she pointed out to me that was $30. My best friend and my girlfriend's best friend both agree with my girlfriend.
Me, 34, and my husband Hunter, 37, suffered from fertility problems. We recently decided to get a surrogate who's a friend of a friend. We were busy getting everything done legally. We already had a contract in place. My egg was used, so no worries in this regard. Plus, our surrogate is a respectful, kind woman who's been keeping her part of the contract intact. But it's Hunter who started acting strange. I've noticed that he's been focusing all his attention on our surrogate, like skipping work to visit her or get her things that she didn't ask for, chat with her all the time on social media, and also constantly offering to do things for her like drive her to places and sometimes even invite her out or offer to prepare stuff for her. She complained to me about this and even told me about things that he's been doing that I didn't even know about, like bringing her gifts. I tried speaking to him about what this looks like, but he said that he's doing what he's doing for his son and not her. Still, I asked that he tone it down and respect the woman's space. He got mad at me and accused me of being jealous of the woman who's carrying my own child and said that this makes me look bad. I said our surrogate was the one who complained about his behavior and he said that this wasn't true. Apparently this made him somewhat angry, so I gave him time to cool down a bit. Yesterday, our surrogate called me saying that Hunter came over and told her guests to leave. I asked why and she said he wanted to show her the 9K car that he bought for her. I was shocked. She said that she declined the car and asked him to leave, but he started arguing with her about using public transportation and risking our baby's well-being. I was fuming and I called him demanding that he get home and he eventually did. Once he got back, I picked up a fight with him and yelled at him saying that he's been nothing but overstepping, disrespectful, and inappropriate towards the surrogate. Again, he explained that the car wasn't for her but to ensure the baby is safe. I told him to stop disrespecting the woman and stop using the baby as an excuse to stomp all over her boundaries. He ranted about how he was just trying to make this work and I should do the same if not more. He even accused me of not loving our son as much as he does, but this is in the way and putting $9,000 on a car without telling me. He left the house for a while and then he came back and refused to speak to me. I might have been hard on him. He might have just been oblivious, so I'm less sure seeing his reaction now. Am I the asshole for telling?
I think my husband only wants to have another kid because he thinks our son is gay. Our son, 7 male, has always been very feminine. Most of his friends are girls, his favorite toys are Barbies, and he had an awkward situation in school where he kept drawing himself as a female singer for the When I Grow Up part of his graduation. He would dress up in girls' clothes if he could, and I'm not judgmental, but that wouldn't be the best for him where we live, so he's not allowed. I'm not sure why he's like this, but I was such a tomboy when I was younger that it's not really a surprise. One of his friends, a boy, came over a little while ago, and my son told me that he kissed him. It was on the forehead apparently, but he didn't describe it in a romantic way, obviously. He just wanted to show that he loved him because you kiss people when you love them a lot. My husband is convinced that our son is gay. He's not upset about it, more neutral, but I think it's harmful to assume a 7-year-old's sexuality because he does things that we've arbitrarily decided are for girls. When he heard about the forehead kiss, he said, "Are you still saying he's not gay?" And I asked why it would be a big deal to begin with, and he said it's not, but he won't give up hopes for grandkids. Recently, my husband has been suggesting we should have another kid. I asked him why the sudden change, and he said he loves being a dad more than he ever thought he would. I believe him about that, but the timing in his comment about grandkids won't leave my mind. I originally wanted to adopt, and he said even if it's selfish, he wanted his only child to be biologically his. I'm putting all of this together, and to me, I'm worried he only wants another child to have biological grandkids. I feel like that is showing that he's going to love our son less than this hypothetical next child. Does it sound like that to you too, or am I reading too much into it?
Story time about how my best friend kissed the guy that I liked right in front of me. So a little background information, I was 14 and in 8th grade. And we're gonna call my best friend Sophia. We were in a friend group of 3. And the other person in our friend group, his name was Josh. And that just happened to be the boy that I really liked. And Sophia knew how much I liked him. Like, I would tell her all the time how excited I was, you know, that we were hanging out. And she would be like, "Oh my god, I'm so happy for you. Like, you guys would be so cute." Just a bunch of fake shit. So the one day we're all sitting in our free period, super bored, and our friend Dylan says, "Hey, why don't we play spin the bottle?" With a water bottle, of course. So it was us 4 and a few other kids from our class. Well, Sophia decided to spin the bottle first. And of course, who does it land on? Josh. And I'm sitting back like I have nothing to worry about. My best friend wouldn't do that to me. Well, of course I was wrong. I thought she was going to apologize, but after she gave me a very smirky smile, well, they started hanging out more and I felt extremely left out, so I just decided to forgive her.
This is the Reddit mess. Let's go ahead and get into it. The subreddit is True and Off My Chest, and the title is My Husband's Cross-Dressing is the Bane of My Existence. And the title alone took me off guard, okay? It makes me sick. All of this started right after we got married, and I do mean right after. They put that in all caps. On our honeymoon, he wanted to wear the lingerie I had brought for myself. Then he shaved his beard to his entire body. He started wearing my slutty clothes. He would only use razors, shaving cream, body lotion, etc. that smelled super girly. I was not into this at all, but I wanted to be a good wife, so I tried to indulge him. I bought him lots of lingerie and pretended I thought it was sexy. I did this to avoid a fight. He was not into adult, videos, okay. Now he started watching sissy adult videos, especially sissy hypno videos. I have no idea what that is, okay? But I will be Googling after I finish this. So pretty soon, he no longer wanted to have regular schmegler intimacy. It was always the strap or some other weird kinky stuff. We were always kinky before, but it never involved sissification, cross-dressing. He started tucking, wearing breast forms, and even got out into public in bimbo mode. Doing the deed was extremely emotionally exhausting for me, but I did it anyways because I didn't want to fight. I even brought in an old fling of mine who was bi to spend a weekend with us. My husband was dressed up the whole time and we sort of had a threesome, but the other guy only lets dudes do the deed. I feel sick even remembering this experience, but at the time I just did it on autopilot so my husband would be satisfied. Soon after this, he convinced me to buy him a 600 chastity device. What's that? This was sort of fun for me at first, but then he decided he wanted to get resized. He got one that was about 3 sizes too small. It would take him 40 minutes to get it on because he really had to jam him in. I really need to Google some of this stuff. But he had to jam himself in there. It was painful to look at it. I was afraid this would cause permanent damage and I begged him to stop. He wouldn't listen. He wanted to shrink himself. This made me incredibly angry, but I bottled it up. Wait! Yo! I just Googled it. I'm sorry. I had to visualize what it is that this woman is talking about. Stop the video. Go Google a chastity device. Baby. That's very interesting. So it just kept escalating from there. We had an agreement that we would not do anything permanent to our bodies and that he only had 1 hall pass per year. The hall pass thing, I had agreed to it before we got married because I already knew that he was bi and I accepted it. There is one thing a man has that I don't. So I agreed to let him get that elsewhere once per year. For almost the whole first year of our marriage, he was a walking kink. He had bought this stupid breast pump thing that's supposed to make him grow little boobs over time, but the cups were too big, so it didn't work. I then found emails between him and a hormone replacement clinic. He was asking them about doing a consultation to go on estrogen. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. We had a really long discussion about it, and I told him that if he does this, I'm gone. The next day, he went backpacking to find himself. I was creating an exit plan while he was gone, fully expecting him to come home and tell me that his fetish is more important to him than I am. But actually, he came back a changed man. He wanted to be normal again. He put all the stuff away and stopped acting feminine. That was almost a year ago, and things have been amazing since then. We've even adopted the traditional lifestyle. He works and I stay home. I take care of all the cooking and cleaning. We even do a domestic discipline. Things have been so wonderful. It's been a year. He stopped all of that. I've never been so happy. I found out we're having a baby. We were over the moon. And then he tells me he wants to start cross-dressing again. He said he'll only do it for Locktober. Literally, it's Locktober. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. So I told him not this year because I will be newly postpartum and then I can't deal with that in such a vulnerable state. Never mind that. I also won't be feeling up for, doing the deed either. He considers this, then says he'll do it in June this year. I'll be 6 months then. I try to put it out of my mind since at this time it was only February, but I'm already thinking of places I can go for that whole month of June so that I don't have to participate in this shit again. This fetish is absolutely repulsive to me and I don't think I can slap on a brave face and suffer through it. Maybe I can for a month. I did it for a year. But I'm thinking it would probably just be easier if I'm somewhere away while he's at home doing that. Then he bought new cups for the breast pump that actually fit his chest and has been using them for a few days. I objected because he said he was only going to do this in June. He said it's so he can be ready for June and have little breastises. Puts the pump on as soon as he gets home before he even touches me, and it stays on for an hour. Then yesterday after pumping, he goes and puts on bra and panties. I was napping when he did that, and I didn't notice until he grabbed my hand and started to try to make me said, yes, this is too much. This is too much. And he kept asking until I reluctantly lied and said yes, because I don't want to hurt his feelings, even though I want to yell at him. No, you look effing ridiculous. He went and changed after that and wouldn't touch me the rest of the night. Before bed, we had a small argument about it, but he just shut down and went to bed without saying another word. We've been here before. Either I put on an Oscar-worthy performance and enthusiastically participate in whatever depraved, kinky shit he wants to do, or he withholds all love and affection from me until I do. I do feel like he's slipping away and I'm losing him again to this fetish. When he stopped cross-dressing last year, I told him that I would not go back home doing this full time. I can't. His entire life revolved around this kink. He assured me that it was over and no longer found it appealing, that it was a phase. I believed him and now we're here. What can I do? Grin and bear it? I guess. I feel trapped. I felt trapped before, but now I'm pregnant, so I'm really trapped. That's a lot. That's a lot to take in, baby. I'm not going to sit up here and kink shame anyone because at the end of the day, like, you have to do whatever you want to do. It's your body. You do whatever you need to do. However, reading this, I feel like he did trap her. Like, he trapped her because I feel like stuff like this, these type of kinks, they don't just pop up out of nowhere. So I feel like he has had this in his mind for a while. He waited to share this with her until after they said, I do. And for most people want to honor those values. So for better and for worse, I'm going to stick it out with you. I'm going to try, which she did. Reading this, she has definitely tried. She has definitely put her best foot forward. She's given him hall passes, tried to get into what he's into. So I feel as though he cannot sit up there and say, oh, you didn't try, because she really did. But I truly feel like he planned all that out knowing that she wouldn't leave. And then miraculously, he goes out camping to find himself, comes back home, and baby, it's gone. I'm a changed man. To me, that was suspicious. But hey, it worked out for a year. He was able to keep it dormant for a year. And then he gets her pregnant, and bam. Now all of this is coming back up again. So basically, he is trapping her into doing something that she's not okay with. And to me, kink or no kink, that's where I would have to draw the line. Like, to me, that's not fair. Like, you're not allowing your partner to be able to make a choice that is best for them. You're doing what's best for you, but you're forcing your partner that wants no parts of it to be attached to that. And that's, to me, that's not okay. That's not okay. And then you get mad at your partner for not wanting to be involved. Show enthusiasm to your interests. Like, that, to me, that's not okay. That's not okay. And the fact that she feels like she's trapped is a strong word, especially in a marriage. That's a strong word. And then talking about she has to put on an Oscar-worthy performance. That's not okay.
Am I the asshole for embarrassing my friend over her baby name Chlamydia? You heard that right, chlamydia. My friend is 5 months pregnant and has been talking about baby names with her partner lately. She's having a girl and likes to run some of her ideas by our friend group to see what we think. Yesterday, she told us her latest favorite, chlamydia. Before I had time to get over my shock, she starts going on about how ever since we read the Odyssey in high school, she's always liked her Greek mythology. It takes a minute, but I find out she's talking about Clytemnestra, sister of Helen of Troy. So I interrupt her. Am I the asshole for embarrassing my friend over her baby name chlamydia? Yeah, chlamydia. I say, wait, you mean Clytemnestra, not chlamydia, right? And she's all, no, I mean chlamydia. I have to explain to her that she's got the name mixed up and that chlamydia is an STD, not a figure from Greek mythology. After I show her on Google, she gets all awkward and quiet. When I got home, she sent me a text saying I was a bad friend for embarrassing her, and that I could have brought it up in private. She said I made her feel like an idiot, and I ignored it because she was kind of being an idiot. My opinions on am I the asshole for embarrassing my friend over her baby name? Honestly, I'm having a really hard time believing this story on Reddit is real. First of all, even if a Greek mythology name was chlamydia, I still wouldn't name my baby chlamydia because, it's chlamydia. I just feel like there'd be so much unnecessary bullying on the playground for that. And honestly, I don't know how this woman is pregnant and doesn't know what chlamydia is.
Am I wrong for walking out of the baby shower my in-laws threw for me? The situation is kind of a mess. I, 27 female, and expecting my first baby with my husband. This is the first grandchild in the family, and they said that if the baby is a boy, then we'll give him my father-in-law's name. He's dead due to cancer, and I had no problem with that. This happened before we found out the gender of the baby. My husband and his family had me do things like attend prayers and do other rituals before the reveal at the doctor's. I didn't like that, but went with it to keep the peace. They thought if they do some hubba lubba, they can decide the baby's gender. Doctor appointment came and it turned out to be a girl. My husband cried in the car, then turned his phone off to hide from his family, then finally told them. If my husband cried tears of sadness that we were having a girl, not a boy, I would be livid. Continue. His mom and the others made their frustration and disappointment clear, which bothered me because my daughter deserved to be celebrated. They ghosted me for days, then started coming over and visiting constantly, referring to my daughter as my son, claiming the results were false and basically pretending it's a boy. I had several fights with them, and after they refused to stop, my husband sided with them despite seeing how wrong and unreasonable what they were doing was. We didn't speak for a while. Sister-in-law called to apologize, then informed me she arranged for a baby shower for me. I was so excited and happy, but when I arrived, I saw blue balloons, blue cake, and father-in-law's name/decorations around. I was so confused I had to sit down. My sister-in-law explained that they were still hoping that my gender results are false and it's a boy. I looked at my husband and he agreed with her. I lost my temper and yelled at them all, calling them delusional and telling them to stop treating my daughter like she's unwanted and act like she doesn't exist by throwing a party for their imaginary grandson. Mother-in-law broke down crying. I took my bag and walked out immediately. They started yelling and my husband followed me outside and started arguing about how I insulted his family and his dad's memory by acting like that. He said they needed time to process the fact that it's a girl, not a boy, as they expected and insisted I play along and they'll soon get over it. I told him to wake up and see the insanity to his family's behavior. I said absolutely not and demanded he take me home. He said no, so I called an Uber and left. He was fuming. He called 15 times, then texted that he won't be coming home until I get my ass over and apologize for ruining everything they've done for me and accusing them of being mentally unstable. I haven't responded yet, but he's constantly pressuring me to get right with his family before we even talk about anything else. Oh my god! How many red flags do you need to see before you can run away? Oh my god, he's crazy. And another thing, the woman doesn't determine the gender of the baby, it's the man. Like, and as a pregnant woman, I would be pissed. My fist would be ruined. Oh my god, that would just make me cry.
My boyfriend, 27, and I, 26, have been together for 2 years. He has a good heart and is normally rational, but his one issue is that he expects to come to me in every occasion, no matter how big or small. He even went with me to my ex-boyfriend's funeral after days of begging. Now, my best friend got married a few days ago. It was very small and only close family and friends were invited. My boyfriend couldn't come because of the +1 rule. He pitched a hissy fit saying that my best friend had no respect for my relationship and was shocked when he learned that I was still going to attend. He told me that if he can't go, then I'm expected to not go as well. But that's my best friend and I had to respect her rules. He gave me an ultimatum, either we go together or I stay home with him. I ended up going because again, I respected my friend's rules. He was angry with me and kept calling me the entire 2-hour drive, then stopped. Later, I got a text from his friend telling me that he, my boyfriend, got into an accident and was taken to the hospital. I freaked out and he gave me the address and I had to leave the wedding and told my friends why. I was crying the entire drive home and kept calling his friend but got no response. I arrived at the hospital and asked for my boyfriend and they checked and told me that he wasn't there. My anxiety reached 160% as I kept calling his friends one by one. I just went home and there he was, along with his friend. He saw me and said that he was sorry, but this was the only way he could get me to come home after I left him alone. After the initial shock, I just blew up yelling at him about lying and making me leave my friend's wedding and having me literally go to the hospital and freaking out because of him. I kicked his friend out and we got into an argument. He kept talking about how much I love him, thus I left, which is my own doing and not his, and that he was just trying to see if I really chose my friend's wedding over him. He then argued that my friend caused this and I shouldn't agree with her to exclude him. I said what he did was horrible and I called him horrible and then went to my room. It was awful because my friends kept calling to check in on him because they thought that he was really in the hospital. He said Am
I the asshole for skipping my best friend's wedding just because? I'm a hermit and I have exactly 2 friends. I talk to them and to my family mostly online, meeting them only once in a while. I don't have social anxiety, but people drain me so much I can barely function by the end of a work day. Just extremely introverted, I guess. I don't do social gatherings and people who know me know this. Friend number 1 got married last year and I showed up for the ceremony, dropped off my gift, and left before the reception. She thanked me for showing up at all. An hour into the reception of my own brother's wedding, he told me that I'm free to go home now and he's surprised I lasted this long.
The issue is friend number 2 is getting married. Am I the asshole for skipping my best friend's wedding just because? She's planning a destination wedding, and I'd like to make this clear. There's no universe in which I'm flying 6 hours only to spend a full weekend socializing with people I don't even know. I told her I'll follow the ceremony online and give them the present after they return. She's giving me the I'm not mad and disappointed routine. She said she's upset because I'm prioritizing my own comfort over her feelings. I told her she's right and that I will always put my comfort over other people's feelings. Hence the number of friends I have, and she knew this from the start. Does that make me a shitty friend? Probably yes. Did she know what she was getting into? Yes.
Am I wrong for not telling my husband I went into labor? I, 32 female, have 3 kids. K, 12 female, L, 4 female, and I just gave birth to my beautiful baby girl, Valerie. My husband and I have been married for 5 years, and I love him, but he's a little bit of a mama's boy. My mother-in-law hates me. I grew up in a richer neighborhood, and my parents left me with quite a lot of inheritance when they passed, about $13 million in assets. Mother-in-law, however, was a single mother with 2 sons and had a lot of trouble just paying for basic needs. She worked her way up, and I think she's very strong. She doesn't like me and thinks I'm pretentious because apparently I had everything handed to me. Well, when I got pregnant with Elle, we decided to name him Luke, after my husband's father, who died when my husband was only 3. Mother-in-law was through the roof when we told her, but ever since I fell pregnant again with Valerie, she has been adamant that we would name her Francine after her late grandmother. My husband wants to as well, but I don't. Instead, I wanted to name her Valerie, and not just because I like the name, but also because when I was 17, the song Valerie by Amy Winehouse came out, and me and my family would sing it all the time. At family gatherings, it was always first on the speaker, car rides, and just in general. It was basically our song. Well, my older sister and my parents passed away in a house fire 3 years ago, and I miss them terribly. We were all a very close family, so it hit me and my younger sister very hard. When I suggested this to my husband and mother-in-law, they actually got mad at me because they wanted it to be Francine. I suggested we name her Valerie with the middle name Francine, or Francine with the middle name Valerie, but they weren't happy with either. During my last month of pregnancy, my husband has become more angry with me. I finally snapped and said that I wasn't going to name my child an ugly name that I don't like for the sake of a woman that doesn't even like me. He said that I was being unbelievable and that I had insulted a strong, independent mother. I immediately apologized, but he left to his mother's house. 2 days later, I couldn't...
Hello everyone, get ready with me while I tell you the time an artist invited me over to his hotel when I was only 16 years old. I'm also not going to say the artist's name, so don't go in the comments trying to press me because I'm not gonna expose him. I've been supporting this artist since I was 15, and technically he was in a boy band, so the only reason I would really still go to their concert is because I was cool with one of the guys in the band's like family, so I was always mainly there just to support them and this specific artist. Let's call this artist Jared, not Jared. 98% of the time whenever they had a concert in LA, I was there, and like I said, it was mainly just being there because I knew that the artist's family that I was really cool with was gonna be there because they were always there to obviously show support to their son, their nephew, or whoever he was to them. One thing that I learned about artists is if you always go and show so much love to them, especially whenever they are in your town, they are going to remember who you are. Obviously, despite the fact if you're a pretty girl, they're obviously going to remember who you are. Most likely, 99% of the time, they're going to try to get at you. But as long as like you're showing so much support and you're always there at that city that they're at, they're obviously going to end up remembering you or have an idea of who you are. So because I always went to their LA shows, Jared and a lot of the other members of the band already had an idea of who I was, but I guess I stood out more towards Jared because I was like his type of girl. The day he messaged me, he and the boys didn't have a show. I believe they were out in LA because they had like studio time. I remember that day he messages me on Instagram and he goes, "Hey, what are you up to?" He also hit me up late at night. It was probably like 12 or like 1 in the morning, and obviously I already knew what time it was. You guys, a little commercial break. I got a phone call from my best friend to come outside. She got me some flowers. Thank you so much, Bessie, if you're watching this. I love you. I basically respond back and I was like, "Hey, what's up? Like, how are you? I'm at my parents' house." And obviously, if you know, my parents don't live in LA, they live an hour away. And I mainly was just like, "What's up? Like, what do you want?" He responds back and he says, "I'm in LA, this is my hotel, you should come through." And I responded back to him and I was like, "Thanks for the invite, but I'm not down." I was like, "Also, by the way, I'm only 16 years old And then he responded back and he was like, "You're only 16?" Hello everyone, welcome to part 2 of the time an artist invited me over to his hotel when I was only 16 years old. At this point, this guy now knows that I am 16 years old, and you won't believe what he does after. So remember how I told you that he DM'd me on Instagram? Well, now, I don't remember how we had each other on Snapchat, but we were friends on Snapchat. And he basically sends me a Snapchat photo. I end up opening the Snapchat, and sure enough, it's a freaking nude. At this point, I was really annoyed and I ended up leaving him on red. And sure enough, he ends up sending another Snapchat, and this time it was a message. So I ended up doing like a little slide trick where I don't open the message, but I'm still able to see what the person said. He's basically like insisting for me to still come over regardless of my age, and I was like, if I was another girl, I would literally ruin your career, but I'm not that person. I ended up going off on him, and I was like, look, you're super young, I was like, and I just want you to be careful, because if I was a different person, you probably would have been exposed already. And I was like, just the fact that I am 16, and I think he was probably like 19 or 20 at this point, obviously he didn't even care the fact that I was underage. I told him, I was like, have some respect. I was like, I already told you no 2 times and you're still out here trying your hardest, like if I'm gonna give in. I even told him, I was like, you need to be more careful on who it is that you hit up. I was like, because once you mess with the wrong girl, I was like, you're screwed. He basically agreed with me, and he told me that he appreciated the fact that I'm not gonna expose him, and how I was basically like giving him advice on what he shouldn't be doing. But I'm like, as an artist, I feel like you should just be a little bit more careful, especially on who you hit up, because you have a huge platform. It's like everyone's gonna know your freaking business. I ended up running into him a couple more times whenever they had shows out here in LA, and he was acting so awkward as if freaking I was the one who did him dirty. Like, I literally was there to fucking give you advice and tell you what you shouldn't be doing and just protecting you and your career, and you're the one acting weird or maybe awkward or embarrassed. That was funny to me. After that, I ended up unfollowing him, and honestly, I've yet to see him or run into him whenever he comes to LA. One thing that I realized is I feel like a lot of artists will hit up a lot of girls out in LA, because I feel like there's already a reputation of a lot of girls already like just going out and saying yes to all these men, so they feel like everybody is the same. But I'm literally the complete opposite. I will not go out with you. I would just not give myself out easily, and if you do, that's on you. And it's so hard nowadays for a guy to actually get to know you, because all they really want to do is go in, because everyone is just so used to doing that. And that's the only thing that I don't really like about me and like guys out in LA, because they just assume that you're like this other person too. But anyways, that is the end of my story time. Thank you guys so much for the love and support. It means the world. I see all your guys' comments. I see the sweet messages. I really appreciate it. I'll see you guys in my next story time. Bye, I love you.
Storytime on Tinder date from hell. So recently, I got dumped by my boyfriend. I went over to my friend's house because I was feeling down, and she convinced me to get a Tinder. So I immediately matched with this guy, and what drew me to swipe right was because he looked like my celebrity crush. Anyways, we started talking, and we exchanged phone numbers. Everything was good. I Snapchatted him, so he knew I was real. Over time, he would get upset when I would post my guy friends on my Snap. And he say things in Spanish like, "you're mine." And at the time, I thought it was cute, not realizing it was a obsessive thing. We talked just about every day until one day I got together with my friends and we went out. And remember how I told you guys that he didn't really like my friends? Well, he randomly calls me at 2 a.m. crying and claiming that he got stabbed. If you want to know what happened after that, come back for part 2. Part 2 of Tinder Date from Hell. So, like I said earlier, I went out with my friends, and he randomly calls me at 2 a.m. claiming that he got stabbed. And I, of course, thought that was crazy. I felt bad for him and wanted to be there, but I would never see the wound. A couple days later, he had his friends add me on Snapchat, and one of his friend's girlfriends told me to get away from him and that he was obsessed with me. And all he would talk about was me. And he ain't never get stabbed. When I found that out, I wanted to leave the whole relationship alone, and he went off on me. Like, he went psycho crazy, and told me that he was gonna off himself if I ever decided to leave. And mind you guys, I barely even know this man. It gets even crazier. Come back for part 3. Part 3 of Tinder Date from Hell. So after I found out that he tried to fake getting stabbed, I told him I was ready to leave the whole relationship, and he threatened to off himself if I decided to go. After that, I couldn't deal with him anymore, so I ignored him, and he would blow up my phone. When I got tired of his craziness, I blocked his number and blocked him from all my social medias. He began starting to make fake accounts, adding me. A couple weeks later, I saw him at a club one night, and he saw me. He started walking my way, and I didn't want to be rude, so I allowed him to talk to me, and I kind of felt bad for kind of ghosting him, so I just entertained to be nice and hoped that all the stuff that he did in the past was just a phase. And he was really nice, and he actually bought me a drink. And I really thought nothing of it until I started to feel dizzy right after drinking the drink, and I passed out. It gets worse after this. Y'all let me know if y'all want a part 4. Story time on how I caught my mom cheating on my dad with his brother. So my mom and dad were practically married. It was just never on papers. So on this specific day, my dad went to work and I went to school. My dad is a lawyer and my mom is a teacher. So me and my dad left, and my mom said that she would be leaving in like 5 minutes because she had called the day off. She said that she was going to check on a few things, so we thought that really nothing of it. So school goes by, and I come home, and I see my mom's car in the driveway, but not my dad's. And I see another car in the driveway. I thought it may have just been one of her friends, because I have never met my uncle. So I walked in, and I immediately heard moaning. So I'm thinking, ew, my mom and dad are doing it again. But then again, I remember my dad's car wasn't in the driveway. So I walked upstairs quietly and peeked, and it was my mom and uncle. If y'all want a part 2, let me know down below in the comments. Story time on how I caught my mom cheating on my dad with his brother. So like I said earlier, I took a peek, and it was my mom and my uncle doing the thing. So I decided to record the noises and close the door. Then I ran outside and I called my dad. And my dad was quick. He came within 10 minutes. When he comes in, I tell him to be quiet. When we go upstairs, we don't hear any more noises. When we look inside of the bedroom, they're just sitting on the bed. So, like I said before, I have never met my uncle. So when my dad walked in, he immediately hugged the man. And I was so confused. And I found out that was my uncle. My uncle was like, nice to meet you. And I'm immediately disgusted and I roll my eyes. So, in front of my mom and my uncle, I pulled out my phone and started playing the video recording of them doing the thing. And my dad immediately starts swinging on my uncle. There's more to the story, but it's just too much to go on with. Story time on how I caught my boyfriend cheating on me with 5 girls in my bedroom. Yes, I said my bedroom. Okay, so I've been with my boyfriend for 2 years. So recently, I had gotten into an argument with one of his friends, and his friend told me that my boyfriend was cheating on me. And so I confronted him, and he obviously denied it, but we kept dating, and I ignored the whole thing. But I still had my guard up. But after a while, I started to trust him again, and things went back to normal. Also, by the way, me and my boyfriend, we live in the same apartment, but I get off work later than him. So one day, I get off of work early, and as soon as I get home, I heard noises coming from our room. And when I got to the room, I didn't see not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 girls doing it with my man. And of course, when they all saw me, they scrambled like pigeons. And when he was trying to put his clothes back on, I got my taser and tased him in the ball sack.
Storytime about my best friend wants me to hook up with her boyfriend. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I was sending me on Instagram. First, you have to understand how close I am to my best friend. We met in first grade. Since then, we've basically turned into the same person. We almost dress identical. We got the same hairstylist, same colorist. We always get our nails done the exact same way. And we pretty much did everything at the same time. We got our periods 1 week apart. We even got braces at the same time. Parents are really good friends as well. We live about 2 houses away from each other, so we do see each other every single day. And this has been happening for the past 18 years. But we are so different and personality. She has no fear of anything. And she can be pretty reckless at times. I'm really careful and I worry about everything. I have extreme respect for my parents. I love spending time with my parents. We'll watch movies and cook together. That's my perfect night. Whereas she just wants to party and get away from her parents. Ago, she got a new boyfriend and I didn't like him from the beginning. He's constantly pressuring her into doing things. She ended up getting a tattoo with him, which she didn't want. He also made her get a piercing on her belly button. She just does whatever this guy says. I especially hate the way he looks at me. I honestly try not to hang out with him because of the way he looks at me. My best friend asked me if I would be willing to do it with him. Now she's pressuring me. Part 2 is my best friend is pressuring me into doing it with her boyfriend. Disclaimer, is not my story time instead of me on Instagram. She just straight up asked me if I would be willing to do it with him. I answered right away and said absolutely not. Then she started pressuring me. This was unthinkable to me. I couldn't believe that my best friend was talking to me this way. That's when I told her what I really thought about her boyfriend. I think he's an abusive narcissist, pressuring her into doing things she doesn't want, and now asking her to ask me if I want to do it with him. That is disgusting and sick. She started to cry and told me the truth. Her boyfriend pressures her into getting other girls to sleep with him. And if she doesn't get him a new girl every single week, this man threatens to break up with her. By the way, my best friend and I are 18. This guy is 26. The power dynamic is completely off. Of course, I told her to break up with him, but she says she's in love. Then she went back to pressuring me into doing it. Then I threatened to cut her off if she kept insisting. I asked her to leave my house and she did. That's what happened after that. Not 10 minutes later, I get a phone call from her boyfriend. As soon as I answer, he starts abusing me over the phone. This man called me the C word. He said that I was the narcissistic one. My best friend went and told him everything I said. And he told me to be careful. I had to do something about it. Part 3 is up. My best friend's boyfriend is trying to force me to do it with him. Disclaimer, is not my story time instead of me on Instagram. After he threatened me on the phone, he told me that if I didn't do it with him, that he would hurt my best friend. Then he hung up the phone. I instantly knew what I had to do. I ran and told my parents. There was no way I was gonna let this guy force himself on me or hurt my best friend more than he already has. At this point, my best friend is getting him girls every single week. I told my parents that very night what was happening, and they jumped into action. They told my best friend's parents everything. The very next day, we all went to their house and asked her to break up with him. She started to cry and told us that she loved him and that she was gonna continue getting girls for her boyfriend. Her parents explained to her how this could be illegal because if she got somebody that was too young, this could turn out to be really bad for her. That very same night, she moved in with her boyfriend. She basically ran away from her parents' house, and she didn't tell me anything about it. Parents contacted the police department and told them everything that was happening. That's when they told my parents that there was a warrant out for this guy. The police went and arrested him, and she had to come back home. Now my best friend won't talk to me, but he actually broke up with her. 2 days later, we find out he had another girlfriend who was pregnant. It's been about a week, and my best friend still cries over him. She refuses to see me and doesn't even take my phone calls. Should I let the friendship go, or should I keep trying? I do feel bad though, but at the same time, I knew that that relationship would escalate into no good. She unfollowed me on Instagram and started telling people what I did, but mostly everyone's telling her I was right. What should I do?
Cinco de Mayo matters. No, it's not just tacos and margaritas. Here's the history of Cinco de Mayo. No, I'm not Mexican. I'm from Nicaragua, which I'm gonna do a whole series on Nicaragua. I refuse to take off these pimple patches. They're the only ones I have, okay? So don't touch me. Cinco de Mayo celebrates Mexico's victory over the French Empire in the Battle of Puebla. This all went down in 1862, a long time ago. Everything started when Mexico had a huge debt with the Spanish, the French, and the English. Mexico could not afford it, so they had to declare a temporary moratorium, which means we're not gonna pay you guys for like 2 years. And then the French, the Spanish, and the English were like, no, we're coming over there. They sent all their troops over to Mexico. Damn, gosh, that's really pigmented. So the French had an ulterior motive because they wanted to establish a French empire in Mexico. France was under the rule of Napoleon III, which, by the way, he was the nephew of Napoleon Bonaparte. And coincidentally, Napoleon Bonaparte died May 5th, 1821. And then his nephew went on to try to establish a French empire in Mexico. I mean, what is happening? This is when Spain and the English withdrew, so the French were left by themselves. But of course they stayed because they had that ulterior motive. So the French march over to Puebla, and they're fully expecting to win. But what the French didn't know was that the Mexicans had way more troops than they thought. I'll tell you the number by the end of this video. You're gonna be shook. For 3 days, the Mexicans managed to keep the French back. This meant that they were able to kill the French as they came towards them in the battle. The Mexicans ended up killing about 500 French soldiers, whereas only less than 100 Mexican soldiers died that day. This was such an important battle that they won because the French had not been defeated for over 50 years. That day, the French had 8,000 soldiers. Let's guess how many the Mexicans had. A little less than 4,000 men. So winning the battle was a huge deal. Then President Juarez declared May 5th the official anniversary of the Battle of Puebla, which we now know as Cinco de Mayo. Fast forward to the 1980s, something really interesting started happening. Beer companies started capitalizing on Cinco de Mayo. They started marketing their their beer based around the holiday. And with that, it blew up. Americans started celebrating Cinco de Mayo everywhere, what we now know as Cinco de Mayo. It's a completely different and commercialized version of what Cinco de Mayo is. I'm sure if you went to any bar celebrating Cinco de Mayo, I think most people in there are not going to know why Cinco de Mayo is celebrated or that there was even a battle that happened in 1862. George W. Bush was the first president to celebrate Cinco de Mayo at the White House.
Cinco de Mayo is a day for special pride and remembrance for people on dos lados de la frontera. It's a reminder of the proud heritage of many Americans.
Nowadays, it seems like people assume that Cinco de Mayo is the Mexican Independence Day, which is completely wrong. That's in September. The U.S. made it into a consumerist holiday. People don't even know why they are celebrating it. And if you haven't followed me already, you should totally follow me, okay? Oh, I'm also a day late, but I was on a plane yesterday, so that's my excuse. Bye!
Hello everyone, get ready with me while I tell you the time an old friend invited me out to eat and I had to end up paying for the $300 plus tab. The only way this story will make sense to you guys is if I give you guys some back context. We're gonna give this guy the name Zachary. Zachary and I actually met on tour when I traveled to, I don't know if it was Oregon or Seattle, to go support an artist. I didn't end up meeting Zachary until after one of these shows, and that's only because the team and some of their friends ended up going to like a little pizza bar lounge area. When we were at the bar, we basically exchanged conversation, and him and I instantly gravitated towards one another because it so happened that he ended up being from the same hometown as me. Caught me by surprise because there is absolutely no way that I'm meeting someone from the 909 out in Seattle or Oregon, whatever it was. That night was over with. He ended up going to his hotel. I ended up going to my hotel. I also forgot to mention, before him and I both went to our hotel, we did exchange social medias and phone numbers. The next day, I ended up flying to Cali, and then he also had a flight back to LA, but his was later on in the day, but during that time we would still text and go back and forth. At this point, him and I were both in Cali, and really quickly I do want to mention, before I moved out to LA, I used to live out here in the IE with my parents, and where he lives is actually like 5 minutes away from my parents' house, so that is why I was shocked, because you usually don't run into anyone from the Fontana area out in a different city or state. His work is also in LA, so he would mainly hit me up whenever he was out in the LA area, because he also had a daughter and it was like harder for us to ever try to link up during the weekdays. So for the most part, it was always the weekend or whenever he had or whenever he finished his gigs a little bit earlier. Fast forward, him and I actually have gone out now a couple of times before we went to Isabela. So before him and I went to Isabela the day I ended up paying for the tab, we have gone to like Bakari, we went to a couple of restaurants and bars out in the LA area. Since we've gone out a couple of times, like I mentioned, I considered him my friend, especially because we would text every day. And he would vent to me, he would open up to me, and it was just like cool vibes. We were friends, and that was it. The night we go out, he basically messages me and he was like, hey, let's go to Isabel, I'm also inviting another friend. And I was like, okay, cool. We all end up arriving to the location, and then we end up sitting in the front patio. As I'm looking at the menu, Zachary is recommending me some drinks and also some appetizer that he recommends because he's obviously been to this location before. Hello everyone, welcome to part 2 of the time my guy friend made me pay for the $300 tab because he insisted that I was rich. So we all three order our drinks, we also order some appetizers, and it's towards the end of the night where we finally decide to close our tab and pay for the bill. The waitress server comes and brings us the tab, and I kid you not, I was the first one to look at it, and the other two didn't even touch it or look at it, nothing. They just left the tab there, and I was just like, for the most part, usually the one who invites is the one who grabs the check first, but this guy didn't even think to look at the tab. I ended up grabbing the tab because suddenly people were acting funny, and the first thing that came out of Zachary's mouth was, oh, Ashley got us. And I looked at him and I just started to laugh, and I was like, wait, what do you mean? He proceeds to say, look at all the cash that she has, she's rich, she got the tab, she got us covered. And I look and I just start laughing, and I was like, what the frick is going on? One, whether I have money or not, you just don't go out loud saying, hey, Ashley's rich, she has money, look at all the cash that she has in her bag. First of all, I only had $300 cash in my bag in an envelope because that was my tip money that I had made for the night, not because I just randomly carry cash on me. I've been in multiple situations before where suddenly people act funny when it comes to paying. Like, if you can't afford or you don't want to pay, don't even come out or invite anybody out. The thing about me is I'm not about to sit here and argue about who's gonna pay. I'm also not gonna sit here and embarrass myself because suddenly no one wants to pay for the tab. One thing about me is I'm independent and I got me, and if you're gonna make me look like a fool, then I'm gonna do what I need to do and then I'll cut you off right after. I ended up putting, I believe it was $300 on the tab, and then I ended up going straight to the restroom. Also, keep in mind, I really didn't even know this girl, so the fact that I was literally paying for a girl that I didn't even know, like, at least let the guy pay for you because he's the one that invited you out. So when I come back from the restroom, I go back to the table and he goes, hey, I ended up taking your cash and I put my card down. And I was like, okay, why? So to make the situation better, he basically says, I took your cash and I just put my credit card. So technically, in his eyes, he paid, but in reality, I was the one who paid because he pocketed my cash because he needed cash. Hello everyone, welcome to part 3 and the final part of the time where my old guy friend ended up making me pay for the $300 plus tab because in his eyes, I was rich. We all ended up walking out after I paid for everyone. And it's not even that I'm ungrateful, it's just more of the fact you didn't even offer to pay because you insist that I am rich. One, you're the one that invited us. And two, the least you could have done is at least paid for her. Like the nice person and the idiot that I am, I just ended up letting it slide. Yes, I ended up letting it slide, but I also still kept my distance. And the only reason I was in communication with him again was because he ended up getting sick and was in the hospital. I ended up going to the hospital to go visit him, and I'm a really sweet person. I'm extremely catering. If I love for you, if I care for you, or if you just need me there, I'm gonna be there by your side. I would drop everything and anything for you. So before I got to the hospital, I asked him if he needed anything, and he basically asked me if I can go to get him some vapes, and I was like, absolutely not. Like an idiot, I ended up feeling bad because he was in the hospital, so I ended up getting him vapes, and I also ended up getting him some pasta from Barry's restaurant. Once he was released from the hospital, we ended up hanging out one more time, and like I said, I'm an idiot. I'm a fucking idiot, okay? I know. He invited me out to a club in Hollywood to watch some football game that was going on, and I got there. He was like, do you want a drink? And I was like, sure. And then he goes, oh, actually, he's like, you owe me a shot and a drink from the last time. And I was like, what in the world? Like, we count favors here? I'm not even about to bring up the fact that I literally nearly paid almost a $400 tab when we all went out. At this point, I knew that I needed to get out of here because this guy viewed me as like his sugar mama or something. I don't know what the hell he viewed me as, but he would also make comments sometimes like, oh, you always go out with other guys, you're cheating on me. Like, what the hell? First of all, until somebody asked me out, I am single and I never had a thing, so there's absolutely no way you should be trying to claim me and get mad if I hang out with other people. So that night was the last straw, and I ended up blocking him, unfollowing him on social media. And tell me why I freaking open my laptop and I get a notification from him, and I was like, why the hell does Apple do this thing where I block someone on the phone but you still get the messages whenever you open a laptop? Like, bro, I blocked him for a reason. He's obviously still trying to text me to hang out, to see what's up, and I just ignore him. I purposely leave my red receptions on so he knows I left him on red. At this point, I've been ignoring him for 3 months. You guys won't fucking believe who texted me yesterday. Literally filming a story time, and then his name freaking pops up and it says, hey you, what are you doing right now? Let's hang. And I was like, bro, did you not get the memo of me not responding 3 months ago? Makes you think I'm gonna all of a sudden respond now?
I've been cheating on my husband for 10 years and he still doesn't know. Disclaimer is not my story time instead of on Instagram. I'm a serial cheater and I actually don't have any shame about it. You see, what makes me happy in life is other men that are not my husband. You see, in order to get out of the misery that I was living in, I had to marry up. And marrying up sometimes means marrying an ugly man. Me, on the other hand, I'm actually really beautiful. And I'm not just saying that. I've been in beauty pageants for about 5 years now and I've won everything. I grew up really poor and I just didn't want to be in that situation. I was working at a gym when I met my now husband. He reeked of money. Nice car, big watch. So I put my seductress powers to work and he literally fell in love with me within a month. I wasn't even attracted to him. He's kind of ugly. I'm just being honest. I started cheating on him the minute we started dating. I even had a boyfriend at the time. I broke up with the boyfriend to make room for my fiance, but I kept my boyfriend as a side piece. Coincidentally, I became a sugar baby at the same time. So I had a bunch of old guys giving me money and my fiance giving me money. And my whole plan was to just basically save up enough money so that I could just be independently wealthy without needing any man. But the money is just too good with my husband. You see, let me explain. He works in illegal things. Part 2 is up. I've been cheating on my ugly husband for 10 years and he still doesn't know. Disclaimer is not my story time instead of on Instagram. So my plan was to have all my sugar daddies and my fiance at the time basically just give me a lot of money. Eventually I would just save up enough money to be independently wealthy without needing a man. But when I moved in with my fiance, who is now my husband, realized that the luxury and opulence of his life was just on a whole other level. The thing is, he kept a few things from me before the wedding. After the wedding, he added me to his will. And if anything happens to him, guess how much I'd be set to inherit? $40 million. Yeah. Just $40 million. After the wedding, he also told me about his yacht, a separate island he owns, and his house in the US and in Canada. So you see, my life with him is just completely extravagant. We fly literally wherever we want, whenever we want. The thing is, he actually is pretty jealous. So I'm surprised he hasn't caught me cheating at this point, but I'm pretty good at it. You see, I have a personal trainer. He acts gay in front of my husband, but he's totally straight. And this is actually the ex that I was with before I got with my husband. And because my husband travels a lot, I pretty much travel wherever I want to, separately. And this is when I take advantage and just basically hoe out. No, I'm not saying this is a great thing, but if you're poor, marry up. And if you guys want to comfort me in the comments, you totally can. I know I take advantage of men. They also take advantage of me. It's transactional. And if you're married, I bet he's cheating on you. Or she. Watch your back. Bye. Story time about how I was accused of sexually harassing my coworker. This is my story time. I did post this yesterday, but it was like 5 minutes long, so here we are. Back in 2018, I had just gotten married and my best friend was working at a company called S3 in New York City. I was so excited to get this job, you guys. I was so broke at the time. Before that, I had worked as everything. I was an assistant, maid, served at like 20 different restaurants, worked at the strip club, and I did a whole slew of other things. This job paid me $8,000 a month. It was amazing. Like, I thought I was set for life. The job was pretty simple and it was really stress-free. I had to make phone calls and sell a financial app, and I was pretty good at it. Like I said, my best friend got me this job and it was really nice because I got to hang out with her every single day at work. Now, my desk was next to somebody called Justin. Justin was one of the salespeople at the company. I heard from a few people that before I got there, Justin was not the friendliest. He wouldn't make jokes or laugh, but after I got there, his attitude completely changed. To be honest, I had fun with him and he was a great coworker. But of course, that was it. I didn't see him as anything else other than a coworker. He and I would make jokes all the time, talked about music and movies. He would talk to me about his dating life, and I would give him advice. This man either had really strong feelings for me, or he really hated me, because he ended up getting me fired. Part 2 is a story time about how I was accused of sexual harassment and I got fired for it. This is my personal story time, by the way. The villain of the story, named Justin, he and I got along really well, and I sat next to him every single day at work. By the way, Justin was the youngest guy out of the entire company. Everyone else was middle-aged white men, while me and my best friend are beautiful and young and gorgeous. As you can imagine, we got stared at a lot. To be honest, this didn't really bother me because I've been stared at a lot in life. But when you find out what happened, it's infuriating. Walking down the street doing this voiceover. This is how badly I want to post this. The owner of the company is Bob. Bob and I got along really well. You see, I thought I was taken seriously in this workplace. I thought that I had value. But of course, apparently to these older white men, I did not. Today I get home from work and I get a message from Gabe, my manager. I don't like Gabe. Gabe told me not to come into work. And the following day, he tells me not to come into work again. Can you see how this would freak anyone out? I had a really bad feeling. Serena had no idea what was going on. If she did, she would tell me. This girl had my back always. Part 3 will be up soon. Story time about how I was accused of sexually harassing my coworker and got fired for it. This is my personal story time. Well, when I was told for the second time not to come into work, I was completely freaked out. Serena, who got me the job, asked me to meet her at Central Park. I had a bad feeling. Can you guys believe that S3 asked my best friend to fire me? They didn't have the balls to do it themselves because they knew that what they were firing me for was completely unfair. I get to Central Park and Serena tells me that they fire me. By the way, another coworker was there. His name was Jason. By the way, Jason had the same job as Serena and I and got paid a lot more. Inequality does exist. Went into a depression. I was anxious, was afraid, didn't know what had happened. Emailed the company asking what happened and they didn't want to tell me. Anyway, a couple of months later, I find out that Justin had gotten me fired. He told the boss that I was offering him blowjobs. By the way, when I got fired, Justin offered me financial help, pretended to be my friend. What an asshole.
So this is, am I the asshole for leaving my roommate to deal with $10,000 and an eviction?
Oh. Yeah.
Me, 21 female, and my roommate, 23 female, moved into a house together 2 years ago. You could say we're very different people. I prefer to stay at home, and she likes to go out to the bar. This wasn't really an issue until November of last year, when she invited over her drug dealer ex-boyfriend to stay at our house. I was uncomfortable with the idea, as the last time he visited shortly after we moved in, he brought the police behind him because he didn't want to pay for his Uber. I made it clear that if he stayed, he was not allowed to bring any drugs or any weapons into the house. My roommate and I figured it would be all fine, but come to find out he was smoking crack in our kitchen while I was asleep, and my roommate knew the whole time. She was also doing the cocaine that he brought her. I attempted to kick him out, offered to buy his Uber, and even drive him all the way back to Florida myself, about a 5-hour drive. Long story short, it escalated, and he had my roommate and I trapped in the bathroom while he threatened to shoot us with a gun that he brought. My roommate decided that then would be the time to tell her that she cheated on him with his best friend.
What? Oh my God.
Read the room.
Read the room.
Read the room.
I think this was the moment I realized how different we were. In that
That's when you realize. The roommate just looking like. Now?
This reminds me of like Brenda in scary movie where she's like, don't scream, go the other way. Go the other way.
We're different.
She wasn't fazed by him shooting at our windows, slashing her tire.
Oh my God. He was actually shooting?
I guess.
I thought he was just threatening.
I guess.
I see it like in slow motion, like bullet holes are passing through the bathroom, and the
she like
roommate's yelling.
looks
She's
over
like,
and slowly realizes
she's like,
we're pretty different.
What am I doing?
What is my life right now? Shooting out windows, slashing her tires, and destroying our mailbox before running off. I knew that if I stayed near her, I would get dragged into more situations like this. I called my boyfriend to come get me after the police finally arrived and left to stay with him. The police informed us that her ex would have actually had to shoot us for them to put a warrant out and look for him.
God. You can shoot people's houses up and there's no consequence?
I guess so.
Threatening, maybe? Is that a charge?
So I was terrified that he would be coming back to the house. Our relationship fell apart after that. I was really only ever home to gather my stuff as my roommate continued to fall deeper into her lifestyles of drugs and drinking. I was no longer comfortable in my own house, especially since she continued to speak to her ex, as if he didn't try to kill us. My roommate became bitter that I was never home and was blowing her off to be with my boyfriend, but in all honesty, I just couldn't be around her lifestyle. I was trying to heal from the trauma of it all, as well as stay away from drugs and drinking in general, which seemed to be all she ever wanted to do. I officially told my roommate that I would be moving out in February. She was understanding but still bitter, as we moved all utilities to her name and agreed that I would stop paying rent in June when I got all of my stuff out of the house. She started inviting random people to live there. One was a felon, the other one was her brother's friend. Every month on the 5th,
Wait, why did they get lumped together? One was a felon and one was her brother's friend. What did the brother's friend do, man?
Every month on the 5th, like clockwork, I would get hysteric texts from her and her new roommate saying they couldn't afford rent and needed me to cover hundreds on top of what I was now paying at my new place. She would lie to my face and say that she was working her ass off to make rent when our mutual friends would show me her social media, proving that she was just spending all of her money at the bar and on drugs. I helped as much as I could because I was still on the lease and I didn't want to have an eviction on my record at 21 years old, until 2 months ago when the house was raided by the police because she was hiding a drug dealer in the house with a warrant out for his arrest, the brother's friend. That night, so that's why, because he was a drug dealer.
Good for him.
That night, she called me sobbing, talking about suicide because she was stressed that he never paid her any rent. She also accrued a $3,000 fine from the HOA because she hasn't mowed the lawn since I left in February. She stated that she had the rent, but she was short $1,000 for the fine. The rental company was holding it against her as rent since she hadn't paid any of it. I sent her $1,000 against my boyfriend's advice, and she kept it for herself. She hasn't made a single payment since July. I got an email notice saying that we were going to be evicted 2 weeks ago, and I sent her the email as well as several texts I got contacted from the landlord promising we would pay and was trying to fix it. She finally responded to it after a week and simply said, "I'm busy. I don't have time to respond to you." I'm not generally an angry person, and I don't ever think what I felt could be called anger, but I called the landlord and explained everything that had happened in the past year and asked if I could simply pay my half of what she owed and be done. My landlord was shocked and let me know that she would try to remove me from my lease and said that I shouldn't be responsible for any of the unpaid rent or the eviction. I only had to send her the police reports from the shooting and the raid.
Ooh.
My roommate's brother called me 2 days later as I was going to work and informed me that his sister planned to skip town to move in with her dad and leave me with what now have become 10 grand in unpaid rent and HOA fees. Not to mention an eviction which would keep me from living anywhere on my own for 10 years. My landlord called me not 2 hours later to let me know that her attorney had removed me from the lease, effective back in June, when my roommate took my keys officially. I think this was the first time I actually cried about the whole thing. I felt like I was in survival mode for the last year. I was told not to speak to her, so I haven't, but I can't help but feel really guilty. She's only a few years older than me and now has to deal with all of that on her own. Am I the asshole?
Hey there, it's Dusty Thunder again with another Reddit story. This one is from the Am I the A-hole subreddit, and it is titled, Am I the Astronaut for Refusing to Be My Stepsister's Bridesmaid After I Found Out That My Stepdad Made Her Ask Me? Blended family drama. I, 25 female, have a stepsister, Victoria, 26, who is marrying her fiance, Jake, early next year. Victoria and I have never been close, but we're civil. Our relationship took dips when we met our respective partners. We both met them through each other, sort of, and there was a lot of kerfuffle each time. Love that word, by the way, kerfuffle. But we've since repaired that. That said, I was surprised when she asked me to be a bridesmaid. I didn't really want to since I live far away and I'm busy in the couple of months leading up to the wedding, but I was so surprised that she asked and thought maybe she didn't have anyone else to ask since she didn't even seem that pleased about it, so I said yes. A few days ago, Victoria, her mother, the other bridesmaids, and I went shopping for the bridesmaid dresses. Victoria was awful to me the whole time. She accused me of choosing dresses to try on to spite her and upstage her. I didn't pick any of the dresses, her mother and maid of honor did, and every dress I tried on, she nitpicked my appearance in it and made it the reason she didn't want to pick that dress. When one of the sales assistants brought out a dress, Victoria started crying, saying she didn't want to see me in that dress on her wedding day. I was getting a bit fed up and I was still jet-lagged, so I pulled her aside and asked if she'd rather I just not be a bridesmaid. I said I'd be happy to help with planning in any way I could, but I didn't want her worried or this upset about bridesmaid dresses. Victoria then snapped that she needed me as a bridesmaid because her dad, my stepdad, and Jake wanted me to be one. Apparently for the optics, since Jake's sister is also a bridesmaid and we're both from families who value the close-knit family image. Her dad is paying for the wedding. Oh. I just said, great, neither of us wanted me to be a bridesmaid, I'm out, and I left. Victoria is now blowing up my phone begging me to be a bridesmaid again. Her dad is furious with the way she treated me and how she told me about him wanting me to be a bridesmaid and is now being, according to her, very tight on the purse for the wedding. Apparently she feels that the extended family will also judge her for not having me as a bridesmaid. I told her I'm not doing it, partly because she was awful to me out of resentment for something I didn't know about, and partly because I never wanted to do it in the first place. Victoria says this is going to stop her having her dream wedding. Am I the astronaut for not wanting to do it? Hell to the no. 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 No, no, and no. If she knew that this would affect the financial ability of her to have her dream wedding, then why was she an asshat to you? Did she think that you were just going to take all the shit that you threw at her and there'd be no repercussions for that at all? If she wanted to keep the peace for the optics, she doesn't give a shit about the optics. It's the family that gives a shit about the optics. That's fine. If she wanted to keep the peace so she could have the money for her dream wedding, then she shouldn't have been a shithead. That's it. That's all there is to it. And she should have known that there would be some kind of from her being a shithead to you. You don't need to be there. So why would you put up with it? She doesn't have to be happy about it. She does have to be respectful to you if she wants to have her dream wedding day. Here's the great part. You said, I'm out, and now you're the bad guy for preventing her from having her dream wedding. It wasn't her actions, right? It was your reaction to her actions that have now prevented her from having her dream wedding. So here's a question for OP. Would you still go to the wedding? It'd kind of be funny to go and just be there watching the asymmetrical stage fill out, right? But you know what? She's getting married. She's She's 26. It's time to start finding out that there are consequences for your actions. Sooner or later, she's going to have to find out. This is when a new chapter of her life is starting, and in that marriage, in life, she's not going to be able to do whatever the hell she wants without consequence. She's just not. So I think this is a great opportunity for her to start learning, and do not give in, OP. Under no circumstances should you give in here. And if anything, I would talk to your stepdad and be like, look, now she's saying that I'm preventing her from having her dream wedding because you're being tighter with the purse strings now because she was a shithead. So I'm the bad guy. And hopefully, Daddy Warbucks is like, oh, purse strings are tighter now. Even tighter. You get married at a Steak and Shake, darling. Here we go. They're open 24 hours. If she wants to fix this, then it's on her to fix it. She's not trying to fix it right now. She's trying to guilt you into doing something you didn't want to do in the first place. So,
am I the asshole for switching from non-dairy to dairy milk and inadvertently making my flatmate shit herself in an interview? I'm not lactose intolerant. I buy hazelnut milk because I like to have hazelnut syrup in my coffee, and adding hazelnut milk makes it even more nutty. My flatmate is severely lactose intolerant though, and has been drinking my milk ever since she moved in a few months ago. I don't have an issue sharing milk with her, but the issue is that she drinks so much of it all day, every day, that I'll get a single cup of coffee out of an entire carton. Sometimes she'll drink the entire carton before I even had a single drink. And then she never replaces it or refunds me or even acknowledges that it wasn't hers to drink. At some point, she stopped buying her own milk, and I was having to buy new milk daily. I asked her many times why she was drinking my milk and said that if she does, can she buy a new carton? And she would say sorry, that she just grabbed the first milk she saw and that she'd get me a new one, but never would. She started getting annoyed when I brought it up and would say I was being overdramatic when I mentioned how much it was costing me. Last week, I got sick of it and decided to go back to drinking dairy milk, thinking that as she's severely lactose intolerant, she would stop and buy her own milk. I thought wrong. The dairy milk is clearly labeled. It has a bright red label on it. It even says cow's milk, but she still helped herself. Unfortunately, the day she decided to drink the dairy milk was the day she had a new job interview. And the effects of the dairy-laced coffee she took with her kicked in as she was in the middle of it, and she didn't make it to the bathroom in time. She came home absolutely furious and laid into me about how I ruined her life, how this job was the opportunity she needed and I destroyed it for her, and that I did it deliberately because I was too uptight to share my milk. Here are the reasons why my flatmate thinks I am in the wrong. I knew she was lactose intolerant and so knew if she drank my milk she would get violently ill. She also said that sharing milk isn't a big deal and that I'm selfish. She thinks I was overreacting and being cruel just for the sake of it, and that I should have spoken to her about it instead of secretly changing milks. She has threatened to report me to the police, but I don't think she has a leg to stand on. Regardless, she's making our flat very uncomfortable to live in. She's taken my leftovers from the fridge and opened up my milk and left it to ruin, leaves all her mess everywhere for me to clean up, and has misplaced documents of mine. Am I the asshole?
Like, first reactions to that, like, somebody give her a titty to suck on because she's a child and needs milk. Like, god damn. Also, like,
it's bad.
If you take it to the police, like, this is nobody cares. But I'd be like, take me to the police,
Let's
like,
go.
put me in cuffs. Like, I don't know, this girl just sounds like a child. Gaslighting over the milk.
My boyfriend thinks I'm disgusting for having periods and refuses to touch me or even have sexy time. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. My boyfriend and I have only been dating for 3 months. We met on a dating app. He works in financing and I own my own business. He's 28 and I'm 22, but he is so not mature. When we first met, he came across as a really intelligent guy. After 6 dates, he asked me if I wanted to be his girlfriend and I said yes. I did feel like he was rushing into it a little bit, but I decided to take the risk. A few days after he asked me to be his girlfriend, I mentioned to him that I was going to get off the pill. I was having a lot of hormonal problems and the pill was probably causing it, and I knew that this was going to make my periods really heavy again. Well, when I said this to him, he said, wow, that's disgusting. Then he said, my ex never had periods because she was always on the pill. Isn't that impossible? He was just lying to make me feel bad. And I literally sat there in the restaurant explaining to him why periods happen and why they are important. By the end of the conversation, he said it was still gross and that he wouldn't want to touch me when I was on it in case he got blood on him. Then he brought up his ex again. He said that she was always so clean. I got up from the table and I walked away. Part 2 is up. My boyfriend told me me I'm disgusting for getting my period and he refuses to touch me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time, it's me on Instagram. The following day he called me and asked me if I still had my period. I told him no and he said, okay, then I can come over. When he came over to my apartment, I asked him what was his problem with periods. He told me that it was disgusting and that women should try to get rid of them. Then he started insisting on me taking the pill again so that I could stop having periods. I told him he had no right over my body and that I would do whatever I wanted. He ended up going home and we didn't speak for a few days. He finally calls me and tells me that he's sorry for calling me disgusting. But this time I actually had my period. So when he came over, I wanted to test him. I kissed him and told him that I wanted to do it. Then he said, okay. I told him I had to go to the bathroom to remove my pad. Then he said, are you for real? That's so gross. Why would you invite me over knowing that you have your period? Then he said that he wouldn't come near me with a 10-foot pole. Yeah, this 28-year-old man said that. Then he told me that I probably smelled really bad down there and that I should probably go take a shower right away. I didn't even know what to say to him. I opened my front door and I stood there and he left. An hour later, he posts on his story that he's at a club with his friends. Part 3 is up. My boyfriend says that I'm disgusting for getting periods and he refuses to touch me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time, it's on Instagram. He posted a story that he was at a club. I decided to give him the benefit of the doubt, so I didn't ask him anything. A few hours later, I check his story again, and he's partying with all these random girls at the club. I asked him who they were, and he said they were just girls that he met at the club. I was so angry, I just turned off my phone. At 2 in the morning, he shows up to my apartment drunk. He actually apologized, but ended up falling asleep on my couch. The next day, I thanked him for apologizing, and he said, what apology? I said, you came over last night and apologized. He said, no, I didn't. I would never have done that. I still think your periods are gross. I started to cry and he told me that I was overreacting. For the past 3 months, it's been like this. Every time I'm on my period, he refuses to even hang out with me. I told him a few weeks ago that I needed him to change because I needed his support when I had my period. He told me that he just couldn't do it. So I took to Instagram and got in contact with his ex. And I asked her if it was really true that she never got periods. She told me no, that it wasn't true and that he was just disgusted with periods in general. She told me that I shouldn't take it personally and that he also made her life a living hell whenever she got her period. Then she told me that he cheated on her several times when she had her period. Apparently it was just like a hall pass for him. So now I'm thinking about breaking up with him. When I'm not on my periods, we have a great time. But I want someone who will love me and support me no matter what. What should I do?
I'm the asshole for telling my sister that her baby isn't the only one that matters. I'm 32 and I'm expecting my second child with my wife. My wife is 14 weeks pregnant and we're really excited. My sister, who's 25, and her wife, who's 27, are also pregnant with their first child. My sister and her wife did IVF and my sister is 38 weeks pregnant. Their day, we all go to see our grandparents and they live out of state, so we don't visit a lot. So we all try to set time aside to see them all together. My grandparents were talking about how excited they are to see my sister and her wife become mothers and they couldn't wait to have their first great granddaughter. And continue to talk about my sister's baby and didn't even acknowledge my wife's pregnancy. Estelle was hurting my wife, tried to start a conversation that included her, just went back to my sisters. I even talked about the gender reveal that we're having soon. No one seemed to care. I got upset and walked out of the room. I asked if everything was okay, said that my wife was just feeling left out. My sister-in-law apologized. My mom even tried to convince my wife to come back. Sister told my wife that she can't expect every conversation to be about her and this isn't competition. Told my sister that her baby isn't the only thing that matters. Ours matters too. Grandma said she would have talked about both of them. Now it's too late. Wait for her to leave, so that's what we did. So was I in the wrong here?
Am I the asshole for blocking a man after he bought me a $500 plus dinner? I was invited on a date and he asked me, what's your favorite restaurant? My honest answer was, my favorite place is a bit much for a first date, but I still did tell him about it because, well, I thought he was cool and I truly love the place, so I tell everyone about it so they'll go. I want them to stay booked and busy so they'll open so I can keep going. I said that for a first date, we could go somewhere more casual, like this cool Mexican spot that has over 300 tequilas in their tequila library, but it's still pretty cheap when it comes to food.
Where's this at?
I know.
What in the world?
I want to go.
Amazing tacos with handmade tortillas, but ultimately he wanted to pick. I was trying to be helpful and make suggestions. Also, we live in different parts of a big city with terrible traffic that's extremely car dependent. My favorite restaurant, on the other hand, is about $500 for 2 people. I take myself there sometimes after personal accomplishments or just a treat. Sometimes I go just to have one of their James Beard award-winning cocktails. LOL, bougie as fuck, I know. And some apps. Well, this gentleman, upon researching the menu, decides that this is where he wants to take me for dinner. He really wanted to try it out. Of course I agree. Despite the price point, it's actually a pretty chill spot. You don't even have to dress up, and it's a great date spot. Even a first date spot if you're in a different tax bracket than me. But as much as I knew, he could be. For me, first dates are usually inexpensive considering you don't know the person and the conversation is much more important than the meal. We have apps, we have drinks, we have dinner, we have conversation, we have dessert. We had a good time from my perspective. This means we ran up a serious bill. Paytime comes, we do the check dance, sort of. Of course, since it's the first date, I say, oh, separate checks. Not that I don't pay on subsequent dates. I just mean the first time when you don't know if a guy thinks if a woman pays, that means she's uninterested. He also says separate checks. So cool, we're on the same page. Basically at the same time, as in our words overlapped. I won't lie, I hesitated and said it after he was saying it because he asked me out and also insisted we went there after he read the menu and really wanted to try the food. I really want to describe the menu items, but it's one of those places that's so specific, and also the chef uses what's local and in season, so I'd kind of be revealing too much info. So our separate checks come.
Tell us
It's a
the
restaurant.
right
like
now.
it's not your secret.
Yeah, what are you
Why are
doing?
you gatekeeping?
Yeah.
You want them to say booked and busy? Tell us the name of the restaurant.
Right
Exactly.
So our separate checks come, no problem by me. I put my card down, he puts his down. When our server comes back to grab them, he takes my card, gives her both the checks, and says he's covering it all. And he looks at my card intensely. It's not that I think he's some number savant where he's stealing my info by looking at my card, though I have bartended for years and a dumbass/genius who worked with me could memorize card numbers at a glance and then use them for online purchases till he finally got a felony.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
And it wasn't even his little comment, oh, now I finally know your last name, which of course I wouldn't tell him before. It was the game that he played. He invited me on a date, so I assumed he was paying. He then said separate checks, making sure I knew I was paying for myself. Then he grabbed the checks and said he's paying for it all, annoying the server and me. I feel like this was a real shit test to see if I would pony up to the $250 each restaurant bill. I felt like he was checking to see if I was a gold digger or something, even though I literally told him we shouldn't go there on the first date. The place I suggested would have had tacos and tequila flights for less than $50.
Let's go. Tell us the name
Tell
of
us
that
that
restaurant.
So after I said thank you for dinner, I got on my Uber, left, blocked him. I told one of my friends a story today laughing, and they told me I was actually the villain in the story. I'm just not into the shittiness or games. Am I the ass?
Am I the asshole for not wanting a dog in a cafe? I, 43 male, went with my wife, 41 female, to visit some friends, 45 male and 43 female, in their city this weekend. On Saturday morning, we went to a cafe together before doing tourist things. In the cafe, one of the customers had a dog with them, laying down on the table. Apparently, this is one of our friend's neighbors. They knew each other, and everyone was petting the dog. I know this wasn't a service dog because the owner was letting everyone pet it.
Okay.
I told the neighbor that his dog is not allowed in the cafe, and he had to leave. He said the dog was not bothering anyone, and said that well-behaved dogs were allowed in this cafe.
Does this person work at the cafe?
No, this is a person visiting out of town.
They're a narc. Okay.
He pointed to a sign that said well-behaved dogs are okay.
Oh my god, really? So it is even allowed in the cafe?
It's allowed in the cafe. Well-behaved dogs are okay.
Okay.
I told one of the baristas that there was a dog in the cafe and that this was not allowed. You don't even own the cafe. She also pointed me to the sign and said that the dog was being quiet and good, so they allowed it. I told the barista that health regulations forbid dogs in places that serve food. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think there are exceptions.
Yeah, for sure, because of service animals.
Yeah,
and stuff.
there's exceptions, and also like cat cafes exist. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. She said it was their policy to allow peaceful dogs.
Policy.
Hey.
Got him. Okay.
I told the barista that health regulations forbid dogs in places that serve food. She said it was their policy to allow peaceful dogs. A manager came and asked me to leave because I was, quote, making a scene. I told him that it doesn't matter what their policy is because the law is clear that you cannot have a dog in places that serve food. What the fuck? Why do you hate dogs so much? He said that I was free to report them, but I couldn't stay in the cafe. My wife and friends left the cafe, so I left with them. I don't think I did anything wrong because the law is on my side. But my wife and friends said I embarrassed them, and they made fun of me whenever we saw a dog walking around. Awesome.
Epic. That's so epic, dude.
My friend said that this cafe is dog-friendly, and a lot of people bring their dogs. My wife also said that our friends would have to apologize to their neighbor for making a scene, so I should have just kept my mouth shut.
Yeah.
I acknowledge that the dog was not bothering anyone. But still, the law says it's not allowed, so I don't think it matters what the cafe's policy is.
Dude, what the hell?
Am I the asshole for moving back home to care for my mum? My dad recently died and now my mum needs someone to care for her. My sister was already going to move back after she finished her degree, but until then, I have moved back. I originally asked my husband if she could move here. He said no, and I told him if she couldn't come here, that I would go there. He called my bluff and regretted it because I wasn't joking. He only works part-time for $15 an hour because he doesn't want to work full-time, so he can't pay the bills on his own, which has forced him to move back in with his mum. His mum recently called me to ask when I'm coming back, and I told her in no uncertain terms that I wasn't coming back until my sister got here, but he was welcome to come here instead. According to my husband's Facebook, I'm heartless. So am I the asshole?
Would I be the asshole for canceling Christmas? I, 31 female, am tired of planning vacations for my ungrateful husband, 33 male, and his twin. My husband and I have been together for 7 years and married for 3 months. We both work high-stress jobs with high incomes and no children. We're frugal and spend our money on savings and trips. In our relationship, I plan our retirement, keep track of finances, host friends and family, arrange gifts, make appointments, and plan our vacations, and we travel a lot. For his part, he does laundry and cooks and does the dishes more than me. He gets along well with everyone and is the more easygoing one. On our trips, I've asked my husband to help me with task ranging from helping me plan beforehand to finding an Uber. Usually he ignores me until it's too late and I have to make the decision, or he makes mistakes, like getting an Uber to the wrong place or forgetting beach towels I asked him to bring. Mistakes aren't a big deal, but he places the blame for them on me. The issue is not new to us. For our wedding, I did 99% of the planning, and he promised in return that he would plan a honeymoon. Right before the wedding, he looked up a Costco package that was almost twice as expensive as we agreed to spend, and that didn't have guaranteed spots. What I really wanted him to do was not find an all-inclusive, unaffordable trip that we didn't go on, but do something that was tailored to us. My husband has a twin brother that often comes along with us. Like my husband, his twin doesn't help plan, and he's never thanked me for planning trips for us. He behaves like coming on this trip is a gift to me. Outside of this, I've tried to be his friend, but I feel no reciprocity. I get him gifts for his birthday and holidays, text him and call him and include him, i.e. asking him if he wants me to write his name on a Mother's Day card when he hadn't helped me pick a gift. Right now, we're all on a flight back from Hawaii where I researched hotels and flights, put together schedules, booked hikes and dinners, rented a car, etc. When I brought up the fact that they complained a lot and never said thank you, my brother-in-law said that he told me the sunset was nice, and that's the same as a thank you.
Beautiful sunset.
When I told this to my husband and explained how upset I am with both of them for not helping me, not yelling, but definitely not in a calm way, he told me to F myself. My husband also said that if I cancel future trips, that I'm no longer invited to my in-laws' Thanksgiving, the one thing his mom plans. I've already planned and booked an elaborate 3-week Christmas trip to Italy for the 3 of us. They say they want to go while doing nothing, but I just feel exhausted at this point. I'm considering canceling entirely, canceling my own portion, or canceling one or both of their portions and going solo. Would I be the asshole if I took one of those paths?
I'm an asshole for refusing to let my sister have contact with the children she gave up. For background, I have adopted my sister's children, and they have been with me for 4 years now. She hasn't seen them or tried to get in contact with them for the whole time they've been with me. I recently started getting messages from her saying she wants to see the boys again. I ignored them for a while, but discussed this with the boys and the social worker, and I was told they can decide where if they want to see her, they can, but it would have to be supervised. However, when I asked them, they all said they didn't want to meet her. I asked several times separately and together, and they said the same thing, they don't want to see her. I told the social worker this. They spoke and confirmed it with them, and then the next time my sister messaged me, I told her to contact their social worker to discuss it. She was not very happy with that answer and has been calling me the asshole for brainwashing her boys and refusing to let her see them. She's managed to turn my whole family against me, who is all now saying I'm the asshole for not giving her another chance to reconnect with them. So now I'm kind of starting to doubt myself. I would never force the boys to see her, but maybe I am the asshole because I didn't try hard enough to talk to them about it.